It's cold at the back, warmer at the front, so sit appropriately.
Just got here. So remind me what the break.
It would be normally.
I did the break and then I'll do the lunch.
I look forward to seeing your email.
It's alright to grab that, isn't it? I think
Yeah.
And then
Starting to screen now.
yeah,
Put my phone on silent.
If I do that with one of you, and then you do the break, and then if you pick up here, you have this, and I'll take it. Is that the right hand? Yeah. So if you two do that, who's speaking, and then I'll take over at the.
Thank you very much.
And I'll do that on the break. And then you can go with the Sherry, and I'll do the. That's okay? Yeah. And it's not working, we'll rethink.
I'll just see if there's anyone else coming in to join us. So we'll just wait for other people to join us. We're expecting Harinder Mahal to come along. So for those who know, Harinder is the new cabinet member for culture and arts at Medway Council, so he'll be coming along to give us a talk. And if you've not met him, he's lovely. And to just give you an idea of how passionate he is about the arts, he came to visit me at Nucleus Arts not long after getting into power, that sounds wrong, into post. And he stayed with us for 4 hours on my 1 hour time slot that I'd put in, which was brilliant because he got to meet dozens of artists and chatted to loads and loads of people. And he's very, very passionate about the arts. He's also a photographer. So he creates as well, which is quite nice and different, I think, for those of us in Medway. So welcome to CartsCon, day 3. I know some of the people here have been here for all 3 days, which is amazing. Some of you haven't been here for all 3 days. Oh, hello. I was just singing your praises. So I'll just very quickly. So this is the 3rd day of the conference. A little bit of brief history about the conference. It was organised by Warnborough College for about 6 years, and they used to do it down in Canterbury, and they used to get a really nice following from around the world, but not very many people from Kent, and certainly not very many people from Medway. And then some of us from Medway went down and thought, this is incredible. And we spoke to Julian and said, Julian, please come up to Medway, and then we'll find you all the support and all the artists, and everybody would love to support it. And that's what's happened. We were very lucky to bring the conference up last year. It went really well. It was incredibly hot because we were in the Corn Exchange, which is the perfect place to book in November, which is when we booked it. And by July, it was so hot. I don't know if you remember the big industrial fans that had to be on, and then we had to switch them off when anyone wanted to talk. So it was great. But this year, we were really lucky that Ruth Herbert and her team at the University of Kent were really excited to hear about the conference and picked it up. So we're hoping that we'll be able to continue having the conference here with the university in partnership going forward. It's been an amazing event. We've had artists from, I think, about 30, 40 countries around the world. Yesterday alone, I was in a soap making workshop with a very famous soap maker, and there was people from 10 countries around that table, all making art together. And that's what it's about, sharing skills and ideas. So I will stop talking and I will pass over to our incredible new cabinet member for culture and arts and tourism. Is that right?
Almost there.
Something like that.
I'm also getting used to it myself. It's heritage, culture and leisure.
There we go. To welcome us to the day.
Thank you.
you, David. And I hope it's okay if I use some notes for me to get through this. Still getting used to the role. So thank you everyone for coming to the room today. For those who've travelled from Kent, across Kent, and actually probably some from much further than that, thank you so much and welcome to Medway. As portfolio holder for Heritage, Culture and Leisure, that's what it is, at Medway Council, I'm pleased to say a few words to open this third and final sector-focused day of the Kent International Arts Conference. Our aim for today is to support and really to celebrate the work of the creative sector across the county and to present opportunities for discussion, idea sharing and skills development. Now, as you might be aware, it's a new administration, so this is very much a new portfolio. It didn't exist in this guise before, so it does give across the idea of sort of how we're taking this seriously and how creative-led regeneration is really important for this new administration. And Medway Council are particularly pleased to be supporting this year's event based around arts, health and well-being. There is a huge amount of evidence locally and nationally pointing to the role of culture and creativity in supporting healthy, happy lives. Whether people participate in creative activities solo or as part of groups, the arts offer enormous benefits to our physical health and our general well-being. Creative activities across Medway build community, they break down patterns of isolation, and they support people to be active members of their communities and get the benefits of feeling a sense of belonging and pride in place. If I might add as well, a few years back when I was talking to council officers and they were trying to, and I was a new member, and they're trying to sell the idea of why the arts are so important, and I said, look, I'll just stop you here. As far as I'm concerned, all of that arts stuff, everything that you're talking about, I started very sort of started down here. I said, look, as far as I'm concerned, all of that stuff is the stuff that makes life worth living. So without it, I mean, I'm not sure where we'd be. So the role of the cultural sector in this respect is recognised within the priorities and focuses on our collectively written Creative Medway cultural strategy and within our work of our council services. I was pleased to hear health and wellbeing discussed as a focus of the creative sector at the annual Creative Medway Cultural Congress recently. Medway's cultural and creative sector has a very strong track record of work focused on arts, health and wellbeing. We have a host of local practitioners and organisations whose work focuses on collaboration with the health and voluntary sectors. I've just been hearing from David as well. And we saw this in particular in how the sector rallied to support those isolated, unwell and under pressure as part of the COVID-19 pandemic. So we're building on this strong track record. We're building on this strong track record by supporting the sector to develop an ambitious place partnership bid to the Arts Council England this year, which is focused on developing new techniques, programmes and support structures to improve the health and well-being of Medway individuals and communities with the greatest health inequalities through cultural participation. We're pleased to use this project to develop new and closer working relationships with national initiatives such as the Alliance for Health and Wellbeing and regional partners including East Sussex, who are speaking later on today's agenda. So I want to thank the sector, I want to thank you for the work that you do in supporting local people and communities to maintain their health and well-being. For those facilitating 50+ dance classes, creative writing sessions for people experiencing mental health difficulties and parent-child social art groups, to photography workshops for at-risk young people referred through children and adolescent mental health services. It's brilliant to bring those working in this space together. We're pleased to be able to help the sector to use their resources and skills in support of our local communities at moments that they need us most. And alongside the work, council services doing green spaces, adult education, culture and libraries, heritage, sport, child-friendly Medway, youth and public health teams, the work of the creative sector is vital to ensure we reach every member of our community in need of support, especially the case for young people and vulnerable people within our communities. So I want to say a huge thank you for the work everyone within this room does, and encourage those looking to make health and well-being a greater focus of practice to connect with the culture team at the council, and make use of the opportunities today to build relationships with funders and mentors. I look forward to meeting those of you that haven't met over the course of today, discussing how the work of the creative sector can continue to play a significant role in supporting health and wellbeing in Medway, Kent and beyond. Lastly, I want to say a huge thank you to our hosts at the Chatham Historic Dockyard. It's a fantastic place. If you haven't sort of taken time to walk around, please do. The Trust and the University of Kent, and to all our brilliant speakers today, we wish you all a useful and productive day. And just to add, sometimes I know when speaking off a script, some of it can come across as a bit insincere, but I honestly believe every single word I've just said to you. I really do think everything that we're discussing has an immense impact in terms of health and well-being. So off the script, I'm trying to say that as sincerely as possible, and even if I mess it up. So I honestly mean thank you so much for doing this. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Harinder. So just very quickly before I bring up our next two speakers, I forgot to mention our main organiser, Warnborough College. As I said, they organised the event. Today is their 50th anniversary. So normally this room would be packed with all of their artists and all of their creatives and lecturers and students and so on. But of course, they're all down in Canterbury having a big party today. So that's why we're not full of Warnborough people, and it's actually a real Medway focus today. Coming up next, I'd like to invite our incredible public health team, and they are incredible. I think everyone here has probably worked with them at some point or other. And we've got Scott and David, who would like to come on up, and I think your slides are on here. Let's see if I can get it to work. I don't need that one now. I'll load them both up ready.
Yep, so good morning everyone. Yes, Scott and I are going to do a double act, maybe sort of a bit Morecambe and Wise or Anton Deck, I'm not really sure, but we'll see how we go. So yeah, so I'm David Whiting. I am Deputy Director of Public Health at Medway Council. I've also got a couple of other roles. And I'm just going to talk to you about health and wellbeing in Medway. So I've done a presentation a bit like this several times over the last few months. And it's quite difficult to talk about all the different important aspects of health and wellbeing in Medway in about 15 to 20 minutes. So I'm not even going to pretend to try. I'm just going to pick up a few sort of key points. But these are the sorts of things that we need to be thinking about when we're thinking about health and well-being. There's mental and physical health. There's health across the life course. The different stages are very important. We've got morbidity and mortality, so sickness and death. We've got social care. We need to be thinking about the wider determinants of health. And then, really importantly, thinking about health inequalities. So I'm not going to be able to cover all of that in detail, but just pick out a few key issues. First one I want to start with is the relationship between deprivation and health outcomes. So this plot here shows you deprivation along the x-axis at the bottom. So that is a measure of how easy it is for people to access health services and other services, a measure of income, a measure of a number of different things put together. On the left-hand side, we have areas that are more deprived. On the right-hand side, less deprived. And each one of those dots there is a local authority in the country. So like Kent, like Medway, etc. Medway is that red dot. And you can see very clearly that areas that are less deprived have greater life expectancy. Areas that are more deprived, people die younger. So there's a very strong relationship here between deprivation and outcomes. So this tells us that if we really want to improve outcomes for people in the long term, we need to improve these wider determinants of health. So that's improve things like education, housing, access to services, etc. Jobs, the kinds of jobs people have, whether or not they have jobs. But there's a second important message that comes from this plot. That blue line is the line of best fit through the data. And that red dot is Medway. And you can see that Medway is below that blue line. And I've looked at this for a number of different years. I've looked at it for males and for females. Consistently, Medway is below that blue line. So remember that all of the local authorities to the left of that red dot are more deprived than Medway. And about half of them have a better life expectancy than Medway. So even though we have that level of deprivation, and that's influencing life expectancy in Medway and other health outcomes, there are other areas that are more deprived that have better outcomes than us. So there's more that we can do right now with our current level of deprivation. If we just think about some of the important causes of death, the top three that account for a very large proportion of the causes of death and also account for a large proportion of the difference in health outcomes between those who are most deprived and least deprived within Medway. The top three are cancers, circulatory diseases, so sort of heart-related, and respiratory diseases. In those cancers, about a quarter of them, the largest chunk is due to lung cancer, and most of that is related obviously to smoking. The next largest is bowel cancer. Circulatory diseases, about a third of those are due to ischemic heart disease, and a lot of that will be related to things like physical inactivity, smoking again, alcohol consumption, etc. And then respiratory diseases, about half of those are related to what's called chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, COPD, and a large proportion of that is again related to smoking. So smoking is a very important factor driving mortality within Medway. Looking at the other end of the life scale, looking at children under the age of 5. If we look at attendances to A&E in children under the age of 5, we can see that over the last 10 years, there's been a fairly steady increase year on year. There was this big drop here in 2021, obviously due to COVID, when access to hospitals changed quite dramatically. I've had a look at the mortality rates for under 5s through that time period. And when there was that big drop there was no change in the mortality for under 5s. So there's a very good chance that a lot of the children attending A&E are attending for reasons that are not necessarily terribly serious and could be dealt with elsewhere. So there's been that steady increase, and if we look at on the right-hand side there, we can see the wards, and those are the old wards before the changes for the most recent election. And if you look at the wards that have got the highest rates, most of them are, nearly all of them are in our sort of more deprived wards that are also fairly close to the hospital. And then if you look at the green ones at the bottom, you can see that those are our least deprived, or some of our least deprived wards, more affluent wards. But there's a second important message from that plot on the right-hand side. Even in those least deprived wards, the rate of A&E attendances now is still 50% higher than it was for the whole of Medway 10 years ago. So even in the least deprived wards, there's been an increase in A&E attendances in the children under the age of 5. And one potential reason for this could be the difficulty that I think we're all experiencing in accessing GP appointments. So earlier I spoke about smoking. This shows you the trend in the prevalence of smoking over the last 10 years or so. And you can see that there's been, Medway is this line here, you can see that there's been a steady decrease in the prevalence of smoking in Medway. And I think there's a large part due to the work that the public health team has been doing in Medway with the smoking cessation service we've been providing. And most of that drop has happened before the introduction of vaping. That drop, that fall from about 25% down to 15%, is equivalent to over 20,000 fewer smokers. So that's really significant. However, we still have inequalities in smoking prevalence. So the data on the right is from a survey that we did about a year ago in Medway, a proper household survey. And you can see that in some of our wards, again, some of the more deprived wards within Medway, we have a smoking prevalence rate that is more than 3 times higher than it is in the least deprived wards. So we've still got work to do to reduce the prevalence of smoking in some of our more deprived areas. The survey I talked about just now, in the survey we covered a number of different areas of health and well-being, including asking about social isolation. And again, this is for the old wards. We're going to reproduce the data for the new wards very soon. And this looks at this. If you look at social isolation across Medway, you can see that some of the areas with the highest levels of social isolation are again in our deprived areas, and that's some of our most densely populated areas. So you've got lots of people living close together but feeling socially isolated. And we know that there is a strong link between social isolation and health outcomes. The picture's a little more difficult to interpret for loneliness, which is different to being isolated. Again, the top ward is one of our more deprived areas, and so is the third. But Rainham South, which is the second most, or the ward with the second highest rates of reported loneliness, is one of our least deprived wards. So there's something a little bit more complex going on here with loneliness. But if we look at another aspect of loneliness, we can see overall, on the bottom right here, there is a general correlation with deprivation, so with higher rates in more deprived areas, and a big difference between males and females, so much higher rates of isolation in females compared to males, and also in the oldest age group. This year we are refreshing or creating a new joint local health and wellbeing strategy, which is a document that the NHS and Medway Council produced together to say how they're going to address health and wellbeing concerns within Medway. And part of that process included a number of engagement exercises with members of the public and people from different organisations. So part of that process included an online survey where we asked people what they thought are the most important issues for health and wellbeing within Medway, and a number of other questions relating to how to improve health and wellbeing. And these were the key themes that came out of that survey. People are increasingly recognising the importance of mental health. People talked a lot about access to services and to both health and care services. Interestingly, sleeping well came out as a really important feature that we hadn't really picked up on before as being really significant. A lot of people talked about excuse me, the importance of sleeping well and how they are struggling at the moment, like I am with hay fever. And then thinking about the factors that influence health and well-being, important issues were having enough money, clearly very important with the cost of living crisis that's going on at the moment, issues around job security and housing. We also conducted a separate survey with children and young people. And again, mental health came out as a very strong concern for children and young people. Connecting socially, being physically active is very important. It's good that young people are recognising the importance of being physically active. And also lots of concerns around having a healthy environment. And another piece of work we did was some focus group discussions with different groups. Thank you so much. Focus group discussions with a number of different key groups, either people who are often not heard, where the voices are often not heard, or people with from particular groups. So including homeless men, rough sleepers and sex workers, clients from Imago, social prescribing organisation, some parish councillors, and members of the armed forces from the barracks. These focus group discussions gave us some really rich detail, an opportunity to explore issues in more detail with people to find out what was important for them. And there were several key themes that came out. Again, access to health and wellbeing services, very important for people. Integrating health and wellbeing into the local community, and this is sort of relates, I think, to some of the work that we're talking about today. So not just having health being something that the NHS does, but bringing it more into the community so that it becomes more integrated and becomes something that everybody can contribute to. And strong social support networks. Final thing I'd like to talk about is something that we are very pleased that we're starting here in Medway. The National Institute for Health and Care Research is a big funder of research in NHS organisations, but they've recognised that about 80% of what influences health and wellbeing outcomes happens outside of health services. So they're now starting to fund work in local authorities to get local authorities to do research on health and wellbeing, or ways to improve health and wellbeing. Only 13 local authorities in the country have been funded in the first round. We are the only one in the southeast at the moment, and only one of two in the whole of the south of England. This is going to provide us with the capacity over the next 5 years for Medway Council to conduct research into improving health and wellbeing, to find out what things the council can do differently, working with partners in the third sector to make Medway a better place for better outcomes for residents. So that could include things like something related to planning, something related to arts and culture. So we're working with the arts and culture team on the bid that David mentioned earlier. This is a really exciting opportunity for Medway. Part of that work has involved doing what's called a social network analysis. That we're still just finalising the data collection, and we'll be doing the more formal analysis in the near future. But this is a preliminary output from that work. And this is where we went out to third sector organisations to ask them about what research they have done over the recent period, asked who they've worked with, and what research they might like to do in the future. And this is starting to show already that Medway has a very strong arts sector, or arts and health and wellbeing sector. So this is potentially a very exciting piece of work. And I think that's my last slide. Oh, yeah, just to say, we have lots of data on our JSNA website, including the information from the survey that I talked about earlier. Thank you.
Should we do questions after Scott? Yep, so we'll do questions after Scott's given his presentation, because it's incredible work. I love the fact Nuclear Starts has its own blog on the social. So, hand over to Scott.
Thanks everyone. So I'm Scott. I should probably declare I'm a jock. I'm a gym instructor by trade, sporty person. So I'm really channeling the other half of the creative brain. Luckily I've got two daughters who are artists, so they're getting me there. So David does a lot of the clever stuff, does a lot of kind of data analysis, all the really important strategy stuff. And that's probably describe my role in the team as doing some more of the doing. So I'm going to talk through some of the doing projects that we're doing. And there's a couple of projects that wider team members are doing as well. So I'll be less able to answer too many specific questions, but hopefully there's enough detail on the screen. And the reason talking about it is to kind of to keep amplifying the point that how we can use art, creative, culture to improve health and well-being, and there's some really practical examples, and hopefully as you can see what we've implemented, and it gives you potentially gives you an idea of some of the steps gone from idea to actually evaluation and measuring and reporting the outcome. In terms of some of the work that I do, I am the obesity healthy weight lead for the council, for the system, for Medway. So I chair the Medway Healthy Weight Network, and within that group there's subgroups, so Medway Food Partnership and Physical Activity Alliance. Now the good thing with something like that is arts and creative culture runs throughout all of these things. It can do, it's about food, there's an incredible amount of artistry that goes into certain food. The cultural celebrations we have at many events is all about food. I sometimes bulk at some of the calories that might go in some of the cultural foods, but that is that's by the by. But Physical Activity Alliance, we have some incredible dance agencies that are part of our alliance. All of these entities, I welcome you all to come and join. Everyone, these are open access. We fully believe in the power of networks. I heard a great speaker, educated at Medway by the way, Chief Executive of Coventry City Council, and he said the words partnerships. Start anywhere, follow them everywhere. And I think that's a real kind of good network. So putting like-minded people in a room together, good things can happen. So all of these groups are for like-minded people. I also chair the Medway and Swale Social Prescribing Strategy Group. I'll talk about social prescribing in a second. The team and we coordinate the Medway Social Isolation Alliance. I now sit on the Medway and Swale Health Inequalities Board. So the NHS is a very complicated system. Some of you might have heard of PCTs in the past and whatever in the past. Whatever you think it will know now, it'll probably change in 3 or 4 years. But that's not a problem, because what we try and do is we try and stay consistent and work with the people implementing the services. So Medway and Swale Health and Care Partnership, which is the place-based bit of the NHS, is a really important entity, and they've got some really good strands of work happening at the moment. I'm sure many of you are involved in some of those subgroups. I also sit on the Tide Oversight Board, and that's chaired by our boss, James Williams, Director of Public Health, and that's fundamentally a group mandated by the NHS to tackle health inequalities at ethnicity level. There's certain health outcomes. David talked about deprivation being a real key determinant, but ethnicity is another one, obviously. So how can we use that? And arts and culture activities could play a huge role in addressing that unfair inequality. And we also coordinate the Medway Go Whole Activity Food Programme, championed by the legend that is Marcus Rashford. All this happens across the country now, and you'll see in a second how we utilise arts and creative culture throughout that. So, a couple of projects. So this one, Be Kind to Your Mind campaign. So this is about mental well-being. So this is probably the most obvious area we think arts creativity. Our first speaker talked about it today. What would world be like without it? We'd be pretty sad, wouldn't we, if we didn't have this sort of thing. So mental well-being and arts is absolutely hand in hand. Hopefully everyone leaves the cinema thinking, oh, that was good, or they feel some form of emotion. And the aim was to encourage people to be kind to their mind through adopting the 5 ways to well-being: connect, give, take notice, etc., etc. Oh, there they are. Learn, give. And they raised awareness of the 5 ways and engaged the community with the campaign Medway, Be Kind to Your Mind, in an interactive way. They learned and shared, showcased how people maintain their mental well-being despite having mental or physical illness or high levels of stress. So it was very targeted to people on a spectrum of that sort of condition. And it worked with people with homelessness and other status where that's possibly driving that low mental well-being state. So we work with public health team work with Porchlight, Live Well, Culture Team, Medway Library, Sure Start, just to really emphasise the point that David showed on there. All this stuff always works better in partnership. We had 2 commission artists deliver the projects and a freelance project coordinator, Lucy, some of you may know, and she supported every project, and Chatham Library was used as a host venue for the drawing. So, a great example of just one project that we worked on. Suicide prevention. So there's a program called the Baton of Hope. So this is a national program, but we're very much leading at a local level. Especially Design Baton will tour the UK towns in 2 cities for a 2-week period, June to 6th of July, and it finished its journey in Westminster. The aim is to raise the profile of breaking down that stigma around suicide, to encourage people to talk about mental health issues. So this is the kind of the more extreme end of that mental well-being spectrum. It's not touring in the towns in our area, but it will. There's some work happening at the Pentagon Centre, and it eventually ended up in July, I think, which is next week. Hopefully, some of you are going. Social prescribing. I mentioned social prescribing. So social prescribing, we do a whole slide deck on social prescribing, and we said it's a great opportunity for the system. I don't believe it's the panacea to solve all the problems that the NHS has, which many people would claim. And this is just one quote taken from one. This isn't quote text, this lady. But for our social prescribing programme, and in Medway and Swale, because we work across Medway and Swale on this footprint, we have almost 50 link working social prescribers. So you might hear them called social prescribers, you might hear them called link workers, you might hear them called care navigators. We have over 50 full-time equivalent, nearly 50 full-time equivalent link workers. So that's very, very different to even 6 years ago, 7 years ago. We might not even had one in Medway or Swale. So now we've got almost 50, and this is to reflect the fact it's really difficult to recruit, certain primary care professionals like GPs and nurses. So appreciation that actually we don't need another 1,000 GPs. We just need some staff that we can do it. And David talked about the fact that certain people have challenges that aren't necessarily related to their health. And the link worker, the basic conversation of link worker is a conversation about what matters to me. So what matters to you? That's the question we ask and that conversation we have. And I'm a very simplistic person in my brain, as I said, I'm a jock. And for me, success of a social prescribing intervention is leaving somebody with a smile on their face at a creative cultural session. That's it, because we've gone through the whole process. All matters to them. We understood that's what they want to do. I enjoyed that badminton when I was young, so I'd like to get back into that. And leaving someone at Medway Badminton Association with a smile on their face, with a racket in their hand, is the successful intervention. Because in order to get to that step, you've gone through lots of processes. That person might have had something extreme like agoraphobia, or just a little bit lonely and lost their partner recently, or any other reasons at any age profile. So social prescribing is there as an opportunity, and there's certain bits of the system which are trying to pull together to really try and make it easy for the three critical stages, which is often a GP or healthcare professional identifying someone's got a challenge, referring to the link worker who has a really good conversation about what matters to them, and then that social prescription into a community service. Now, without arts, cultural, community, sporting, physical activity opportunities existing, that doesn't happen. So, it's a bit like having I always envisage it like a car manufacturer. It's all well and good having a car factory producing cars. You haven't got a showroom to show them off in, or you haven't got someone to sell them. It's pointless. We have to think about that whole chain. This is where individual artists come into it and activities. Related to that, we received some Interreg funding, so European funded projects for our own social prescribing program. We ran our own social prescribing link working program. We don't do that anymore because there's so many of them. We don't need to. We just sort of help coordinate the system. But we had a Better Connected funding. So what we did, again, straight away we recognised the opportunity. So we worked with one of our many very good community organisations, so Secured Community Shop, and a young mum suffered from postnatal depression. Went into their chatty corner and started taking part in some creative activities. So it just goes to reinforce social isolation and loneliness isn't for people that are in their 70s and 80s and lost a loved one, sitting at home. It's some of our young parents, potentially some of our most isolated groups, particularly with such a transient community and society we have now. Get moved from one area to the next. I don't know anyone. Yeah, I live close to someone because I'm in a tower block or in a housing estate, really close, but actually we really live in a very different world, don't we? Hello. So yeah, Better Connected community grant funding has really, really helped. And there is other community grant funding that still exists. And again, I think there's a session at the end of the day whereby we're going to be talking about some of those funding pots. So there is the Involving Medway and Swale funding pot. We've released some of our own ones as well. So these small grant funding can really, really help create activities. And this is another one that we've done. So our summer tea dance. And this was in celebration of Loneliness Week and obviously trying to do something about national loneliness. And we work with our great community at Jasper's Community Cafe, and they're running that summer tea dance. And again, the audience was quite a mixed bag of people, and we try and sort of seed fund some of those creative activities because this is really, dancing is obviously got a fantastic asset because not only are they moving, but they're also connecting and laughing and learning a new skill at the same time. And I want to say that we also practice what we preach. So we did our own staff survey. So we're working at Medway Council, Gun Wharf, lovely green carpet that we've got there. Really nice place to work. But when we did our own staff survey, because obviously we care about our people, this time last summer, and then we analysed the dates, and actually people work in our offices, one of the biggest issues we identified, one of our top 3 problems as a public health team was loneliness and isolation in their own workforce. Just kind of reinforcing that. So obviously digital home working is a bit of a contributor to that. So we're running our own staff craft sessions once a month. We're doing new activities. I think we're learning to stitch next week. I think these were making birthday cards. throughout. So it just goes to reinforce that from a workplace health perspective, we could really look after our own people and again use the creative sector to really help tackle certain issues. We run our own workplace health program, so we provide free support to any workplaces that want to improve the health and well-being of their workforce. So if you are an employer or your partners or friends or families employer, particularly a big organisation, just because we can have a bigger impact, a bigger organisation, but we work with small 1, 2 and 3 people bands. We provide a workplace health program whereby we identify those health and wellbeing needs. It may well be you've got a group of workers and they're all smoking. We can support with that smoking cessation. Might be loneliness and isolation, might be physical activity. And people keep asking, where's the catch? What's the catch workplace health program? There is no catch. We're funding that public health grant. We improve the health of the workforce, has a multitude of benefits, and it's a great setting. So have a look at our workplace health program if you're an employer and you want to work your way towards a platinum award celebration. And I mentioned Medway Go, so I didn't have to do very much clicking on this. I clicked on Medway Go. This is our whole activity food program. So we are just in prime season recruiting for the summer. Again, this was the Marcus Rashford fantastic piece of work, champion and lobby in Parliament, and it got approved. And we run 4 weeks worth of support in the summer, a week in Easter and a week at Christmas, so 4 hours, 4 days per week across those courses. And it's free for anyone on benefits related free school meals, so 5 to 17-year-olds, any school-aged child, and we have a special, we have a little bit of leniency around inclusion for some of those groups, and we have a particular kind of focus on SEND children, special educational needs children, and we provide particular activities for them. But when I just clicked on the homepage, I'm just going to do a quick print screen. Look how many creative activities are just linked on there. No, it's not all about physical activity and sport. Didn't even try. Just press print screen and then copy and paste it into there. And if you went through, we do a quality assurance, so we take it in turns. I always volunteer for Ninja Warrior, but I'm never allowed to go to Ninja Warrior. They don't let me in. But the one I did go to was amazing, up at Woodlands in Easter, and I just watched these group of young people learning a dance routine with a fantastic tutor, so patient, and I just thought that wouldn't have happened without Marcus Rashford and all those kind of things that happen. It was such a good celebration of just watching these people who, I'm not going to be rude, they probably haven't danced very much in their time, in their life, but it was just learning a brand new skill, smiles, faces, sweat coming off them, and then halfway through they had a bit of a break, lunch come and got served, and then 2 o'clock they went home and hopefully went home with a smile on their face, telling mum, dad, parents, grandparents, all the good stuff they learnt that day. So we really, really want to get as many 8 creative activities. The best picture, I didn't put it on there, is oh no, it's not that one. We've got a picture of one activity where there's a group of kids on yoga mats next to a llama farm in Peninsula. Now, who'd have thought that would happen anytime soon? And then the last little plug before I wrap up, I want to talk about training and development. So one of the challenges, particularly around social prescribing as well, is if I've left that person in Medway Badminton Association with a smile on their face, but actually the reason that person's come forward for a social prescription is they've often got a mental health need, often got a physical or mental health need. So there might be some dementia that's kicked in, might have lower back pain, they might be really overweight, they might have some stress and anxiety. We run a whole plethora of free training to professionals and volunteers and champions, such as mental health first aid, such as how to have difficult conversations about weight, such as how to support people through making every contact count. Lots of that sort of behavioural insight training. So if you go onto our portal and click on it, we'll see we've got master classes on drugs and alcohol, sexual health, talking about weight, physical activity, debt advice, mental health and wellbeing, loneliness, bereavement and loss. So that just provides that little bit of confidence that the facilitator, Medway Badminton Club or local creative arts section, they do that. Actually, I do know how to support that person a bit better. I know where my professional boundaries are and where they aren't. I know where I can signpost to certain services. So anyone wants free training, again, people ask where's the catch? No catch. The more we teach our community members, the more our residents will be supported. So the portal's really easy to use. Just click on keyword and you'll find it, and we run training all through the year. And I think that's me.
Thank you very much, Scott. And I mean, we've been very lucky to work a lot with the public health team, and they have been brilliant. One of the things that I think a lot of us realised was during COVID, just how important we were as arts organisations, but how great it was to work with public health to find funding and opportunities. And sorry, I was talking for and all those incredible things that really built some alliances and links across, which is still carrying on today. Do we have any questions for David or Scott? Oh, Fiona.
Just a comment, really. Well, not just a comment, but it's really fantastic to see this presentation, and I think as the creative sector, being able to see presentations like this that sit outside our sector, knowing that we're building these partnerships is really, really valuable. I think there's just one thing that I wanted to bring into the conversation, and it's not directed purely at the two of you, but just to think about through the day. I'm currently chair of Creative Medway, and I come from a background in theatre which suffered drastically through COVID. Lots of professions did, but one of the things that came up and that I'm aware of here is how we protect and look after the mental health and well-being of creative practitioners doing this work, and that's a possible joint piece of work going forward, because you don't train in that, but you're the place quite often that hears the very first conversations of somebody in crisis over making a card or doing whatever. So I sat in a meeting during COVID where the rallying cry was, we need more mental health first aiders in our sector. And I was like, can we just log that comment? Because we need to be intervening a stage before that in a way. So it's just a comment, but just thinking about how we look after the well-being of the creative sector as well would be an interesting piece of work for us to develop with you as the creative sector.
And we're very happy to provide mental health first aid training, as say, and work out the steps. So yeah, let us know, and we can, although we're running training, you'll find it advertised. If you had a big enough group of people, and I'm not saying 50 people, we would happily lay on purposeful training, because the thing that threatens our services more than anything else is lack of access to people. That's often where a voluntary sector come into, because actually they provide that access. Because I turn up with a Medway Council badge and people frown very quickly. But if we turn up under the banner of one of the creative cultural section, or a voluntary organisation, or a faith group, we're often welcomed in. Oh, it's okay, they're with us. Oh, good, we're in.
I think the classic example of that's Carnival this weekend. We had 24,000 people down in Chatham in our Carnival, and it was wonderful to have your team down there. And I think you were really busy all day, like you seemed to be when I was running around. So people do want to access.
We weren't as busy as you, but we were.
Oh, I don't know. I was watching the shows, but it means that it's one of those ways of getting people in. People come in for the fun, and then while you're here, which is amazing. Dottie, I think you had your hand up.
Yeah, hi everybody, I'm Dottie Alexander. I know a lot of your faces. I work for Arts Council England, but there's some elements I want to flag. So later we will be presenting around our funding streams. Throughout today, we've got one-to-one slots if you want to book in with Susanna Hodder to have a conversation about this area of work and how it progresses. And I will present later Arts Council stamps on our Creative Health and Wellbeing Plan. But I also want to flag that I was lucky enough to be seconded last couple of years to the National Academy for Social Prescribing. And we funded 37 projects nationally looking at new models and approaches for social prescription. And there's a huge wealth of learning there, but exactly that consideration as to how we support collectively across the sector all health and learning patterns for creatives to get involved. Two things I want to flag is the sense of brave spaces rather than safe spaces. And there's accreditation and training. The National Youth Theatre of Great Britain are leading on this currently around the enablement of support in a holistic, considerate approach, recognising that no space can be truly safe when somebody is in crisis. And considering lived experience, that's a consideration in practice. And of course, we're always keen to look at safeguarding around the development of this work and how creative practitioners can be supported by the mesh that the health services and the public health teams can enable. So to hear this morning is just phenomenal. I will be on a stall with my colleague Claire Horton, who's also in the room, giving you a wave. And that consideration as to what the future holds around this agenda and funding, absolutely, we can have a conversation. There's also a national conversation happening around data and the enablement of the work that you are doing to evidence back to government. We fund the National Centre for Creative Health, and we fund the Culture, Health and Wellbeing Alliance to support you to demonstrate back nationally the importance and the relevance of what you're doing and researching and evidencing that. And we of course work with researchers where we can align you with a researcher to come and support your practice, evaluate it and demonstrate the commitments. So that conversation would be had as well, but I just wanted to throw that into the air. Nice to meet you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Right, oh, yes. Brian?
Thank you very much. I'm not used to seeing that kind of information, and I found it really extraordinary and very, very powerful. My sort of question really, or sort of, well, perhaps more of a comment, is that as an arts practitioner, we can be involved in very specific objectives, yes, but we can also be doing things that we don't necessarily even know we're doing. And it's how to bridge that gap, and it's an aspect of support, I think, similar to yours, of how people who are doing the right kind of things, but maybe doing it without the context and without the connection that your evidence so powerfully puts forward, how we can move towards a better linking of those aspects. I mean, clearly there's brilliant work being done by people who know what they're doing, but there's also quite good work being done by people who don't know what they're doing in that sense. And coming from Canterbury, which I feel is less, what's the right word, less organically synthesised than the Medway, this is a particular issue, I think, for many artists that I know who are doing the right kind of work but don't feel the kind of sense of being within a structure in some ways.
I think that's a brilliant point, and it's so funny when I hear about social prescribing, and I'd love to go back in a little time machine and get a GP from 25, 30, 40 years ago, and when they actually had time and the skill set to sit there and say, oh, what matters to you, so-and-so, because social prescribing is a new term, it's not new science, is it? It's, no, sitting down with someone, having time and understanding what matters to them and working through. Same with the term, we use it in training, motivation interviewing. Motivation interviewing is basically being a good neighbour. It's happened for, hundreds and thousands of years. I love the fact these new labels, and I think those people that go out and do this great piece of work, doing it ignorantly, not in a kind of negative way, but are just doing this stuff is so powerful and so untapped. But how do we release some of the capacity and resource within a system to upscale that is a real critical thing, and I think some of the stuff that Doug's talked about and some of the work we do in the social programming strategy will hopefully see that, and artists will go, oh yeah, I'm doing this fantastic piece of work, and it can be given a nice fancy term, and ideally for us it's doing it a little bit more regularly particularly for the target audience that we need to reach, because one of the challenges around making a health service better is you widen health inequality. So actually what we really need to do is everything that we do over the next few years really needs to be targeted to some of the groups that David was showing there, so we don't effectively make worried well people even healthier, and the gap gets bigger.
May I ask, is there link workers in the room today? Social prescribers? No.
There's some interesting work so Scott and I have had lots of conversation about social prescribing, and I always say to you, your analogy with the cars, I think it's almost the wrong way round, in that we've got the showrooms and we've got the salesmen, but what we haven't got is the factories, and the factories aren't getting the money, and we're the factories as the artists providing activities. So Scott, is it allowed to mention that?
Yeah, why not?
Funding. So Scott has managed to secure for a pilot quite a chunk of money to actually pay for people who are doing social prescribing. So it's not a lot of money, but it's something that if you're running an activity, we will soon be able to access a small amount of funding for those people coming in. But it is a pilot, so one of the issues that we have as a industry is that we are probably not taken seriously properly by those above. They understand that they work, and they understand that we do amazing stuff, but it's really hard to fund those activities at the moment. And I know Scott and the public health team are really, really keen on tackling that. And lots of exciting work's going on around that in Medway as well, isn't it? So
yeah, because you're competing, from a health service perspective, you're competing against massive conglomerate drug companies who have got evidence, confidence intervals coming out of our ears, and the evidence of effectiveness for every single group, and they can say, if you do this, you'll get Y. And artists, physical activity providers, community providers, we're not in that space. You can't create that kind of thing. There's too many factors involved. We haven't got the time to do these closed trials. So, as David's pointed out, so David and myself, we've been very critical of our own, approach to social prescribing, because all these link workers being created hasn't followed with the capacity downstream. It hasn't followed up with more community activities. We know COVID's been very unkind, austerity's been very unkind to the charitable community sector, and it could just be Ron's knitting club on a Tuesday morning, or Sally's walking club on a Thursday afternoon, or my favourite, the Bulgarian folklore group on a Tuesday in Rochester. We've got a Bulgarian folklore group. Wouldn't it be amazing to see that full every Tuesday? But there's no money that goes into that. So I'm a GP, I'm a link worker saying you should go and do that. That's great, let's go and do that. So what we've engineered, and this is a criticism nationally of the social prescribing model, so we've identified £240,000 of local money, public money, and we want to invest that into prescriptions. So it's an actual prescription. So a social prescription comes from a link worker who identifies it, it's the Bulgarian folklore group, it's the right thing to me, and that follows up with a £10, £20, £30 one-off payment. And if that Bulgarian folklore provider pays the heating bill with that £30, so be it. If they pay £20 against a new tuber, so be it. So we've got a year's worth of funding to get the model established, get that transactional bit, and the only catch is you've got to tell us if that person attends, and are they attending that 6 weeks later? Because if their attendance, that says a lot, and then we're going to bring an independent evaluation provider, just do a little bit of sample testing to kind of go out and speak to, say, 10% of people that go through that process, do a wellbeing score at the start, wellbeing score at the end, and then there's our data, which will be in much better than position than we're in now. And hopefully, worst case scenario, gives a couple of £100,000 into a sector that could really benefit from it.
To just flag as well, when Ideas Test came into concept around the Creative People and Places programme that's in this area, it's been running 9 years now, we've invested 3.4 million into it. They worked with the health provision to declare 6 ways to wellbeing, the 6th way being creativity, and the implementation momentum of that and the consideration that this area is forward thinking, in progress. I would hate to lose some of those great snapshots of moments that was social prescribing, but before that movement has been labelled it in the various terms it's come with. And I also wonder how we're dovetailing with occupational therapy, with wider service provisions. In terms of the National Academy for Social Prescribing, they are looking at the root of the whole community approach. And it echoes exactly your slides of that mapping and the consideration of what's happening around CBSFE, but equally, there isn't a magic wand around financing and sustaining this, but if that evidence drive and the model can be further informed, then there's likelihood of doors to be opened at a national level. And of course, we've still at Arts Council got strong relations with the head of personalised care at the NHS and the developments that they're going through at the minute. So that whole consideration that what you're doing at the grassroots level, whether you know it or not, and how we can enable you to recognise this is the beauty of what you're doing, to be able to feed that back, absolutely. That's the conversations we should be having, but not only with funding, across the piece.
So several people now mentioned or talked about evidence and the importance of evidence. So I mentioned earlier about the HDRC, the Health Determinants Research Collaboration. This will provide us with a vehicle.
Sorry, again, HDRC?
HDR, Health Determinants Research Collaboration. Sorry.
Thank you.
Right. So this will provide us with the vehicle, the capacity for the council to lead on research across Medway. But we recognise a lot of that research will happen in partnership with the people of Medway and with the voluntary sector. So we will have the capacity to support the conduct of research projects. So if we have a conversation and there's something that you're doing that we think could be turned into a research idea, we will have the team that will be able to then write a bid to try and get research funding to test that idea. And if it's something that we can do without the need for extra funding, something where we just need to come up with a design and then we can implement it within existing resources, then we can do that. The HDRC, the Health Determinants Research Collaboration, is a collaboration between Medway Council and the University of Kent. So we have colleagues from the University of Kent as part of our team. They are all based in Canterbury, so you said you're in Canterbury. The work that will be funded to do will be to change the culture in Medway Council, but there's no reason why we can't do research projects that span across other areas. And given that you're in Canterbury and our colleagues are based in Canterbury, there may be the possibility of doing a joint research project that's partially conducted in Medway, partially conducted in Canterbury. So I think we have a really exciting opportunity over the next few years to build up the evidence base for some of the work that you're doing and how it improves health and well-being.
And I'd just like to add to that, don't forget you can go directly to researchers as well. We do. So the reason we're all here today in this room is because Nucleus was talking to Ruth, who runs the school here, about some work around social prescribing and measurements and so on, and we told her at the conference and she got very excited and wants to build those relationships. So there is a demand. The researchers want data and they want projects and they want access to people and they want to do these things. So we have that. So we've got something they want. You've all heard me banging on about the evaluation matrix that we're working on and the language we're working on. Well, that's going to MVA now, it's going to the NHS now. And we're working with the ICB on working out what the information the NHS needs from us so they can do what's called the health economics, so that we can send them data for Jeff, who's come to us for a year and this is his improvement score. What data do they need to work out how many fewer GP appointments has Jeff had, so that they can say, well, that person has saved X hundreds of pounds for the NHS. And then that gives us more evidence when we're applying for funding of the impact of what we do. Fiona, sorry.
Yes, it's just really great to hear some of these conversations and some of this work. I know Wendy and Holly, I can see you. We talked about that evidence impact, didn't we, in Congress and how we move that forward. And I just wanted to kind of flag that the Cultural Compact model is a really good intermediary model between these things, and very aware of this tide turn via Medway Council actually of flipping things on its head. I think one of the other things that came up in our Congress event was around value and longevity for the creative sector. I can see the work that this will do in terms of our value, similarly possibly to the way Creative Partnerships worked in the past, in that really elevated what creative practitioners could earn as being considered experts in their field. And I think one of the things that we struggle from, and it's not just the creative sector, but that project kind of funding and writing another funding application to whatever. The majority of the creative sector are earning under £20,000 a year. So, and that's predominantly freelance work. So just thinking about what that kind of longevity takes out of the stress and value equation for everybody, including how it benefits the public health sector, would be a really interesting piece of work to look at and something that came out of Congress.
Are there any more questions? Do we still have a bit of time?
I've just got one for you. Can you tell me what about Rainham South is? It just sounded.
Where's Rainham South? It's the bit on the river. It's the bottom, Lower Twiddle, isn't it? So underneath Twiddle, Lower Rainham Road.
It's
Oh no, I've got it. I've got that the other way around.
Mears Court Estate.
They are, all the ward boundaries are changing because of bits and bobs, but yeah, that is an interesting one. We talked about it yesterday actually. We were talking to one of the faith group leaders over in Rainham, and it is interesting to see some of the real differences between what is effectively a number of streets, isn't it?
Yeah.
We saw another really weird anomaly we didn't pick up as well. Smoking prevalence. So you expect smoking prevalence in Chatham and Gillingham North to be a bit higher, but there was a Strood ward, wasn't there, particularly high. It's like, wait,
Strood West.
yeah, and it wasn't Strood West. It was a bit of an anomaly. But okay, so we need to go and speak to the primary care. That's why the data and the survey work's been really helpful for us to really drill down and say where are there localised challenges. There might be a workplace. It might be certain things that are driving it. So now we know we can hopefully tackle the problem.
I think Sophie's got a question at the back.
It's not so much a question, I was just saying that people mention what life is like without art. And I just wanted to say there's a strapline to the Artists Union England, which is life without art is brutality.
That's very true. Brilliant. Well, thank you very much. So, just going to set up for the next talk. So our put it on the slide sheet and look professional. Hello, Kathy. Oh, perfect timing. So our next session is a roundtable discussion, which Catherine will be chairing. So we'll just set up the chairs. Just a few things for everyone to know, because I'm not very professional. We're not expecting any fire alarms today. If they are, you go outside. Toilets are well signposted. This conference has been done on a shoestring, so in terms of food and drink and so on, if you want those, there are the cafes around. So, sorry, there is a tap. So if you've got a bottle, we can fill up your water. We're not expecting Tom Cruise to coming on a helicopter today either. Sorry. Yeah. So we will set up. So if you want to take a break for 5 minutes, and then we will be back in 5 minutes.
All right. Yeah. I'm so sorry to miss this.
I'd love to have heard it.
It's been a lovely day. I mean, unfortunately, because it's Warnborough's 50th anniversary today, a lot of the international will bring out to Canterbury for that. So it's very late for us. But it wasn't up. Yes, I said to you yesterday I was in a workshop and there were artists from 10 different companies sat on one table. And it was just, this is how it should be. But having the conversations team
They had a lovely time.
I need to talk to you about Fun Palace, because we have our Science and Art Festival in October.
It's really started to come together. If you're doing this, we could be doing that.
Anytime you want to engage with stuff, so we want people to bring. And the other thing I need to talk to you about, really, is we've always wanted to do a digital municipal gallery in Medway. And we've been chatting to a researcher from UCL who also works with University of Kent. And he is doing some brilliant work with the University of Kent in the Apprentice Threes. He did VR poster sessions and things like that, about where you can create a VR. It's Lynn's husband, so it's always described. That's not very helpful. But I'll talk about because there would be an amazing collaboration there to create an online arts gallery for Medway, because they've already digitised the permanent collection. So they had a project during COVID to digitise that. We can digitise a whole load of modern contemporary artists collections and create an incredible online, until we get our own big gallery, our own online one. And I know Ed from the library is listening to Yeah, so I've got 5 magic chairs here. So they're the magic chairs. So I think there's only 2. One.
Four panelists and me.
And so that's fine. Obviously, there's a couple of chairs.
Where's one of them?
All those skills you've got, all that
Yeah, Brian's there.
Miriam's
there. Miriam's there. Is Brian? Helen,
case study in how not
Jeremy. Sorry. Let me go and see from Susanna whether Jeremy's arrived.
reinvented myself a bit, taking art history into
Let's do my best.
And actually now, maybe it doesn't guarantee it. Oh, that's right, yes,
Yeah,
Well, we should,
you know, there's lots of ways to figure out.
actually, to set up an art forum in Canterbury for practitioners to really
No, exactly. And I think I had an email from Shijun, probably months ago now. That's sort of
Sandra Drew's still involved. Yeah, she's not all that hard.
And she's doing nature.
And
Here's
she's
the work
had lots of work focused
all right, okay.
7 days a week.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure how he does it. We were working on a big bit of decisions on
Yeah, I mean, I'm not an artist.
All right, okay.
Yeah, but in the end, some of these things are
You're very welcome.
They'll be meeting the 18th.
Switch this off.
Hopefully we'll have a person enough. So I'm now getting to the point where moving from developing. Nice to meet you. Hi. You took happy meeting from the audience, haven't you?
Yes, midway up. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So you work with Chris?
Yes.
We have a project together, Widershins.
Oh, yes.
It's our first event, Jim said.
Yeah, we do.
And we're off and running. Yeah.
I was looking today, we were actually talking a friend about yeah, of course. Is that okay?
Well, it's I think from a very, very good conversation I had with her, she was just saying, yeah, just make it drink. Like the content and then so you're involved in the short?
Would you want water or coffee?
Oh, just water would be lovely.
Oh, is it? Right.
Yes, that's quite
Because I did, you know, from other things.
Right.
That was the one that Ross liked. And there's quite a big section on short.
So if I could ask everyone to start taking their seats, please.
I mean, it's really good to be for us to notice.
And likewise.
Sorry. Yeah, we do feel we've got lots to offer, you know.
You have. Well, actually, you know, art, archive and archaeology are quite close to the mix for getting people in. Sorry, where do you want us to sit? Is the right table?
Yeah, if you're right with that.
It's all a bit cosy, isn't it?
Let's try to look like a set. Hello, hi.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, yeah.
Brilliant. I don't know anything about the work, but I'm sure I'd love to find out. You're based in Rochester, aren't you?
Yeah, great. So I think we should
I mean, I've seen it in general.
Jeremy's right by the door there.
No, that's fine. Let's move up this way.
Come up that way.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
to move up.
yeah.
I see. Sorry. Everybody round.
No,
Yeah, I think we need to try and talk about heritage because your perspectives will be really different. Yes.
And when people introduce themselves and their names, if they could just pause slightly, because we finger spell names,
Of course.
each letter's finger spelled, so it just takes a bit of so I know when people start.
So if we can all talk one at a time, and after your name, just pause for a moment.
Yeah. David, sorry. Right. David, are you doing a general intro? Very cramped.
Just wondering if these tables
I wish we were recording this, because I'd like to write notes, I can't concentrate on writing anything.
it's impossible, isn't it? Yeah.
It's got harder.
Sorry, everybody. The room's a little bit cosy for a round table, but we will do our best because we're the creative sector, and that's what we do, isn't it? We make the best of what we've got. and we will try and move some of these
You all right?
these desks later. So
There's still a lot of people in the
Circle the wagons.
I think the idea that people wouldn't need coffee at this time is possible.
It's a bit chilly at the back.
Lecture theatres are amazing. The weirdness of
it's Dulcie chatting, so we all have to be nice to her. That's the thunder. So if I could just welcome Catherine Richardson, who is the co-director of the Institute of Creative and Cultural Industries at the University of Kent, who will be leading our roundtable on creative heritage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. Sorry about the shape of the room, which really isn't ideal, but we'll do our best. So we've got a really interesting range of speakers, but the point of this is for us to get the conversation started and then for people to ask questions. So we are going to try succinctly to draw out some of these issues around what heritage is, what creative practice around heritage might be, and what we could be doing together if we thought about this in terms of next steps. So I've told them what the questions are as a way of as a way of preparing and to try to be succinct. I think we're going to try and do a definition of heritage, which is also an introduction to the person speaking. So I'm sensing the answer is to start at this end.
Yeah, go on.
Thank you. What's heritage?
Hello everybody. So I'm Jeremy Clark. I'm Education Officer for Medway Council's Heritage Team. I'm based at the Guildhall Museum in Rochester. I work throughout Medway Council's heritage sites. Heritage can be all kinds of things, but I think essentially it's about belonging. So when we think about history, we ask ourselves, do I agree? When we think about heritage, we say, is it mine? And that is absolutely at the forefront of everything I do as a heritage educator, as a teacher, especially because I work with so many young people within the local area. I've been in post for a long time, and throughout we have always had, whatever the context, whatever the theme, we've always focused very much on how does this relate to our part of the world, what we share here in Medway. And for me, that's where the creativity comes, right at the very beginning. So if you'll allow me the paradox, I would say that heritage is something that we have to learn. It is not innate. You are not born with it, but you can't teach it. And that might sound a bit strange coming from someone who is a heritage educator, but I would say that my role very much is allowing people to learn and share and enjoy and form their own story of heritage, using the resources that we are lucky enough to be able to manage and work with.
Fantastic. That's got us off to a really good start. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, my name is Miriam Cooper. I am co-director of Play on Words Theatre Company, which has been based here in Medway for nearly 30 years now. I love history, and my degree was drama and history before I ever started to become an actor, actually. So I'm an actor and a writer as well. I've collaborated with lots of organisations here in Medway to share that story of history, to share that heritage, and quite rightly, that sense of belonging. I think heritage is a bridge for me. It's a bridge between those major events that have happened, whether locally, worldwide, internationally, and to bring that focus down. I work also with young people and adults. I think it can motivate, I think it can inspire, and I think it can activate. So there are many hats, I think, that heritage wears.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna come back to some of that in a minute. That's really helpful. I don't know if there's any way we can prop the door open. We've sort of run out of chairs. because I know people are coming back with coffee and we don't want them to feel they can't come
There's
in.
actually
to
a
stand
toilet
here
door.
for a minute. I don't mind.
They could come in at the back.
Stick a leg out long enough.
I've got, we've got a chair coming.
The ever resourceful David has found it. So, what's heritage?
Okay, well, I want to talk from my own perspective, and it's an accretion, I think, of stuff here, so I hopefully it won't repeat too much. I think I'm here because of my work as an artist, and in particular my work with Medway Arts in relation to an exhibition, The Ghosts of Other Things. And on that basis, that was to do with me being Canterbury Archaeological Trust artist in residence. The way I've learned to say it is that if archaeology goes into the ground in that direction, the exhibition tried to come out of the ground and make connections and links beyond it. And I'm very excited to be able to work on that project. What's heritage? Well, I think it's belonging. I think that's been said. I think it's also maybe myths of beginning, where we came from. It's myths of being, and just to make 4 Bs in a row, it's possibly myths of becoming as well. I think it's really important to know that it's constructed, not excavated. I think that it's a collective invention, and on that basis, it's possibly contested and contestable. And we see lots of the heritage area is right in the centre of some really exciting, vital, and potentially very positive controversies at the moment. My own interest actually is in what I'm learning to call little stories. We have the big narratives, what you can call them the meta-narratives, if you like, the big, and they're full of conflict. They tend to be simplifications. They tend to be quite brutal and quite blunt in a way, and they lead to a lot of conflict. And what I'm interested in relation to that is that some of the little stories which start at the bottom, they actually have some of the nuances and poetry and complexity that can totally fail the big stories. And I think it represents a lot of unheard voices. So that's what I think I'm involved with. And also, as well as being a full-time artist and working with the Archaeological Trust, I have my own emergent project, which Dulcie and Claire know a little bit about, called Widdershins, and I spoke about that a little bit earlier. So that's me, thanks.
Oh yes, okay, so we're getting this kind of scale coming in, aren't we? This small and large national, local placemaking, yeah, okay, relating, belonging, and also that notion of how we construct it, which will be really helpful moving on. Helen.
Hello, I'm Helen Worthy. And I work at Medway Archives Centre. One of our aims at Medway Archives Centre is to tell people's stories of people from Medway. And I think that's really how one of the main ways we view our heritage at Medway Archives Centre. We're creating stories and we're enabling other people to tell their stories. So they're diverse, they reflect the community that we work with, our community in Medway. And I think we're building on other stories, the history of stories, if you like, stories of people that have gone. And there are innumerable stories. We just tell a few, and we invite other people to come and find their own stories from our collections. We have over 2 kilometres of shelving of documents, everything from paper documents to albums, glass plate negatives, and they all combine as a fantastic resource for people to come along and do their own research and create their own stories.
Yeah, that's really useful. So we're starting to get at some of the stuff. 2 kilometres of stuff. That's pretty impressive. And I think that probably takes us on to the next question. So the next question I was asking them was, what's the most exciting creative heritage project you've been involved with? And what's the process that you went through? So I was trying to get there at what stuff you're using, what kind of heritage resources you start with. And then Brian talked about archaeology going in and your project coming out. So what's the coming out? What's the creative activity? Should we go around the same way again?
Okay. I think what's important for me is recognising that creativity is there from the very beginning. So I think the projects that I've felt most satisfied with are the ones that key in to that idea. So I think that I think in many ways, I mean, I'm a teacher, of course, but in many ways I think of myself as a creative practitioner, and me and my audiences, we make things. It's just that you can't see them. You feel them, but they're ephemeral, they go away. In some ways that's what makes them so beautiful, but, and we have challenges about recording them and registering them, but it's not a form of words. I genuinely feel that when I talk to children, when we have heritage education sessions, I am the lead partner in a collaboration to establish meaning, no question. And that's the creativity that is there at the very beginning. The kind of worked up projects that I feel have happened best are the ones that understand that mesh with and engage with that creativity that is already going on as we collaborate to establish meaning. They just, working with other practitioners who have skills that I don't have, just gives our service an opportunity almost to log that process, to reflect on it and allow others to see it happening, which is always the challenge in what I do. How do we sometimes, when we need to, stop that just diffusing? Of course it goes into the self, all those 30 selves that have been changed by the experience, but how do we share it as something concrete is always the challenge.
Yeah, and that visibility of some of these
Yeah.
projects and actually joining together is really important, isn't it? Can you just name check one of the things so that people have a sense of the type of work that you do?
I've got people here who have worked with me. So I've got to mention that. I've worked with Play On Words a lot.
Yeah.
They really understand what we try to do. And always with the practitioners I feel most comfortable with, they are there from the beginning.
Yeah.
So they join in with that, how are we going to make meaning feeling.
Yeah.
And I can see Wendy up here as well, who I've also worked with many times. I have particular affectionate memories of one particular project that Wendy and I did a long time ago, which was making illustrations for Great Expectations, remaking. So Great Expectations is one of Dickens's novels that did not, one of the only two that did not come out with illustrations. So we worked with children to make illustrations for episodes in the novel. And to overcome the technical difficulties, we did them through Silhouette. And Wendy has a lot of experience using Silhouette to make art. So the kids were able to use their bodies to make the pictures. There was no anxiety about drawing the right thing.
Yeah.
And I could see how that was working, how the children were actually using the creativity to learn. There was no, I am Mr. Grey Area. There is no dividing line between the learning phase, creative phase. No dividing line between research and delivery.
Yeah.
It's all one thing. And I really saw that in that project. And so often, don't say this outside these walls, but so often, working with children, you have a vision of the art that's going to come out of it. And you think, oh yeah, these kids' work, of course it is. But with this, I thought, wow, I really got something out of looking at their work. And there was something really special about seeing those kids posing and backwards, jumping up from behind the gravestones. I just thought,
Yeah.
And I really, as a person, got something out of looking at the artwork that we had made.
Yeah.
So I'm particularly fond and proud of the work that Wendy and I did in that project.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting. So getting
That was
them
years ago.
working with Great Expectations and Medway through that kind of practical activity. I think it's really interesting to have the range of things that you're all involved in reflected, because people may not realise quite what a rich area this is.
I've played lots of characters from various walks of life because I worked a lot in the big London museums, and it was wonderful when we moved down to Medway 30 years ago that we met Jeremy and could continue that work of looking at all these characters. One of the things that fascinated me, and it happened actually during COVID with a chat with a friend, was that Medway, and my love of theatre and history, was second only to London in music hall. And I was like, pardon? And so finding out all this and researching archives, reading, we came up with a system where we could include young people, where they would come and do artwork, where we would try and compose songs and look at sort of musical songs but maybe change some of the lyrics, to look at Medway's fantastic unsung heroes from all over, and we came up with, in the end, your very own Marvellous Medway. And we did it in conjunction with the libraries. So the idea of isolation, the idea of people coming in and being together, working together through projects, and then with 3 actors, a director and a composer, we took the show Marvellous Medway, which went in a music hall style, episodic, looking at various characters with dance, with song, fun, but taking from Thomas Waghorn. I just looked because of the carnival, from Thomas Waghorn to William Cuffy to, mentioning, there were so many. In the end, when I was writing, I thought, how can I get all these people in? Because the show can only be so long. So in the end, I got a frame, and we put it on audience members, and went round, and they became the different characters that we could then talk about. So, and that was really fun, and that really brought community together. And then it was, I can't believe it. It got published because we were supported with the music, and it's all about Medway, and it's in every library in Medway, and it went to all the schools in Medway. So I was really pleased that my 2 loves could come together, and working collaboratively with other organisations, we could get this up and out for all to see and be proud of Medway.
That's wonderful. And how, I didn't know that either. So how did you find this out? Where's the evidence for music hall in Medway?
Well, the archives had it. There's books been written on it as well. There was delving down into just finding things from, well, that's another story. We've just done something about the Lion Queen, who was the reason why female lion tamers were stopped, because where Chatham bus stop is now, there used to be an amazing travelling menagerie, I suppose you would call it, called Wanwells, and the young girl was, unfortunately, she was killed. But that was great. So I worked with, I was going to work with my youth theatre on that, but we worked on other projects. But researching, going to archives, my love of research anyway, and talking and finding out from experts that are here in Medway as well.
Yeah, and that oral history piece, and just thinking about what we were saying about preserving the evidence for the work that you've then done. Seems to be a really important point. Brilliant, that's fascinating.
Yeah, well, forgive me, my favourite project is the one I worked on myself. And the major influence of that has been on myself and my own practice, so shamelessly egocentric. But apart from that, as an artist, a visual artist, you're quite hard to get responses to your work. I'm quite used to somebody occasionally asking questions, why on earth are you doing that, or something along those lines, or how did you do that, or whatever. But I found about this exhibition from the Rochester Airport thing, no treasure, but the treasure was the 6,000 years of habitation that were evidenced, and all the stories, and all the untold stories, and all the untellable stories, actually, because we can't reconstruct them, that came back. And that was echoed in the exhibition, because people come up to me and say, you're the artist, are you the artist? And I say, yeah. Depending on how aggressive they look, and then they would tell me a story. They would tell me a story about their parents being at Shorts. They would tell me a story about courting a Kits Coty. They would tell me a story about the choir and their knowledge of Samuel Coleridge Taylor, I always get that wrong, one of the people that we featured in the exhibition. So it was that kind of reversal. and then how that feeds into my own practice. How can I make that more part of what I do? And this emergent project, Widdershins, where instead of actually having the exhibition and then bringing people in, which is a very wordy thing, great traditions of doing that, we actually start meeting in those conversations before, and the product in part is those meetings and is those conversations and is that experience. So that's how I would frame that a bit.
So actually the relationship between the material that you're working on culturally and the creative piece, I'm hearing from everybody, is changing, is varied. That's very interesting, I think. Just tell us what you do at Canterbury Archaeological Trust in a couple of
Well,
words.
I mean, I'm an artist in residence. I walked in and said, how about having an artist in residence? And they sort of said, well, we've got no money. I said, that's all right, I haven't got any money either. And they said, what do you do? I said, well, I don't know, can we just find out together? And started off doing some of the obvious things, illustrating reports, visualising the archaeology. Then I started on workshops, and we're doing workshops and looking to do that. It's a fabulous trinity, art, archaeology and archive. It really does draw in a lot of people. It draws them in for one thing, hopefully gets them interested in the other thing, as well as having value. And then this dig came up. I didn't actually go to the dig. I never saw the dig, so I was post the dig, but the work's happening. So now I'm looking to work on site and to work with people in relation to that, and it's spinning off this other projects. Our first Widdershins project was at Kitts Coty, and we called it was sort of towards the beginning, a sort of notion of thinking about the beginning of things. And we had some of the people that have attended here were there. It's a small group. But we're then looking to have a zine and to open up to discussions about what future events. It's not a manifesto, it's more a sort of trajectory that we're hoping to develop.
Yeah, I think that's fascinating. I'm very jealous. I would love to
Come along.
be more
Come along.
artistic. This is great.
It's actually, I've just to say that it came from a conversation, a walk we did, and there were children, and it was looking for an Anglo-Saxon saints chapel. There were archaeologists, there were kids, there were local historians, there were people who were just interested. And what was so wonderful was the day's events, and it had a really big impact on me. But how can we recreate these kinds of interactions? And it really doesn't matter where you come from, it just matters that you, it's terrible, isn't it? It most matters that you come along, but you know what I mean. Yeah.
And actually that multi-generational engagement potential is wonderful. Yeah, it's coming out all over the place. Helen?
Well, obviously at the archives, as you might expect, we have a rolling programme of events and exhibitions. But one of the things I've been proudest of is setting up reminiscence sessions. We're just about to have another series, but we had a series of 6, and they were all on designated topics, and we thought people might come to one or another, select the subjects that interested them. But in fact, once people came to the first one, they were committed, and they came to the whole series really. And it was really wonderful. We didn't know any of these people really before they came. 12 people who didn't even know each other most of the time, and who quickly made connections. And really we were just facilitating it. We had a lot of our collections out for them to look at, but in fact often they didn't even look. They brought their own things along, and they brought poems, they brought albums they'd made, scrapbooks, and of course they came to tell their stories again. And so, for example, one that stands out in my mind is one about evacuation in World War II, and in Medway, most evacuees went to Wales, and so they all came with their stories, good and bad as well. It's not always a celebration of what happened, but it is a celebration of that experience. And so we're always very careful to explain to people what will happen if you have sad memories. It's not always positive, but people were very willing to share, and I think everybody got a lot out of that, and as staff we got a lot out of that as well, and we got quite involved ourselves. So I thought that's something I am very proud of, and it was very interesting listening, hearing about social prescribing. One of the council's aims obviously is combating social isolation, which was one of our motivations for seeing whether it would work or not. We'd never done them before. But I think they were very, very successful, and we're looking forward to the next series.
That's fascinating. What were the topics that you started off with?
Apprenticeships, the days when you could just turn up at a local business and there'd be a blackboard outside on a Friday saying men, mainly, men wanted for Monday. You walked out of one job on a Friday and started somewhere else on Monday. There was a lot of people really interested in talking about how the workplace has changed, evacuees, being in the Navy, apprenticeships at the dockyard. I can't recall the others, but that's the sort of flavour of the sorts of things we've been talking about.
I was just thinking about the dockyards archives and oral histories and oral histories as well, because there's quite a lot about sound history recently. And so that history of work, I think, is often overlooked as a kind of heritage, isn't it?
And I suppose what we were producing was fairly ephemeral as well. We did try recording one, but actually we decided that we weren't going to record them, so they just exist in the moment. Which was sort of quite, you know, an interesting idea and concept.
Tough for archivists.
Yes, yeah, that's right.
Really interesting.
That's,
okay.
Just that in the momentness
is
relates very much to the projects of trying to find evidence and you know, we're used to certain forms of material objects, and I think, you know, there isn't, it's not to denigrate those, to try and go beyond those a bit as well. And I think you're absolutely right about the sort of in the momentness of things.
Great. Have people got questions at this point? We're going to have, you know, in about 10 minutes, a grand finale of what could, I don't know what the time is actually, yes, about 15 minutes, of where we could go next. But let's open it up for a bit for questions. Yes?
Just to Helen, the reason for not recording it was because you felt the public involved would tighten up, wouldn't be as free, would be worried?
We did worry about that. I think the issue is occasionally people in advance are happy to have their memories recorded, but in retrospect, perhaps people are a little more unguarded as they relax. And then we got into sort of, we needed permissions, we needed to think about closure periods, sorts of practical things. And what if somebody said something that was slightly defamatory about their old boss or something who might still be alive? So it became complicated and it sort of detracted from what we wanted to do, which is just get people connected and hear stories. So yeah, I mean, it's not to say we wouldn't, I think perhaps in a group as well, it's very hard not to get everybody chattering at once when they're excited. And you'd have to be very disciplined. And we did consider, unfortunately the gentleman passed away, but we did consider inviting somebody back and recording him on a one-to-one basis in a more structured setting. So that perhaps that's the way to go.
But you're right, you do hear fascinating stories. We did a project once called Carry On Crafting. It only lasted for a little while at the Brook, where we environmentalised the space. And one week was it took a lot of work. 1 week was 1940s, then it went 50s and 60s, and we had the music and we sang. And we provided, I raided charity shops for knitting patterns and everything else from all the eras. And they came in and they did some craft. And myself and a fellow actor, singer, we sort of entertained them while they did craft. But what happened, what was really interesting, is the stories started to come out. And one woman, she was in her 70s, I think, no, slightly younger, her father had been a sous chef to Churchill. And she just, I mean, I think, who knew? And when someone came in and he'd written something of being his father had been an ARP warden. Here you go, here's the detail. And that was, we hadn't even, you know, sort of asked or thought. It was just about community and coming together. So it is fascinating. People do want to share. They do.
With the exhibition that goes to other things, there was a small section on shorts, which is a small section that was very, very significant, as I learned quite a lot from the exhibition. And just two stories. There was a gentleman in his 80s came in, and he was looking at, put up images to sort of, they make a kind of narrative, almost like a film or a storyboard, and it included a story of the design of the short Stirling, which was played a major part of the Second World War, and then images which related to the bombing and so on. And he told me that he'd been in Dresden as a 5-year-old when it was bombed, and he shared that experience. And he then told me that his father had been the director of one of the art galleries, and that he'd spoken to him. He got out, I think he lost his mother at this stage, he got out just his father. And he said he had a conversation with his father at the end of his life, and it's a really quite amazing thing. And he said, you know, we've seen a lot, haven't we, you know, to his father. He said yes, and then his father said to him, evidently, art will survive. And I had another conversation, which the same thing, and I'd drawn a picture of the rear end of a Stirling, which has loads of guns on it. It's a rear gun turret thing, looks like a sort of insect. And this woman was looking at it for a long time, and you know, went and spoke to her and said, you know, this drawing seems to mean a lot. She said, oh yes, she said, a really, really good friend of mine was a tail gunner in a Stirling, and he only did 2 missions. And I said, oh, I'm so sorry. And she says, oh, no. Then he got out of the RAF, and he did this, and he did that, and he did that, and he only died the other day. He was 96. So, well, that's for me is an example of, you know, just a brutal example, really, in a way, of how the connection of little stories to big stories can work. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's lovely. Yes.
Is there, this is for Helen as well, sorry. No. Is there any chance that you might be repeating these projects? Because I think that there's a buzz in the room for more of this, and I think that the way to document this might be through creative endeavour.
Yes.
It might not necessarily be through writing down or recording, it could be through dance, or it could be art, or many different ways to document. And I'm thinking of my father, who would have loved to have told everybody. Sadly, he passed away 12 years ago, but my mum holds those stories. And I think that somebody like that could be almost a conduit to share stories, because he was from Medway, his father was a shipwright, and he got his apprenticeship in the dockyard. So, you know, those stories can live on through other people as well.
Yes, that's really interesting. I think what a lot of people forget is we're still collecting stories, documents now. This is an ongoing process for future generations, and so it's more important than ever to record these stories before they're lost, isn't it?
Absolutely, and that sense of the circularity of evidence of the past, making creative practice that then becomes evidence for the future, is really, really vital, isn't it? Because we've got so many interesting stories here that are about this place.
I'm passing them on to the youth. We did a project at the Lines, at the memorial, and I'm with Youth Theatre. They were like, oh, what are we doing up here? You know,
old stuff.
Old stuff. And then suddenly, because of all the names, and we managed to get some funding, do some filming with them, and they playing the characters, and tracing, and they found that their grandparents, one great-grandfather, I think, had been on the Blue Crane that was there. So it was an immediate connection to something, and then they were fascinated actually just with the atmosphere, how quiet and how peaceful it was, and then with, you know, the buzz of chatting below.
It's been a put down to talk about, I've been called a local artist, you know, and it's a put down because you're just local, and if you're any good you can be international. But I think I would call myself now a located artist, and I don't even have to be located in the place that I was born in. I can relocate and I can multi-locate. And I think this sort of notion is where some of the most exciting stuff is coming from now. It's located, it has that grounding, it has that sort of that kind of richness. And I think it's popping up all over the place in quite an exciting way.
I think that's a really vital point. I've been called a local historian, which is meant to be an insult, but I think is a massive compliment, because you're sensitive to the way in which big issues mean locally, and I think that perhaps if we think about this in the context of levelling up, of priority places, you know, that sense of how place is important to people, not because they were born there or they're necessarily, or other generations are there, but because they come here, they want to find out more, they're moving around a lot, you know, place becomes important in different ways. Really vital to take it into account. Yes, the lady at the back, and then Fiona.
I will start with like what catch me when I was listening to the definition of cultural heritage. So I am a master's student in University of Amsterdam. In my thesis, I study breakup, and the last chapter was on 2 museums who collect donated items of individual stories related to their heartbreak. And I was wondering, like, so for the one museum is from Croatia in Zagreb. It's called Broken Relationship Museum. They name or they label all the items as cultural heritage. And whereas in the Chinese museum from Chongqing, southwest China, where I was born, that museum was not like, it's still private, but they don't call those items as cultural heritage. They call it more like, okay, experience or like a witness of the relationship. So I wonder, it's also my question, like, what does it mean to label something as cultural heritage instead of just history or personal history or something like has relevance? Does it, like, my hypothesis is like, maybe it's a political strategy, maybe it's a marketing strategy as well for a museum to label it as a cultural heritage. Or maybe it's therapeutical to call something heritage. It gives it an aura for the things to shine. So I am not sure, and maybe in your own context, what does it mean to call something and to make something become cultural heritage?
Utterly fascinating.
Great question.
Yeah. We all need evidence of those museums. I want to follow them up. It's
Yeah.
such a good question because
Yeah.
it pertains to this small and large issue we've been dealing with. Who wants to answer first?
Oh, sorry.
Go on, Helen.
I only had a small comment, which was just that maybe it confers, people might confer some sort of protection on it because they see value. I think we all feel, if we work in museums and archives, perhaps we feel sometimes our collections are a bit vulnerable. And sometimes, if it's given a label like that, perhaps we think that will protect it some way.
Protection, yeah. What else?
I don't think it can ever settle down, and I don't ever think it should settle down. I think the contestation is really important. But actually, I think for me, one way of thinking about it is a sort of re-evaluation of the nature of treasure. We're used to collections as holding treasures, and we're also used to that treasure having monetary value as treasure. But the treasure can be elsewhere, and I think, you know, stories can represent treasure, for example.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would certainly want to acknowledge the fact that these words are fluid. The meaning moves between them. And to a certain extent, the way you use the word heritage is part of your heritage. So these are inherited terms in many ways, and we are re-evaluating them. I think you are absolutely right to point to the fact that there is a certain, in terms of the heritage sector in the UK, there is certainly an amount of corporatisation and indeed monetisation in the assets that are seen as heritage. And I guess in many ways this is absolutely inevitable. If an organisation like Medway Council is running and responsible for things like Rochester Castle, it is going to be part of its presentation of those assets, labelling them as heritage, because there is authority in that term, and they are, in the nicest possible way, forcing it upon us, saying this is important, this is part of us and who we are. But no question, also in my work, I have seen over and over again people having a dialogue with that establishing of the corporate heritage, accepting, resisting all the time, so that we as individuals develop our own idea of heritage. And I think as we go into the future, one of the things that the heritage industry is going to be, and is at the moment acknowledging more and more, are the drawbacks of that corporatisation, monetisation, and our march towards a greater diversity. How we present these important cultural artefacts, but admit diverse interpretations of the heritage which are there as presented institutions.
And engagement with those artefacts as part of that. Yeah, I've just been working on ephemeral objects, and looking at the places and the times in which they were put into archives and museums. And that raises similar questions, I think, about what we value, how it gets institutionalised, and how it doesn't. Ooh, we could talk for
Yeah.
hours about this.
I mean, it's, you know, items that people in the past viewed as rubbish
Yeah.
are valued today. So, for example, we have a small number of sort of little paper bags printed by local businesses for someone to go and buy some apples and pop them in the bag. Those sorts of things are really valued. We see the value in that now, but in the past they
And partly, I think, because they take us back
Mm.
in our memories. I've been told we've got 3 minutes. We've got, I think, at least 3 points to be made or questions. Can we just go very quickly, if you just say very quickly what your question or point is, and then we'll try to wrap it together. So Fiona first, and then over there, and then over there.
I just thought it was really interesting from all of you, the sense of the creative practitioner as listener and enabler of shaping. And I think the dilemma is always in the relationship with stuff and outputs in terms of physical stuff. And so that felt very important, and it comes back to that unseen, unheard, invisible isolation thing. And I think just the perception of what practitioner is there to be and do.
Yeah.
conduit.
Yeah, really
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you. Super.
Stephen Turner, I'm an artist. I've spent a lot of time over the years on the River Medway, the Molloroing, the Welsh Islands, and a lot of the heritage structures, the 19th century structures, which are now ruins. And what we haven't talked about much is the relationship of human heritage to natural heritage, and the importance of nature, and what that represents.
Yeah.
And if there is, in terms of protection and industry and all those things, how does our world then cope with meeting the natural world and its heritage? And how do we kind of then look at the importance between the two things and give a voice to nature in all of our discussions? Because nature's silent and we need to think carefully, speak carefully for it.
Yeah, really, really important point, particularly in the current climate. Some climate problems about climate. Yeah, that's vital. Yeah.
I think one of the things that with our work we play on words where we have spokes as professional actors, education, kind of museum work we do shows. But one of the things, because of that thing of nature, we did a show for children called Plant Hunters. Plant Hunters. So we looked not only at sort of very, because it was for primary school age, simple things of identifying plants, but then also looking at the historical characters who were the plant hunters. And we'd pick a few, so Masson and how Kew Gardens started, and I can't remember the name, something Semperlitus, which is the oldest pot plant in Kew Gardens, still 241 years old, but getting young people in. So to learn about that history and how that developed and how certain plants came, but also the adventures they had going out. But underneath all that, looking at nature and preserving nature and looking at the world today.
I think a lot of this stuff leads into, almost inevitably, some level of activism.
Yeah.
And actually, I think we could say activism is good for you. Activism is good for your mental health. Activism is good for your community. And we shouldn't shy away from that.
Yeah,
actually.
And the contest that we've talked about. Final question point.
Final question. I was in Amsterdam recently and visited the old church, the Oude Kerke, and because my dad is Dutch and unfortunately he died in February, so we went over to his funeral. And I picked up, when in the Oude Kerke there was a fabulous exhibition there, and all sorts of things happened. It was absolutely wonderful, and I realised why they say Amsterdam is golden from the Oude Kerke, but that's another trajectory really. But I picked up a postcard that said, which I think is really relevant, it said, today's art is tomorrow's heritage. So
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that circle again. Have we got 1 minute?
You can have 1 minute.
Can we have 1 minute?
You're stealing it from your breaks. So
for
it's
one sentence on what we could do next.
Collaborate.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. That's one word. That's even shorter.
Talk even more.
Talk even more.
And do things.
Make it acceptable for teachers to approach their heads to say, can I have the money for the coach? Because we want to go to the Guildhall Museum just to talk to somebody.
And see some stuff.
To talk to somebody. It's the talk. It's over and over. Orosey has been in the news recently with Keir Starmer, the
Yes.
Labour Party. Over and over again, the amount of times teachers have said to me, you know, we've come to do the Romans, we've come for the victorious, but it's what that kid said, he never speaks in class. Comes here, we're talking.
Yeah.
It's about talking.
Yeah, that stories have come up again and again.
I think it is just staying connected, making new connections, because we're greater than the sum of our parts, aren't we really?
It's back to the culture again.
Thank
very
you.
much.
Can we give our We are scheduled for a break now until 11, when we've got our next talk. Just to let everyone know, Awe and Esteban are doing a performance for us in the lunch if you want to go along and watch that. Well worth it, it's incredible. So go and have a break. I think the coffee shop and everything is open now if you want that, and see you back in 15-ish minutes.
There were two unknown artists. Well, maybe three. Richard Dad, Eden Dunbar, Tony Slade, and Samuel Combs was getting exposed on Radio 3, Black History Month, and Eden Dunbar. A lot of people knew about that, a lot of people didn't know. Stuff like she did her illustrations for the
So we just
Not enough controversy.
She brought all the books out for me. My mission in life is to make Amtrak famous again.
That'd be great.
Yes. I'll give you a hand. It's already loaded.
Oh, thank you.
We should chat because I would love to do an Amtrak exhibition or something. I've got a gallery.
So we might not have to do it.
She should be up. Sorry, she should be one of our icons because you go to my Regis, Marianne is everywhere.
I'll ask him.
Sorry, I created a. Hello, sorry.
David, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Teresa. Hello.
An additional piece of content given to us, and I was wondering, can I load from this, or does it have to be on the Apple?
I don't.
Okay, because we have to without, it would be lovely if we can, because we have this short video from our DPH talking about why it is the wrong way.
It's not online or anything.
No, it's on the actual presentation embedded.
I'm not sure where the tech guy is, but
one of these will actually be the controller for it, an HDMI cable.
Yeah, you haven't got a.
Well, if I know which one to plug in, I can do it. But I can have a play if you're happy for me to do
There is an HDMI cable here.
Excellent, I'll do that one.
So it probably is that one. That needs to be my input. Yes, so fingers crossed that
I will get that again. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for trying.
No problem at all. There is the tech going around.
You won't be seen by anybody.
We should talk. I can't see about the camera. You're all heroes. You're got Whitehorn and Adam Blight and all of those all in there. All superheroes.
You're not switching, so
I think it's this one here. This one's next to my inputs.
Right.
I think there's an output one.
Okay.
Sure that. Ooh, hold on.
It was a long time ago. Yeah. I thought about it recently.
No, I think.
No, it doesn't like
No,
it.
I think this one needs to plug into
that. Into
that. So I think what we've got. Do you mind if I just?
Sure.
One comes out, and that one goes in here.
I see.
So that's what we want to do.
But I'm not plugged into
You're not
anything yet.
plugged into anything yet.
So this appears to be plugged into the back of this monitor down here.
Okay. Oh, sorry. No, I thought that was your one.
No.
Where's that one?
There's another screen down here, and there's another desktop.
Hold on, there's some type of that one. I take that one out here, that one in here, take this one out here, and plug this one into yours.
Thank you.
I think that's what we need to do.
Okay.
I could be wrong.
Hey, well, we'll get there. Bottom line is, if it doesn't work, we'll go back to what we made.
Right.
And then, that was in the sun.
That doesn't like it. Worry not. We'll go with the original. We'll go with the original. Unless he's absolutely standing outside the door, don't worry about it.
But there's all that about how artists are sharp.
Otherwise, too often
Right, so it should be the cable going. Yeah, we're back where we are. We should be anyway. Hope it's not too tiring for you today.
Always separate.
They slow down and then they like look and then they start to carry on.
Accurate with his help. We're not going to be able to get anything from largest uses for notes. Sorry? Well, no. It will have to be theirs, and I'll do both, but I'll use this for the notes and myself. Okay.
So you just need to click that.
Yeah.
Hopefully it takes what's on its way. Oh, hold on. Display. On.
Didn't say on. We started off.
No. Oh. That's that. Okay.
I like it.
HDMI. Let's try that one. No. PC.
But they fall in an interesting area. What are they? Do you find the sales connection good?
We want to reboot anything. As I know, yes.
And that will include then clip.
Oh, with the new bit.
Well, we've got a clip from our DPH that I don't think we're able to show this morning because of technical difficulties.
No, we can't access it from here. So what we'll do is we'll send you another slide deck that can be shared online. It's a worthwhile speech from the senior leader saying this stuff has to be done.
Well, they've just asked Frank the tech person to come, so it might be that we can do that.
But it doesn't look hopeful, frankly.
Oh God. Right, let's see.
Anything I donate that I agree, but I just start to think about what to do. It's already what to do with it. Number, actually, I'm sure a lot of artists will be called up.
Okay. That's the live stream going in there. This is the live stream recording.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, is this being live streamed?
Yeah. Just realised that's what that is.
Have you told people that? Apparently it's being live streamed. You're supposed to ask permission for that.
Oh, yes. Okay. No, we're not. So, yeah.
That's useful.
Use 0. So.
Why have we not got the camera?
Continually coming to we have no choice. So it will be a risk. And 30 people like me in a place, then through negotiation, conversation.
I've asked Susanna if I can ask her line. If you can hear a significant
Yeah, get everyone to go through that.
Yes, yeah. It's just it's a bit quite loud.
It is.
Disruptive because when people's coming in and now just trying to...
I didn't even realise there was a back door until I looked behind us. All those people that I did.
Thank
You can look and so then you work with say major universities not just like my auntie when I went in there, she was a really bright person. I looked at the magazines and saw it was all like advertising the taste of the turkey at Christmas. You know, like the garden. But what if you went in there and got 10 contemporary art journals? You know, like really to keep going. So much to offer, but then capsules in physical. So then they come up with interns from a university, 18 years or something, like placements, who become their assistants. And the gallery is taking a bus trip out to Eastbourne for Turkey at Christmas. You've got a mortgage and you have a guided tour around the latest exhibition. You know, it's that's what we think to ourselves, yeah. So I discussed this 10 years ago with the Cave Architecture section.
I'm hoping he's going to arrive.
Okay, so somebody coming over to give us a hand?
I hope so. I've asked Susanna to give him a call because it was all working, and then so we've pulled cables out, and it's done something funny.
Okay, and this is for the slide period?
Yes.
Susanna just wants to get to
Would you like me to let me know? Would you like me to let people know outside that you're going to start again in a moment? Or are you going to...
Yes. And if you pass these back to thank you.
That's how this place keeps going. Because after every
Is this...
You're right today. But it's okay. Well,
it's
for artists to look after them as they get older.
Thank you very much.
Sharing their creativity.
You may be able to come in and focus in and all work properly on yours as well. But,
one name's high, that's why I'm working over tea.
yeah, exactly. If I was in my own space, I could do it because it's not as complicated. You just take the projector out and plug it in. But
All kinds of different specialists.
there's some clever piece of software somewhere. Yes, I will do. There's no one currently viewing. Views 0, but we'll mention it. Yes.
I mean, it'll probably go out on HBO or Netflix next week.
Well, you never know.
When you leave your money, you don't pay any kind of... So it's just all thanks.
See if we can see.
We've got 2 minutes before kick-off. If we have to start without tech, we can.
So I was just going to see if I can.
Thanks for your workshop. Of course.
Yeah, it's not even the flashy red light. It's not.
Not doing it.
Not doing anything. Oh God. Yeah, that's just the. Brilliant. I mean, all the cables are in the right order they were in.
Yeah.
So it's a software thing somewhere.
Yeah, it's probably a patch of some type. But it's odd because that's now not connected to anything that we brought in.
No, so it should be.
You should just plug and play.
Plug and play. Next one.
Okay. I'm not sensing if she's not walking good fluid if he's here. So haven't we largely...
I've been calling him, but I'll look at him in the other room and I'll be back.
Okay, yeah, no worries. Are we able to...
You can talk to it, people can have the slides afterwards, but there are limits to what we can get across.
I mean, I think it's really just setting the scene in terms of what we're talking about. And it's really important that people hear from the senior leader, how he's endorsing acts of creativity, if that makes sense. So, I think we just carry on.
Carry on, sorry. It's the university's tech support, and I think because it's end of campus, there's only one of them on the space at the moment.
So we'll just do your presentation and
Yep.
we'll follow it up from there.
Yeah, and he might come in and get it all working halfway through the presentation. Guaranteed it's about 2 minutes before you finish, because that's what it's like. Always used. But, can't we?
Are you back up running?
We can't get the tech on, but we're gonna progress on anyway.
You don't want me to... I'll have a little look if you want.
Have a little look if you want.
Did you have it up on big screen?
Yeah, it was up before. We tried to get it to connect to the laptop, and then since then, everything's plugged back the way it was, but
it's just not working.
it's just not liking it. It's some software thing, I suspect, rather than. Yeah. Oh, try that, yeah. Might work.
Camera is on the projection, there's nothing coming through on the screen. So it's just idle. And you're still getting the display flashing red, so. Oh, yeah. And that's just not.
Yeah.
Okay, we are where we are.
Okay, we'll start.
Okay.
Okay, so if I can interrupt everybody. Is that my projection there? So we are having some slight technical issues with the screen, but tech support are on their way. As you can imagine, the university, all the students, a lot of them are graduating today. So there's not a lot of tech support around, so we're tracking down Frank, who's been brilliant all week, and no doubt we'll get the slides about just before the end of the talk. But it's an absolute honour to welcome Teresa and David from... sorry.
Dan.
Dan, sorry Dan. It's arrogance of me, just assume everyone's called David. Teresa and Dan from East Sussex, who will be talking about creatively healthy county. Thank you.
So good morning everyone. So just as David said, my name is Teresa Slamioru. I'm a consultant in public health at East Sussex County Council, and I lead on research and creative health. And my colleague?
Hi, I'm Dan Devitt. I'm a health improvement specialist in Sussex County Council, again working with Teresa on the creative health agenda.
So our Director of Public Health, Darryl Gale, was hoping to be with you today, but unfortunately he's unable to attend, as you can see, and gives his apologies. He did prepare an address for you, but unfortunately due to technical difficulties we can't share that just now, but it will be sent to you after the conference. Okay. So with that said, I will pass over to Dan in a very short moment, but just to give you a bit of an overview in terms of what we're talking about today. So we're going to be talking about our journey towards becoming a creative health county. We're going to be talking about our strategic approach, and then we're going to have a moment shared with you. Ooh. Okay. But before we do any of those three things, I think we're going to have a short survey, right?
We were going to do a Menti meter, but we can't actually get the thing up on the screen, so that's kind of redundant. Do you want to ask you three really important questions, right? So you are going to have to actually say out loud what your responses are going to be. It's going to be messy. You're going to love it. Question one, probably the most important one. What did you have for breakfast? Yogurt, porridge.
Apple peanut butter.
Oh, beat that, anyone. Come on, come on, come on. Weetabix, we like it. Located artist, you must have a view.
I didn't. I'm so sophisticated I had to drive from Canterbury. I was worried about the traffic. I didn't have time for breakfast.
Sorry, public health intervention needed. It's a really, really, really strong start there. The main point of that is, hopefully your blood sugar is still there, you'll stay awake whilst I'm talking. Secondly, how familiar with the term creative health are you? Fairly familiar? If you're fairly familiar with it, stand up. Have you ever, if you have never heard the term before, stand up please, if you can. Okay, that's about right. Thank you, you may sit down. If you are actively involved in creative health, please stand up.
Do you have a definition?
Don't go to the spoilers. David, don't go to the spoilers. Thank you very much. It's a really important thing that we're going to try and get across to you today. There are lots of different versions of this globally. There are lots of different associated ideas. interpretations and energies around this, both nationally and regionally, and within the same team. All of them are valid, and as the conversation from the preceding session showed, and one of the key useful things to take from that conversation into this presentation is the idea that that contestation of ideas, that discussion, that mutability of people in the space sharing ideas, that is valid in its own right. It's essential to get stuff done. Thank you very much. I'm going to move on a little bit. We're going to give you, there's a big graphic. So imagine, there's a map. This is East Sussex, rural county. It's green, it's blue, it's few brown, grey bits. Where it's green, it's rural. Where it's blue, it's proximate to towns. Where it's grey, it's urban. Now, you say East Sussex to most people and they go, yeah, South Downs, hilly, big fields, Hastings, Battle of Hastings, there, that's it. It's interesting, one of the shortcuts to understanding our county is through the heritage lens, the history lens, the cultural appropriation, the cultural explanation of our shared history, and the invasion of a bunch of Normans who were in fact Vikings. But we'll get out there. One of the things that's really important for us to share with you today is we have very, very similar dynamics of challenge in terms of how we are trying to address and meet the needs and reach populations in a very large county. Now, when you've got next to no developed road system, because our road system really is just a couple of dual carriageways and A roads, mostly B roads, where you have no consolidated rail system that really makes it easy to get across the county in any way, shape or form, you have automatically built into your framework disconnection. Add to that we have the threefold challenges of dealing with rural populations, dealing with urban populations, dealing with coastal populations. One little segue about the coastal populations is we know that they tend to be, in the UK, the most deprived groups that you can find. Coastal populations, generally speaking, have some of the hardest gigs that you can have. When you look around Hastings, there's a specific square. If you transplanted it to Bath, you'd say, oh, it's another Georgian square, it's beautiful. And it is. It's called Warrior Square, and actually living there is a battle. And basically, it reminds me no less than cliff top nests. Big green space, big buildings either side, and people eking out existences, isolated from each other. Now they are homes, but they are usually multiple occupancy, high density housing. A lot of social, a lot of private housing. When you're in that space, you're like that bird on the cliff. You are in theory part of the broader flock, but where do you actually associate? Where do you actually get to be with other people? There's a green space. Again, in Bath, it would be a magnificent multi-million pound sort of piece of real estate. In Hastings, it's really about small groups of very troubled people who have nowhere else to go. It is not a place that welcomes or initiates the conversation with a family or a community to come and use that accessible green space. Hastings has its many, many challenges in terms of finance and in terms of its economy, but it's really pressurised, as all of our coastal communities are, with real estate that doesn't fit the population needs and those wider social determinants of health that drive health. Quick segue here before I move on. Remember, 85%, broadly speaking, of what happens to you in terms of your health has nothing to do with health. It's about the society you live in. It's about your access to opportunity, education, clean water, clean air, people that you can connect with, people you can trust, people who can model and support you in those times of adversity. If you don't have those, you're fighting a much, much harder current to get to shore. So bear that in mind. We are a relatively affluent county with these absolutely cheek by jowl disparities. Another key one. There is a age difference between men and female in how long you live. It's a global thing. In our particular areas, there's a 12-year gap between some groups of men and some groups of other men on how long they will live. So where you are born determines by 12 years how long you will live. How is that right in the 21st century? We are one of the most developed economies on the planet. I think we were 5th or 6th, or are we dropping now to 7th, 8th, 9th? I'll check the press later. But we have got to do something about that. And effectively, that sets the scene for the Creative Health Programme. Because we have complexity, challenges that cannot be met by the traditional systems of primary care and emergency department. We need to get somehow a population mobilised to prevent its own deterioration, to master its own assets, to master its own ability to connect with those around it, to have a fulfilled existence. Because if you do that, you wipe out an awful lot of ill health. You may notice I'm a bit of an evangelist on this. I am available for Christmas parties and bar mitzvahs if you want a good rant. Now, there is a beautiful slide here. Oh my God, I love it. If only I could show it to you. But our vision, the East Sussex Public Health vision and values, working for a healthier, happier, fairer East Sussex. There isn't a single member of our team who doesn't take that really personally and really seriously. We are a team that goes out into the community, and it doesn't matter what our function is. We go out, we meet people, we talk to people, we live in those communities. So we are of those communities. We employ, we outreach, we talk to those communities. We are steeped in the struggles that they are facing. We are doing everything we can do to help them and help us help them. Our values, we believe everybody matters. We have to be inclusive about this. This goes again to the conversations that you were having earlier about that plurality of experience and plurality of vision and voyage. There's a specific element to this. You have to be able to do creative health across the life course. So basically from preconception through to death. Starting well, living well, aging well, dying well. Remembering that dying well can happen at any point from conception. Bereavement and death is a human aspect. It's part of what we are as animals. We have to be able to recognise it and embody it and support it. Starting well, we know the developmental challenges that have been faced by populations brought up under COVID. We know that if you get the access to so-called high art, you get the opportunity to see and experience creative power as a child, you're a damn sight more likely to become an artistic participant or a practitioner later on in your life. You don't get that chance, it doesn't happen. Normalising that offer, normalising what was called the habit of art, is a central aspect of our philosophy. We work actively with our education, social care, VCSE, cultural heritage and other partners to achieve that. We are honest. You'd never get this one, realistic and accountable. We know this is not a panacea. We know that this is not going to solve everything overnight. But as with most public health programs that are really effective, it's pushing across many strands over time, slowly. You build momentum. Sometimes you get quick wins. Sometimes the change is imperceptible. We know we can transform the way in which East Sussex communities access, embody and benefit from the creative health process. We're responsible and compassionate. We know we've got to do this.
We know we are there to serve. We work with our communities, we do what works, and together we can make it happen. We have the audacity of hope. I think that was an American president. But my God, don't we need the audacity of hope now? There is nothing out there. If you look at, turn on the media now, and you really do wonder why you get out of the bed in the morning. We get out of bed in the morning because of this. We know it matters, we know it can make differences and change. We've got some really specific things that we're aiming towards, and they are, broadly speaking, looking at things like sustainable economic growth. So all of this doesn't exist unless we can actually make sure that the practitioner sitting in the room, be that a link worker or an artistic practitioner, has funding to be in that space. We know that there is an economic reality that we've got to face. The delivery of outcomes requires us to provide evidence, to pump prime, to ensure that we can enable different approaches to funding streams, and in time the diversion of core statutory service budgets where it is appropriate and where we can demonstrate that will make a difference into a prevention orientated stance. That's the big technical thing for, if we can make this stuff work and demonstrate it, we can stop spending on stuff that doesn't work. Helping people help themselves. The delivery is with people, not at them. And there's a hell of a difference from that. You all know, as many of you who are artistic or cultural or heritage practitioners, you can't just lecture people, as in fact that's exactly what I'm doing with you guys, but we'll ignore me for the moment. You can't do that. You have to go with people. You have to identify what their state of the journey is, what's going to work for them. Now, that personalised response is actually completely synchronous, congruent with the NHS approach to personalised care. Because the bottom line is, if you're going into an ED because actually you are fundamentally isolated and feeling lost, that's a failure of our system to identify different ways you could connect, because you're not going to get that connection in an ED. We must use the resources we have in the best possible way, and our argument is that actually by diverting and targeting specific areas of research, specific areas of activity, we can demonstrate value and through that divert more resource into prevention orientated opportunities. There's one particular thing that we look at. There's a particular indicator looking at loneliness. Now, you gave a beautiful summary of the local loneliness indicators. Loneliness in East Sussex is a real problem, and it's intergenerational. You've got big cohorts of young people who feel completely disconnected, and you've got the more understood from the sort of the government strategy, loneliness strategy onwards, the adult social care, the isolated, the carers, etc. Now, one of the things that we have a real keen interest in is we have a suicide problem in East Sussex. Specifically, we have Beachy Head. My apologies to anybody if this is a triggering conversation, and if it is in any way, shape or form, after the session, please come talk to me. I'm really happy to support you in any way I can. Suicide is a fundamentally massive task that we as a nation have to embrace. And one of the big things that when you work on suicide is you realise there's one key model. There are many models, but one key model that drives an awful lot of our thoughts about how we approach our suicide prevention strategies. And it's what an American psychiatrist called Joyner called the interpersonal theory of suicide. And basically it says there are three components required for a fatal suicidal self-harm attempt, deliberate. And they are knowledge, capability. So you've got to have the ability to know what will kill a human being. In the old days that was farmers, soldiers, doctors, dentists. Now you've got one of these, 3 keystrokes, and you can find out what works, you can find out how. Second one, you have to feel on some deep level burdensomeness, that you are better off coming off the playing field, that the world is in some way, shape or form better without you. The third element is loneliness, disconnection. You don't have anybody close enough to connect to you to say, you've got to not think about those things. Or, no, you matter. Transient though that may be. Sometimes it's a stranger that can do that for you. You'll have seen in the press over Suicide Prevention Week lots of celebrity stories, lots of people talking about their experiences of that one person who made them think about not taking their life and having a direct impact. Now, when you look at the loneliness gap, we've got to do something on an industrial scale. And there is one tool that we have that can do that. How many of you watch videos or listen to music or podcasts on one of these or something similar? All of you. Right. Do you feel less lonely when you're listening to something that makes sense to you, that you're enjoying, be that music? Tend to have a feeling of well-being and connection. It's just the way humans are. We like sharing stories, we like hearing stories back. That could be a narrative, could be a piece of fine art, could be a piece of cultural practice. If we can industrialise the delivery and the availability of connections through the cultural, creative, heritage and artistic routes, we think we can have a measurable impact on that third and most problematic aspect of that model of pseudoscience theory. We can't control the gunk that's on here, even with Elon Musk's best attempts to ruin his own devices. We can't control what's on the internet, but we can aim to support people and give others the support that they need to help them. And you guys are part of that army. Consider yourself drafted. So, East Sussex County Council, we are now moving from, there is a very wise woman in the room, and she has come up with a phrase which we kind of use as a sort of a battle cry, and it's moving from nice to have to must do. In the old days of public health, before all the cuts and the nastiness came in, there was often a little bit of creative health, a little bit of, oh, let's do some mixed media work with the oldies, or let's do something in a creche. Isn't that nice? Photo opportunity for a council, end off. It's nice to do. When you look at the social burdens that we are facing, the complexities that we are facing, this is no longer nice to do, it's must do. We can't get healthcare practitioners into a space that you guys are already occupying. We just need to work out a way to make that practice more sustainable, easier. We've got rising demands, declining budgets, a need to refocus on prevention and resilience. How many of you have come across the all-party parliamentary group on creative health? 2. Oh, 3. Like a late starter. The slides, when you get them, have got lots of references in them. You are going to be very unpopular with your families because your homework is you read these bloody things. They set out the case that you are trying to articulate. So, we are standing on the shoulders of giants. The work that we do, and I'm standing on the shoulders of Teresa, who is, I think, of a reasonable size, but a titan in the public health field. There are not many public health consultants who actually go, we're doing creative health, you know. There's a few around the patch, but not many as gifted and as vocal and as good at explaining the nuances and the detail to a clinical or a non-clinical audience. So at some point I will be ushering her from the building, and no, you can't keep her. She's ours. Who's heard of Michael Marmot? Yeah. Who's heard of Professor Lord Darzi? Yeah, good. Who's heard of Nicholas Sirota? Yeah, I thought so. And Claire Povey. Oh yeah, okay. You guys got homework. You guys got homework. Basically, you've got titans of public health and clinical health alongside the Arts Council Chair and the GP National Lead for Social Prescribing, all advocating the same thing. Creative health has to be done. It's no longer nice to do, it must be done. You have their backing, which is probably more effective than mine. Gonna spare you the dad joke, because there was a really good dad joke on this slide. You can email me later and go, no, it really wasn't that good, but I was happy with it. Looking at the work of Daisy Fancourt and Saoirse Finn at UCL, they are basically researchers in lots of very, very adjacent fields to what we're talking about today. And they've come up with a quote for the World Health Organization overview of the evidence on creative health. So this stuff has got WHO's imprint to it. This is no longer somebody sitting in their, their office going, oh, it's nice to have, let's just do that. This is actually serious stuff. Given both the growing evidence base and the recognised need to embrace new approaches within healthcare, it feels timely to be exploring ways to embed the arts more firmly within public health prevention schemes and within clinical care. Now, tracking back a little bit, they use the term arts there in a very broad way. It encompasses creativity, culture and heritage in their definition. The results from Fancourt's review effectively say that you have a number of prevention promotion benefits for populations and individuals. So you've got the effect of the social determinants of health. You can actually improve people's existence and their experience of their environment, their lives, their agency in interacting and moving into a better place, challenging the inequity around them. You can support child development, very, very strong evidence base on the developmental impacts of creativity, activity and socialization in early years. Encourage health promoting behaviors, normalizing, making sure that people have models of appropriate status, and appropriate, says in a patriarchal top-down way. By this we mean stuff that's going to actually enrich your life and not shorten it. Help to prevent ill health. We know medication regimes for people who have participated in things like COPD singing groups or asthma breathe easy groups goes up. They become stable when they've not been stable for their whole lives. And bearing in mind, we've known pretty much everything we need to know about asthma for 50 years and we still can't crack the problem. We have to approach the problem in a different way. We have got to make people feel empowered to take up the offers that they've been given. Train those clinicians to give the appropriate offers, the appropriate supports. Support caregiving. And that's not just the designated social care aspect here. The care that you show to each other, the care that you show to yourself. Really important thing, again from the round table earlier, you had a good balance between the participant and the practitioner. Never forget, this is as much about the well-being of the public health practitioner as it is about the participants. Right. Last thing that before I sort of move into the next section. Professor Helen Chatterjee. Anybody heard of her? Yes, good. If you're involved in the museum or the heritage or the cultural debate, Helen Chatterjee's work on how museums are very strongly indicated spaces for health improvement work is seminal. We're embodying that in some of the programs that we're pushing through and developing with our colleagues across the cultural strategy in East Sussex. Over to you.
Thank you. Okay, colleagues. So we're going to do things a little bit differently
because we don't have pretty pictures. So I'm going to do my best to describe. So what I wanted to do in this segment really was to give you some tools to frame arts. You do excellent work. I know you do lots of excellent work, but it's giving you the tools to frame it, be it for that strategy, be it for that bid, be it really to be talking to decision makers, really just framing it in a language that they understand. So I'm going to try and do as much describing as I can, so please bear with. So the first thing I wanted to talk to you about really was a model that you can use to describe the sort of actual action that happens with arts. Because you'll be asked a lot of times, you know, what's the process, what's the mechanism, and then what's the outcome? And sometimes I know colleagues that I've worked with in the culture sector are sometimes a bit stumped when that comes. So I'm going to start with that. Then I'm going to look at some public health frameworks that you can consider when you're sort of framing your discussion. And then I'm going to talk a bit about the pieces of work that we're doing at County. Okay. So, a quote that you may be familiar with or not, that I shall share. So the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Arts, Health and Wellbeing has stated that arts-based approaches can help people to stay well, recover faster, manage long-term conditions, and experience a better quality of life, which is excellent, and I'm sure you know that's what we would expect, and we all agree with it. But as I was saying earlier, sometimes decision makers will ask you, you know, how exactly does this all happen? That's all well and good, but what's the action here? What's going on? So in trying to answer that question, I did a bit of a literature search, and I identified a study by Warren et al., a rapid appraisals art study. And what they did in that art study was that they reviewed obviously a number of studies, but they came across the idea of using a pharmaceutical model to explain the arts action. And what they did was that they identified that we could look at it in terms of an active ingredient in that arts program, the actual mechanism in that arts program, and then the actual outcome. And they developed a framework called the INNATE framework, which stands for Ingredients in Arts and Health. So what they did to help people understand what they meant was they used paracetamol as an example. So if sorry, I'm looking at this and trying to relay the image to you. So what they did is they got paracetamol and they used that. So, I mean, we've all used paracetamol at one time in our lives or not. It's for pain, isn't it? Mild to moderate pain relief. And what they said was the active ingredient in paracetamol is acetaminophen. And then they said that, you know, what's the mechanism? Well, the mechanism is that it blocks the impulses of pain, doesn't it? It inhibits the products of inflammatory compounds. So that's the mechanism bit. And then obviously the outcome is the easing of pain. And then they applied that concept to the arts. So they identified something like 139 active ingredients inside arts. And what they did was they put that in blocks. So they said, you know, you've got your context, you've got your people, and then you've got your project. And inside of each one of those, they sort of put some subcategories so that you can start thinking about, you know, so what exactly is in there? So things like, if you're thinking about the project, they were thinking about, you know, what's the design, what's the format, what's the dose? And if you're thinking about the people, they would be saying, you know, what's the actual interaction between the people within that project? You know, what's the environments that they're working in like, when you think about context. So they had all of those, and you'll see on your slides when you get them, there's a long list of potential ingredients that you could say, my project, you know, has some of those. Then they went on to look at mechanisms. If you recall earlier, I was telling you about the blocking of the pain impulses with paracetamol. They also identified mechanisms, and they put them into 5 categories. They had a psychological category, biological, social, behavioural, and health behaviours. That is 5, if I counted correctly. Psychological, biological, social, behavioural, and health behaviours. And they had a list of mechanisms in those categories that acted at a micro level and at a macro level. So on the individual and on the wider environment. So I'll give you an example. On the slides you'll have all of them. But if we were to take a mechanism category of social, let's just say, we want to understand how does my intervention interact, what is the impact of my intervention on participants if we look at this social category. You could, for instance, say, It affects social activity, it affects the social building of relationships, it supports learning, and it builds social resources, for example. And if you were to say, you know, how does this affect at a population level, you could say it's building group strength or affecting group power. So there you've already got, you know, some ideas for your ingredients, and then you've got some ideas for your mechanisms. What I will say, as with many models, there are some limitations to this particular model. It's worth noting that the model infers that there's a bit of a linear thinking in this, and we have to really just bear in mind that we have to leave room for, you know, tacit social factors and structural forces that may well be at play here. And it also can possibly obscure meanings that are subjective and that emerge through the interactions. But nonetheless, colleagues, I believe that this model presents us with a suite of really useful tools that we can use when we're just trying to articulate, you know, what is it, I don't want to speak for the je ne sais quoi, what exactly is it that's going on in this particular project and how exactly is it working? So you've got a suite of tools to actually choose from to try and say, you know, this is what's actually going on. If I go to the next one. So in terms of outcomes, I came across in my lit review a nice editorial by Kaku et al. And essentially what Kaku and his colleagues did was look at physiological and psychological benefits of arts on health, and they reviewed about 82 articles or so. Again, we can't see this, but what I will say to you is he has drawn all of these outcomes into 4 categories, and there are outcomes aligned to each one of those categories. So for example, I'll give you one category to spare you going through all of them. For example, he's got a category of music and music therapy, and aligned to that are the potential outcomes, and these are improvements in well-being, quality of life, mood, emotion, anxiety reduction, stress and distress reduction, and then a growth mindset and changes in social functioning. So those are just an example of some of the outcomes you could potentially align to a project if it was a music-based type of project, if you see what I mean. Okay, moving on. So, yeah, my mantra, our mantra, Zan, it's our mantra. We try to talk about this quite a bit just to really buttress the point that creative health is no longer a nice to do, it is a must do. And Dan's spoken earlier about, you know, many of the reasons that we are doing this because of. I would like to just add to the fact that, you know, we talk about well-being quite a bit. I know that we all know what well-being is, and I'm sure that we're very familiar with it. But it's just to say that we know that creativity, arts, culture threads right through well-being, and it's one of the simplest things that we can really bring to the fore in our respective geographies in order to improve the health and well-being of our populations. And I'll leave that there for now. The next slide was slightly busy, and it really just tries to give you a bit of context in terms of the social determinants of health. Can I just have a show of hands? Who knows what social determinants of health are? I'm excluding the front row because public health bods.
It comes up in your appraisals.
Yes, yes. So, okay. So I'm going to try and do a bit of explaining. Okay. Daryl's message that you'll hear later, Daryl, Director of Public Health's message you'll hear later, really is about talking about balancing arts and science within public health. And he's an architect by background, and he's a great advocate for arts and creativity. And one of the reasons for that, I would say, is because he sees it as the hidden asset, or the not talked about asset. And I think it's actually really interesting and in a way a little bit funny personally, because public health is also an art. Public health is both an arts and a science, and I'm sure that you're all very familiar with the scientific aspects of public health. We do a lot of science, ranging from biology to epidemiology. We are a science-based discipline. But we also have art, and my definition of that is that we deal with a lot of complexity. So for example, in areas such as whole system obesity, we sometimes have to communicate really difficult messages in novel and interesting ways. For example, during the pandemic, we at times deal with a lot of uncertainty in the absence of a strong evidence base, and we have to make sense of it. My point being is that we talk a lot about science in public health, and that is absolutely right, but there is also an arts element to it, and I'd like to share that with you this morning. Because many of you may be wondering, consultant in public health, what on earth are you doing in public health? It is my view that my profession in itself does include both art as well as science. Now, Dr. Daisy Farncourt, you'll read about her in your notes, but Dr. Daisy Farncourt, she's an absolute heavyweight in this field, and Dr. Scorsese Finn, they present a lot of evidence reviews, and systematic reviews on the impact of arts on health. And one of the pieces of information that I gleaned was the time when they were actually making the argument for arts being a social determinant of health. I'm just going to read through some of the things that I noted. So Dr. Farncourt and Finns basically said that, you know, across the life course, we can see the impact of arts and creativity, yes, but we can see it reducing medication use, reducing GP visits, moderating symptoms such as, chronic diseases such as your diabetes and dementia and stroke, reducing mortality rates, reducing pain and fatigue, and increasing healthy behaviours. So with that information, it seems credible to me that you could actually argue that arts and creativity could be seen as a social determinant of health, or indeed something that mitigates against the ill effects of the social health determinants. Now, in East Sussex, we are of that view, that we can take that position, and we're not alone in that. The Faculty of Public Health's Special Interest Group on Arts and Health is also of that view. And I was going to show you a number of models that we use in public health and how we are now putting arts and creativity within those models, but you'll see them when you get them, and I'll try and describe them as we go as best I can. I find definitions really important in my practice, and I would like to share some definitions with you just so you can sort of understand where I'm coming from, well, we're coming from, and really see if it resonates with you. The slide you would have seen is a slide that gives you definitions of creativity, creative, and art, and I was just going to quickly run through those like that, but I'll do it like this. So if you look at the literature, creativity is a very, very vast topic, and like love or happiness, it's absolutely everywhere in the academic literature. And there is reasonable consensus that we are all creative from the literature, but albeit to differing degrees. And in Western culture, we see being creative as the key to success in our personal and professional lives. There is reasonable consensus concerning its definition as bringing something forward, bringing something forward that is new, that is appropriate, that is of high quality, that is authentic, that is novel. So that's being creative. Creativity, as we know, can be expressed in a number of ways, and one of those ways is through the arts. Therefore, creativity goes beyond art in our understanding, and it can be found in every aspect of our lives. So everybody has the ability to be creative, and we all have a degree of creativeness, but we don't have the same opportunity to access creative pursuits. We don't have the same opportunities to engage with them, and therefore there's a bit of an inequality there. The words art and creativity are used often interchangeably, which is why I'm really labouring the sort of definitions here. And we see art as a process of creative efforts and discovery, and there are various subtypes to that. The Arts Council England define creativity as the process through which people apply their knowledge, skill, and intuition to imagine, conceive, express, or make something that wasn't there before. There is also a conceptual framework that you can also look at to further explore creativity and explain it. The one that we're using in East Sussex is the Kaufman and Bagato model, which is the 4C model. I don't know if anyone's familiar with the 4C. Is anyone? Okay, so this model basically is on a continuum. It starts with something called mini C, and then it ends with something called big C. So mini C, that is seen as explorative behaviour, and this is like an individual is being intuitive, they're being inventive. So mini C could be somebody basically being aware of a book, let's just say. Let's use a book as an example for all of this. Being aware of this particular book. Oh, that's great, nice book. Little c is everyday creativity. Have we heard of everyday creativity? Right, that is everyday creativity. Ordinary daily actions that humans engage in to create new ways of doing things. So if we go with the book example, that would mean you spending maybe about 2 hours or so reading this book, maybe just reading a couple of pages of this book. Nothing overly amazing, you're just enjoying reading that book. Then you've got something called pro-C. Here we're going to a level of expertness, not exceptional, but a level of expertness. So that could be the fact now you are writing maybe some reviews on this book, let's just say. Maybe you formed a blog, do you know what I mean, talking about this book and how you've enjoyed it, or maybe writing a reflective piece. And then you've got big C, which is creative genius. So that would be you writing books, perhaps publishing books, maybe becoming a literary genius. So they put it on this continuum just so you can explain it, but also just to let people know that they are being creative. You don't have to be an expert to be creative. And I think that's really important, particularly with marginalised groups or groups that are easy to miss. Many a time they feel that I'm not creative. This is not it's got nothing to do with me. It's for those people that are quite wealthy and well off that can go to visit museums or do other wonderful things. It's not for me. This model basically spoke to us in that we felt that this demonstrated that creativity and arts is for everybody. Next one. Defining arts. So the slide you would have seen there would have given you a definition again of the arts, but it would have broken it down by the various subgroups. This particular definition is what's shared, which is shared by the Faculty of Public Health Special Interest Group for Arts and Health. So I'll break it down, I'll just read it through. So we're agreed that arts is a social determinant of health or a mitigator against the ill effects of social circumstances, and the broad 5 categories that have been agreed are performing arts, visual arts, literature, culture, and online or digital arts. And you'll notice in this definition that culture sits within the arts in this particular circumstance. Okay, so we've spoken quite a bit about our position in East Sussex in terms of how we perceive arts and creativity as a social determinant of health, etc. I was just going to say that in the broadest sense, in East Sussex, we refer to health as being a person's level of good physical and mental health and not the absence of disease. And if we're to look through that lens, we generally see people as, when we see people as healthy, we see them as people who are essentially thriving and flourishing in their society. So we would see them as people that have access to meaningful work, secure housing, have the ability to access culture and creative pursuits, are in stable relationships, have high self-esteem, and have healthy behaviours. So that's our sort of mindset when we think of healthy people. So somebody earlier said that they didn't know what the social determinants of health were, so I'm going to attempt to explain that to you without the picture. So you can close your eyes for this if you like. So just consider this. So what actually causes heart disease or a heart attack? The answer would be quite clear. You could say that it is a blocked artery and you wouldn't be wrong, but actually what causes that artery to get blocked in the first place? So is it that a person is eating an unhealthy diet? Is it that that person is consuming, unhealthy drink, not exercising, or they're very stressed? Okay, but what in turn makes them feel very stressed? What in turn influences their ability to make, appropriate choices in terms of what they eat and what they drink, and getting the opportunity to exercise? What influences that? Well, the answers really lie in where that person is born, where they live, where they grow, where they age. That's what we call the determinants of health or the social circumstances of health. Okay. So the diagram that we would have seen is an adaptation of the Dahlgren and Whitehead social determinants model. I remember when I was training, we used to call it the rainbow model. It's very pretty, and essentially what you need to visualize is that at the center of it are the people. We're at the center of this particular model, and around this model there are various layers which represent community influences, individual lifestyle factors, living and working conditions, and then general social conditions. And it's all like in layers, maybe like an onion rather than a rainbow, but it's all like in layers around the people who are in the middle, the most important bit. What we're saying is that on the very periphery, the general social economic layer, which is at the very periphery of the person, we're saying is where culture, arts and creativity sits. In that periphery right now, you have things such as, if I can just, could you put up the, this is like a quiz, remember that picture, remember that picture. Sorry, can I have this one down?
This one?
Yes, please. So if I can just describe this picture, so you've got people in the middle. The next layer would be your individual lifestyle factors. So, you know, somewhat, I think good sleep, drinking, having activity, exercise. The next layer would be social and community networks, you know what that is. And then the next layer would be living and working conditions. And then the periphery would be your general socio-economic layer. So that's where we put culture, arts and creativity, also environmental conditions, if you see what I mean. That's us putting that in. It's an adaptation. Yeah, normally, you know, arts and creativity wouldn't sit there, but we think that it's appropriate. And the Faculty of Public Health SIG also agree. So I think that's great. So moving on.
Okay.
Yeah. So, oh, there's time.
Yes, there's a performance.
Oh, is there? Oh gosh.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
Oh, okay. So time is up. Okay. So what I'd like you to really just take from this is that there is evidence that can support your intervention in terms of framing them in the very important context that they should be framed in. They can be seen as social determinants of health. They can be seen as protectors of your mental health and well-being, and they can also be seen as opportunities for general well-being and supporting the overall prevention agenda. We will send our slides to you. I'm sorry that I didn't get to talking to you about our position paper and our strategic plan and our JSNA and all the other wonderful things that we're doing, but that's life sometimes. So. Thank you very much for your time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are you on to lunch? Or are you dashing off now?
I was going to dash. But I can stay if there's something that
Yes.
you like.
No, if you're around for 5 minutes or so, just if people have got questions afterwards.
Absolutely.
Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Thank you. So,
Yes,
sorry about the technical support. We managed to break. You guys have to come and do a hard reset apparently. So, Ali and Esteban are doing a performance in their studio, which if you go out to the left and around, you will see, and I think Suzanne's probably waving at people, it's well worth doing. If not, grab food. Eat in the cafe bit here, eat in the other cafes, and we're back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you, everybody. So sorry, man.
No problem. Thank you.
No, thank you very much.
It's fascinating stuff. It's something that, so I've got a very strange background. My background is and then I went to run the Imperial College.
Talk about the bonds model. I have the bonds model up there. I have Martin and Grant.
We did we even wrote a poem.
Yes, I saw it. I as a best bio I've ever seen. In fact, I didn't submit a bio because I couldn't get come up with any.
Dan.
Okay.
This is the man.
She's the talent.
Defo.
We needed 2 talks. This is what it was. We should have
But anyway, no, next time. That's actually fine. And yeah, we've got our HR. Hopefully go well. It's great if y'all can get the centre of it.
And that's really good because I think you're way ahead of us in terms of the theoretical thinking around what you've developed. So I think there's a lot we could learn from you.
Happy to share. Genuinely happy to share.
Excellent. We have a really strong art culture sector within medicine.
Yeah.
We're not tapping into it.
It's getting there, and public health has been brilliant. Since COVID, BCS sector and public health in Medway has been really, really strong. I mean, Scott and I are on like 15 committees together. We're on like 7. So there's a lot of interaction between us going on.
To basically frame it in such a way that it's getting recognised. Let's be honest, and we're getting funding. So happy to share, definitely.
And I think that's the element that we could learn from some of the theoretical bits, tying it all together, and then demonstrating impact, and then getting the funding to support.
Well, we need to speak to you about the survey because we're going to be doing a creative health survey.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, and I know you've done a lot.
Yes.
Definitely need to repeat.
Excellent. But just be aware, there is right now we are losing arts organisations. So across the country, dozens of them are going under. We are lucky we're staying for now because we were left a bit of money. But everyone is under massive. So my electricity bill went up £100,000 this year. My income did not go up £100,000 this year. Where did we find that money?
Small theatres, etc. are really
And then in the end, you kind of came back with it, then you made your statement like, for you, like, health is not about absence of diseases, so that's like the negative definition of wealth, and the more positive one for you is about thriving, and so I was like, oh, okay, you did study it, and perhaps like my kind of like potential I felt in, I mean, okay, all the concepts you're reading, they don't have to always be compatible with each other, but with the 4C model, so it's like
The ambition has always been to provide a space that can be used by the whole community as well as the company. It's a hub locally, nationally and internationally.
A renowned dance company worldwide fitting into Ashford is so exciting. We've loved having Jasmine here for the last 10 years, but having her in her own building, a real home for her dancers, will be fantastic.
The full-time purpose-built centre open, that's going to be the electrifying moment where people will start associating Ashford with this art form in a way that will be great for the town and the area.
With the iconic building that Yasmin creates, will be the biggest hit for that type of industry. It's really positive step forward.
To have one of the greatest dance and theatre companies in Yasmin Vardaman with this sort of facility, this kind of training ground, offers something really special to the south east, to Kent, to Ashford and to the rest of the country.
It has always been a dream of ours and the County Council to have some more cultural efforts in Ashford. Yasmin Vardaman is exactly the sort of company we wish to attract here, so I'm really pleased to see it now coming out of the ground at last.
It's been a really long journey for many years, from wanting to have a home and a building to almost getting there, and then we have to make sure that...
This is my favourite thing. I take it everywhere.
That's what we want to do in Chatham, is to keep those cultural activities going, you know, getting that contact with services.
Well, you've got your steps in. See, it's public health intervention.
Yes,
public health intervention.
Yes, I did do it.
Anything that you want to get involved in that, certainly.
I'm seriously going to get yourself
about 6,000 people interested, so.
You sing, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Good luck with the rest of the day.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was going to say, this is a proper performance lesson.
It's me. It's you.
These little thingy.
From Nancy.
What do you
Robin
say?
just texted her, because I haven't heard from her for a while. She might end up sharing.
Oh my god! No, that's alright, I can do that.
I'm sure she'll work at the doctor now, so she's probably just for that.
Of course, yes.
And then the one
I
after
found
yours.
that alto, mezzo's my favourite, I have to say. But alto is just,
thank you.
Bass baritone.
That one is the full one, so
I'll give you my Bluebeard's Castle one day.
Yes.
You're very unlucky.
Let me take my water. So the first one I suggested Hannah's chair. So Hannah, Beth James and Suzanne.
Is that for Owie on as well? She.
Yes, then the second part of that panel
Oh,
will be
of course.
Hannah chairing Owie, Megan and David Tovey.
Yeah, we're going to speak
I've
to.
told Hannah that David Tovey's a talker. He also knows he's a talker. Yeah.
How many present slides did she have for 20 minutes?
So, did I tell you about her? She emailed me yesterday, can you pay for my hotel?
Honestly, she's getting. Oh, I get angry. I can be about furious. The
Yeah.
said, you get the freaking cables out. That's why it's not working.
Yeah, he's lovely, but
Oh, yeah,
and she was really particular about having all of those initials. I don't know what it stands for afterwards. You know that's someone private, don't you?
and she just gave a letter. I mean, her talk was boring. And it was explaining. If it had been me giving the talk, I would have been accused of being a patriarchal, misogynist.
Okay.
And I would have been.
Yeah. Well, maybe he evened her out a smidgen for a bit.
His was great. His was so good and funny. She had like 40 slides for 20 minutes. And they were really intense slides. And she was like, oh, I'm going to talk through this 3 C's one. I mean, I got up and told her at 5 minutes. I said, 5 minutes.
Yeah.
She had another 20 slides.
And everyone needs the lunch now, though, don't they?
So I suspect people go, oh, that last bit as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, got something to talk and bond about now, haven't they? Yeah, so I've lost both my people, so Robin and Tony have gone to get various kids and wives and bits and bobs. So if you need me, I'll come in for the bit to rearrange people. But yes, so Hannah knows David Tovey's a talker.
Okay.
I said he also knows he's a talker, so he'll probably say, I talk a lot, shut me up if you need to, and you can go, David, shut.
And I'll stand up
he'll
and
be
then
fine.
5 minutes ago and just go.
And he'll be fine with it. He's a good sport. He's on his way now. I think he said he'd be here lunchtime.
And the sessions are going on with Dotsie and.
Yeah, and they're all happy. They've even had more take up
Really
as well.
wonderful.
And Dossie's been meeting Rinda.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's great. Yeah, so they're all going good. I think they're happy. Yeah, so the only people we're missing is David Toby, who's en route, and Nancy. Otherwise, everyone else is here.
Well,
and Ali, but she's obviously over the road.
Needs to be.
And then the funders will just be. Well, Rebecca's not here for National Multi Heritage Fund, but she's definitely coming.
So
She did tell me she'd be here later in the day, so
it's just dotted at the moment.
yeah.
But that's okay. She can talk. God, we just had the people standing for election
Oh, for what?
for Creative Midway. Have you seen the list?
No, I don't think I get those ones. Who are they? No, is it good? Is it? Yeah, change.
I'm a bit concerned about the chair.
Oh, who's in it?
It's Carol or
Oh, she's got the time.
she hasn't, which just means it's going to be honest.
She hasn't touched that. Oh, I mean, to be fair, they're changing the chair role, but it's more of like a signature sign-off role.
Where is it? I had it here a second ago.
Okay.
It concerns me that she's chair because she's very particular about
She can be, yeah.
Nurse, blah, 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 blah. Whoops. I literally just opened it.
Where
Where has it gone? Invite the social sector, my community newsletter. God. Sorry.
That's
I
That's all
did I
right.
dream it?
No, you've got the names from somewhere, surely.
Yes. What's yesterday? Today? It's, oh, elections next step. Oh, you got end of year. Yeah. So we've got Carol Fiona on the chair. Yeah, but my concern is she's going to be better than she is.
Well, I think they're changing the role in that you're just signing off on things.
Makes me worried though. Because everything is, well, they're both. Everything is their way or nowhere.
I think you'll get more if you had Carol though. People encouraging that way. Everyone's dropping like flies if she's in it again.
Yeah, but also Carol is very.
Oh, is she?
Have you been in meetings with her?
Well, yeah, because I
should
crossed paths with her when I went to Doctor Lab when they did their exhibition, and only me and Ali, who was doing it, got along with her. So everyone always got us to do it.
She's very, very aggressive and personal, and
Oh, God,
I always get on fine with her personally. But she numbered every single meeting. She stood up and said, "Well, when people talk about culture, they mean black culture." And
Yeah,
Carol,
she is very, yeah.
Carol, it's all of us were working together. I'm not enamored with either. These ones are okay.
I mean, between us, if it is that the chair is just a person that signs off and goes present to the big wigs, then Fiona can do it. She won't know what she's signing, she'll just say, yeah, I trust her. So maybe that's the way.
So I don't know Danny.
Danny who?
Hayden. That's Vice Chair for People Focus. No, I don't know him. Chatting. Steve. Okay, that could be real awkward.
Yeah, I just don't know. He has time either.
Sam and Margarita.
Oh, I know together.
Yeah. Can you imagine?
Oh, no. No. Yes, this is the public.
It really is. I don't know Claire.
Oh, she's moved to Kent School of Arts.
I'll say I'll vote for Claire.
Oh, good, Tracy did.
Tracy and Bryony. It's only Tracy and
What
Bryony.
one's that one?
Spaces and Places. Community engagement. Syrian, I've met her. Kirian.
So she does stuff with live music now. She's been doing a lot with her Zaz.
Yes, oh, she's lovely.
good.
I like her.
She's good.
I want that to give up.
What's this one for?
This is creative community engagement. And there's Lexi.
Oh, Lexi's brilliant.
I think I've met him as well. He's a nice guy.
He's got his fingers in all sorts. He's brilliant.
There's
Oh, I'm
Benjamin,
glad he's gone.
a young guy. No, he's 18. So
That's good though.
Medway Youth Climate Change Movement. And Carol standing again. There's me, but that's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, that's alright.
I know you're the biggest community engagement on that list though.
Wow, yeah, that's.
I'd say Lexi's brilliant. I don't know what he's done himself. He's normally part of things.
Yeah.
But he's brilliant.
No, I think I'm sure I've met him. He wasn't, did it?
Sage.
Oh, Sage. Oh, God, that's all.
Oh no, don't.
Yeah.
Don't Teresa, okay? on screen.
Community
Oh, good dog, Jack. I get to see it. Oh my god, I can't wait to tell Robin that. What's that one for?
Fiona, connectivity focus.
Jan, it's not easy to work with. She's really got. She's Marmite, she is. So is Fiona, so is Carol, so is Andrew.
So that will be the challenge show if she gets in. And I don't know who John Davis is.
Oh no.
So someone new there for shared ambition.
That's nice though.
Yeah.
Oh god, I'm gonna have nightmares
I
today.
know. Honestly, this is my thing. I'm like, oh god.
Because I know Kevin Griss wanted to go, and someone told me, it might have even been you, I'm not sure, Kevin wanted to go for chair, and he basically told like the board of Electric Meadow, and they said, you've got too much on, you can't. And he was really upset because he really wanted to go for it. But someone told me that, so I don't know if it's Chinese whispers, but... Who told him? I can't remember who told me, but someone, he basically went to the board of Electric Meadow, whoever they are, and they said, you've got too much on to do that as well.
Oh no.
I don't know if that's Chinese whispers, but...
It's his wife, because she's
I
on
don't know who told me that.
Yeah. Amazing. I haven't got my vote.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, sorry, I didn't know you were calling me.
I was going to stick around and just do a bit of work, so if you want to grab the show.
I'm going to go over to Ari Lister show my face.
Yeah.
And then I'll be back. Oh, that's really upset me.
I know. Honestly, it makes me very nervous
Oh.
about how it's going to be. So. Ugh.
I thought this was going to be the turning point.
I worry about the thing.
I've said to Robin, I said, I think Creative Medway should be a thing, and she never saw it in this way. I think she's starting to. And I said, Creative Medway is a non-council version of me and her, but a bigger scale.
Sort of.
You know, not that I would say we're competing.
No, no,
I said
no.
that that's how the layout should be. All the things we're trying to do without the council tie.
Yeah.
And the people aren't the right people. Or Pizzazz does so well. Like, just expand that if they wanted to,
Yeah.
you know.
But Hazaz had Angeli driving it
Yeah.
all the time.
Yeah.
Which, because we were all.
You haven't had that, maybe it
And
would be
because the
different
arts
if you
team was
had.
quite rightly, because that's what was originally the plan, was to kind of step back and be part of it but not drive it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we were very, I'll speak on behalf of Robin because obviously she was there longer, very conscious that she didn't want it to become a council thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And just be there to pull in council resources but not be there as a decision maker.
Yeah.
So like, I don't think we're allowed to vote sort of scenario, you know, that sort of
Which-
thing.
Why not?
I don't
You're
know.
members.
I don't know, but that's just me thinking out loud, but I wouldn't know who to vote for the chair. Oh.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm gonna go watch Alice in Wonderland.
Go and see that instead.
Let's go see Fiona. I'll see you in a minute.
Oh dear.
Hello, David. Hi. I've got Nancy and Beth.
Hello. How are you?
Hello.
He's having a quiet moment to grab lunch.
Eating a quick biscuit.
Alright.
Oh,
Not to see
great.
the Dutch picture, of course.
We don't see anything.
How you doing?
Good. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. How are you, David?
Exhausted.
Yeah.
But it's
Have you been here all day? All week?
This is day 3.
Yeah.
But we had carnival on Saturday as well, so it's just been intense. But,
I've just not managed to get to any of it. It's just ridiculous at the moment. Last year I did, but
It's hard this time of year, isn't it? There's all sorts of
so much going on.
yeah,
So much
it's so frustrating because it's like you just don't get to do anything other than the absolute like firefighting, urgent, important stuff.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. I've got to go straight from here home because I'm having a full team meeting at my house. So at 5 o'clock. So
Of course you are.
I've got to go.
There's nothing better, right?
Oh my gosh.
What did you do in a previous life to earn that?
It is ridiculous at the moment.
Got 15
Are you
minutes.
chairing the
I am,
You're
yeah.
chairing me?
Yes.
Are you? I think. What time are you on?
I don't know.
I think no, I think
Am I
you're
2
2.
o'clock? Am I-
No,
I've
you're right.
idea.
Yeah,
No,
you
I
did
think
it.
I've got
Yeah,
David,
you might be
Wendy, and
Yes, sorry, Beth.
Nina.
Yeah, you're right
You're,
actually. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
2 o'clock.
You're at 2 o'clock. Yeah,
Yeah.
Hannah's sharing you.
I hope I've
Yes,
got enough for an
that's
hour
it.
session, David.
I could waffle.
You can waffle, great.
Yeah.
'Cause I've got prompts, but like not. I don't think everything a presentation or
No,
anything.
we're all just chatting.
Great.
It'll
Chat,
it will be
brilliant.
fine.
Good.
And we can always start a little bit later as well if you want. But I'm really going to. The last speakers were lovely, but oh my god, I had to stop her in the end. 10 minutes late.
Wow.
And she's done another 20 slides to go.
I know.
You've never given a presentation though.
Awkward.
It was a little bit awkward. I was just like, oh, but I've got so much more to say. Like, yeah, but people want to go and see Awe and Esteban. Oh, Awe and Esteban, sorry.
I'm glad you. I have no idea how to say it.
I keep saying Awe, and then
Is it
it's
Awe?
Awe.
Owie.
Awe.
How do I remember that? It's in Owie.
Yep.
That's
Yeah,
not.
just like
That's
That's
not
not
going
gonna
to
stick,
going
is
to
it?
picture it. Yeah. How are you doing anyway?
Yeah. No, it's good. I feel like we're sort of just constant. I don't know. Like just.
New space, all good.
Yeah, the new space is good actually.
Oh, yeah,
It is.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
it's a bit like Fort Knox in the dockyard,
Mm.
and it like just.
Oh, it just took
Why?
me about
Do you know
half
what
an
I mean?
hour.
You're not
to get
doing
here.
any
Yeah.
like naval work anymore. Am I wrong?
Well, you say that, but no one's checked me on the 3 days that I've just walked straight in.
Oh really?
Yeah, I think if you do it with confidence,
Do it with
you're
confidence,
right.
yeah.
Whereas I was like, hello, I'm here, and they were like looking at me blankly, and they were like, go and see security, and then I went to security, and then they looked at me blankly, and then they sent me on a wild goose chase
Yeah.
somewhere. So, yeah, I should have just walked in with confidence.
Just walk in with confidence, honestly, it's fine.
I
I've,
didn't know where I was going though, so I couldn't.
yesterday I just walked straight into the galvanising
Shop.
shop.
Yeah.
Just walked straight in that way.
Very good.
Good stopped, no one questioned anything. So,
Great. Are we watching the Jasmine Vardaman home video?
we have it for when people come in, if
Lovely.
it's all
I'm
very
gonna sit
impressive.
right here, right in front of you like this.
Okay. Really keen. This is cozy.
I'm definitely a like front row or back row person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
me too. If I have front row, then I'm not distracted by me.
That's why we're all CEOs or artistic directors, you see.
Yeah.
There's probably some psychology in that, isn't there?
Yeah. Well, for me, because I genuinely would rather sit in a quiet room on my own, away, because I don't. But when you do science PhD training, they just keep putting you up on stage.
Oh really?
Constantly, and then you just get to the point where you just sit at the front and ask a question because you know that. You know, in the back of my head, my supervisor's going to shout at me for not asking a question.
What training was that?
Genetics.
Oh,
So
okay.
I did a PhD in genetics. So,
Oh, wow.
and of course, everyone in science, a lot of us in science,
Yeah.
are quite introverts.
Yeah.
So you have to develop that, a bit like being an actor, I guess. or
Yeah.
being
Yeah.
performing, you have to
Yeah.
develop that
Shell and a sort
shell of
front thing.
extrovertness and that ability to go up on, give a talk and just blur and imagine you're not there.
Yeah.
I had to take off my glasses. It's all material then. Is the projector light going to stay on the whole time?
I created a little slide. I don't know how to switch it off, so I created a slide
Okay,
that's
don't
black,
worry.
and it effectively switches it off.
Cool.
So.
Hello. I'm going to put myself on the side so I'm out of this bubbly light.
Why shaking hands is really weird, isn't it? Hello, Ollie. Ollie, nice to meet you. The famous Ollie.
Yes, the famous Ollie.
From D&D. Is that anyone you don't talk to?
No. That's Nick.
You're right.
Yeah, but yeah, it'd be lovely if we get a chance at some point to have a proper intro, sit down, to go through. Well, I've got a digital team, so once I get there.
I'm just starting to say no, actually. I'm just like, nah, whatever.
I've got a feeling I might need to be there
Bloody
free.
creative
because,
Medway.
Genevieve warned me that
I also
there might
like.
be a load of stuff in that room.
I should
Which
have
I've asked them to move, but I'm pretty sure if I don't get
It's-
if I get there R3, everything's there.
Yeah.
There, so.
Yeah, we keep those late afternoon, evening ones.
We've got like half an hour. So
Yeah, I'll try. I mean, this is the. Have you seen the program?
Yeah.
Actually, there is.
Yeah, or any caring responsibility.
Over there, or
It's just
if you want to grab that cup.
and a couple of them I did, and it was like I have to pay for a pickup for now, and it's £12 an hour for 3 hours. It's like £36, and I'm not paying £36 to go to these meetings. There's also meetings, so. Hello, come on in.
Oh, I've got a one-to-one in a minute.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the idea. It's very much in its infancy stage. It's just a case of from my background in terms of I'm an art teacher.
Yeah,
mixing or filming together.
Not film, but I'm the 1 o'clock.
Vehicle to
Is that
support kids.
measuring the impact of creativity?
It is.
See, I'm really gutted because I've got a one-to-one with the Arts Council, but that is exactly what I'm interested in, and I would have been here with bells on.
Who's it with, Dulcie?
Yeah.
We're going to have some fun.
You have to move it?
Hopefully in the process, just by
I don't know if she's got any space later on in the afternoon.
Well, ask her, and
If she has,
Yeah.
is that alright if
Yeah,
we
definitely.
pop back?
Of course. I mean, any point.
Hey, that's what we
If you
want
miss
us
the
to
first
do.
10 minutes, that's alright.
Is that alright?
Yeah.
I can just, if I come in the back way, then I'm not. I'm Rachel, by the way.
I'm Nancy.
Really
Hi.
nice to meet
Hi.
you. Really nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, I'm a speech and language therapist and a musician.
Oh, brilliant.
So, like, arts and health and wellbeing is like
Brilliant.
Yeah, 3-day conference.
massive
The
overlap for me.
interesting one,
Great.
you actually go through all if you're still around.
Anyway, I'll go and check in with Dulcie.
Yeah, because we've got
Thank you.
we've got Arts Council and hopefully lottery.
No,
I
I
did say no to things.
Oh, amazing. Yeah, that would be fantastic.
And then hopefully you get a chance to
I mean, what?
chat with one of them.
Yeah, I don't
or two of them afterwards.
I'm still happy to sit
So
as
I
the
will
like,
also have the
whatever they
project
call
in
it.
mind.
Yeah.
What have you got?
I think I'm the under 18s person.
So
But
yes,
I'm not
only
going to do
because that's
anything.
sort of
Yeah, oh no,
No.
yes he did, yes, of course.
So-
Things are starting to click
Yeah,
together.
you have no idea
Who is seeing this? Like, yeah.
So I run
Like,
Nikisat, so
sort of
the
be
studio.
there, but at the
Yeah,
same
yeah, yeah.
time,
It's amazing what you're doing.
also many
Fantastic.
things and it's
It's a lot of fun.
it's
Yeah.
very-
But we could do it more money. So
Apparently Carol from Macca is going
yeah,
up
so
to the
it's
chair
amazing.
against
So if we could,
Fiona.
yeah,
really?
we always have that in mind if there's opportunities.
Oh, that would
because
be
I will.
I know, it'd be like, oh my god.
There's grant
Yeah,
scheme
that'd
for
be-
Development Creative
Yeah.
Grants, which I'm hoping Nick's going to
Voting
apply for because it
Must be
gives him
confidential, mustn't it?
a load of time to focus on projects he
Yeah,
wants to
sure.
develop.
Are you
like
going on
PhD.
Like stuff like this.
when
Yeah,
is
yeah,
the
yeah.
thing?
And also
Tomorrow.
like 6 pages of
Tomorrow.
And I'm not- no.
introducing you to our
No.
Black Horse submission.
Is that the
That's
voting
nice.
tomorrow?
Nick.
The what?
Is the voting
It was,
tomorrow?
it was when I came up to
Maybe.
chat about it
Yeah, 'cause
because
it's
he
closed,
joined
isn't it?
the D&D
So-
group that I was running for the
I don't
last
know.
6 months ago.
The voting's closed.
And some of
Yeah.
his stuff
Oh.
is just
No,
phenomenal. I love it.
sorry, the
And then yeah, I was
nominating,
like, I
the
just like
putting
do a
yourself
few bits of
forward.
art. And it's like that's
Ah,
why it's
okay.
like finding
Sorry.
the time. It's just like it
But I
costs
don't
money,
know.
and like
I
from
don't
my
know how
point of view, being
voting, what
a
the
teacher,
process is.
I have a salary and
Yes.
that's given.
Mm.
But for him, it's that kind of like every minute is.
Last time it was all
yeah.
online.
So it's just finding that.
Because it was still pandemic.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. And that's hopefully
yeah,
if we
and
can
that
get
wasn't
a
voting.
good-
It was just like, is everyone
if
cool
we
with
can find
this?
time to
Yeah,
help
sort
Nick.
of, wasn't it?
No, they had proper voting. Yeah, they had like a
Maybe
software
submission
thing.
for,
Do you remember? It was like
Like,
we were voting for like Yodas and people like
Yeah,
that.
I was just saying,
Amazing.
I
And then
probably
there's
just
time
didn't
to
know
do
what
some
was going
project.
on at all.
Or buy him a few months over a long period.
Yeah.
So that
You can just dip into those days and go to
I
one
think
day a
the whole-
week is this or 2 days a week
I've
is
allowed
this.
myself.
Yeah.
I've been bought out by
Yeah.
those kinds of
Like,
stuff.
No, well, they've kind of aborted that.
So that's what I'm hoping.
They have, but like the
So
whole
that's what I'm hoping we can.
the whole idea that it's led by this
There's so many projects.
panel.
Hey, Beth.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh yes.
Oh, yeah.
And just the amount of people that I was just
Nancy, hi.
It's like, yeah, he just seems to be non-stop.
You're right.
Yeah.
I've not sent anything back to Debs.
Yeah.
In fact, I should have done that. Because you guys were good and you did what you said. We haven't done it.
I'm so at the front. I'm actually in the panel.
I just thought this would be a really good opportunity for us to
Yeah.
We said by the end of July, didn't we? We said we'd set something.
Yeah, great. Great. Are we collating anything or are we just sending stuff directly to Debs? What was... I didn't remember what the upshot was.
Well, we sent it to all of you because we thought we might just send you collective.
Yeah, I thought that was the thing. Okay, I just didn't know whether you'd sent the stuff you've sent to us straight to Debs as well. Okay, cool.
I just sent her an email going,
A holding one.
There's creative practice ones, and you can do some of these projects you want to do rather than just
She's actually running with a lot of people on her own.
she's kind of gone, I do want to do it with you, yes. I think I'm going to, I have ideas how I want to do it. I think I might do it, I might get a technical person in and be like,
we can do that with
you know, so it's fine. I mean, we never put
the idea is like
name on it, but
the
like,
concept
no,
that we have the world is
Yeah.
like anything can be
We got it up and running for her, like, so it gives complete confidence to do.
I can be a Disney princess.
Fair enough.
I can be a dragon. And it's that whole
steampunk side.
Exactly. After that, like, I kind of thought, if I start saying there's a collective of companies I want to do it, I think you're in this.
There's about 10 people that want to get a piece of the action and mess around with it.
And things coming out like apple cores and pies and stuff like, oh, this is amazing. Because we could do that.
she's a lovely, lovely lady, and you just kind of go, okay, we go.
Yeah.
I mean, under,
Fighting against rage or stress or
Going to reinvent Warhammer 40k now.
Yeah. You can come and join it.
We are.
Freezing.
I spoke to her this morning.
Need the bridge
Yeah.
having a little bit late.
Oh, okay.
You know, Terry
Need
Pratchett
a
annoying
here,
as
she was here this morning, so
stuck drawers or something like that.
That's the story of my life. I missed dancing and ate a jacket potato. No, we're opposite. You know where the helicopter is?
Yeah.
We're in the building immediately opposite that.
Yes.
We're
My
just
daughter went for World Book Day.
the soft areas.
Yeah, pretty much opposite that. There's a building. Not this building. The one literally next door.
Tiffany
Yeah.
No one had any clue who she was when she's walking around in a dress with a frying pan and this disease
smiling.
So surreal. It's like, how do these things combine?
Yeah.
Yes, you. Yeah. Mostly.
God, that's annoying.
It is, isn't it? I've sat myself on a little sort of a sort of
Yeah,
a
that's right. Yeah.
angle.
Yourself at an angle.
Apparently there's a blank side.
Okay. Is this within an hour?
Well, I don't know. I think he was thinking of, I haven't got an hour's worth. No, these are the prods.
Okay.
I could have.
I'll get
No. Right.
I know.
It was yeah. She sort of posed it to each person and they answered.
That's all the best people are.
Not this many of us, are there?
No.
Really.
No, yeah.
David.
No, it's great.
No.
I love this.
That's my chair. David, that's my chair.
Oh, we know what the lady with the wheelchair, so
Oh,
just
right.
hanging in the space for you.
Quirky angle. So, that's all right. That's on.
An observation, so I'll leave it with
No, of course. chair back for you now. Sorry. Oh, they're not your bags? Oh, they're Herinda's bags. Oh, it'd be nice to go in there. It's got the money.
Sitting on your lap. Yes, it's quite cosy, isn't it? I mean, it's nice that we're close.
Let's get this video going for a minute while we're all coming in.
Should we sit on the way while it's going?
This idea of bringing art to the people is very, very important. It solidifies communities, it brings people together, it makes people thrive.
We've been thinking about the new building for a long time. The ambition has always been to provide a space that can be used by the whole community as well as the company. It's a hub locally, nationally and internationally.
A renowned dance company worldwide fitting into Ashford is so exciting. We've loved having Jasmine here for the last 10 years, but having her in her own building, a real home for her dancers, will be fantastic.
The full-time purpose-built centre open, that's going to be the electrifying moment where people will start associating Ashford with this art form in a way that will be great for the town and the area.
With the iconic building that Yasmin creates, will be the big attractor for that type of industry. It's really positive step forward.
To have one of the greatest dance and theatre companies in Yasmin Vardaman with this sort of facility, this kind of training ground, offers something really special to the southeast, to Kent, to Ashford and to the rest of the country.
It has all been a dream of ours and the County Council to have some more cultural efforts in Ashford. Yasmin Vardaman is exactly the sort of company we wish to attract here, so I'm really pleased to see it now coming out of the ground at last.
It's been a really long journey for many years, from wanting to have a home and a building to almost getting there, and then we have to make sure that it's alive and carry on and create and deliver art and educate and nurture young generation and support other artists and explore different collaborations with different art forms. And I have a lot of plans and ideas that I would like to do there.
We are waiting. I'm Nancy Hurst. I'm from Icon Theatre. I'm chairing this panel, but not all my panels seem to be here. So in fact, I only have one of three. So we will wait a little bit longer. Otherwise, it's going to be a sparse discussion, isn't it? I'll be like, Wendy, what do you think? And you'll be chatting away, which could be good. Wendy's got a lot to say, so.
Under that spotlight. Yeah.
Hello.
I think we've got people coming, but they're all gathering lunch. So,
great.
Have we seen?
Was Nina around?
That's what I was just saying.
She was in the kitchen with Georgia at A&E.
Obviously.
AOE. There was a sense of people walking over.
Okay. Huh? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find the holding thing on this.
And it broke as well, so
Oh.
they couldn't have their slides. I could put the sunglasses on.
Oh, there we go. That's not helped the in your eyes mess, has it?
That's why we moved, because it was really
Yeah.
Ah, yeah, it must have been. Oh well.
She looked like a smurf.
Yes, this is good for the
the visual impairments. Access rider. Where's Lindsay? She was just talking about access riders to Lindsay.
Right.
Hello. Here we are. Fantastic.
So there will be, it's just finished, hasn't it, the AOA
Yes.
thing? So there will be people just on their way, because I imagine they've grabbed some food. So should we start?
Lovely.
We'll start with our round table, which I'm not part of. So I'm going to pass over to Nancy.
Fantastic. David, I just wonder if there's any way of actually turning that off or turning it to a black, so it's not otherwise. Oh, brilliant. That looks great.
Oh, no.
Oh,
No. I had this prepared. Look at this.
Oh, very
Because I didn't know how to switch it off. We broke it last time we tried to switch it off.
easily
So,
done.
so we cheated and just made a black screen.
Thank you very much. Right, well, welcome to this panel and welcome to the day, obviously. I'm Nancy Hurst, I'm Artistic Director of Icon Theatre. And we'll just introduce the panel. Introduce yourselves.
I'm Wendy Dawes and I run the mess room on the ground floor at Sunpay House.
I'm Nia Atkinson. I'm a choreographer and artistic director of Loop Dance Company and a lecturer in my spare time.
I'm David Stokes, and I'm the Chief Executive of Nucleus Arts, which hopefully everybody knows.
Brilliant. So, should we just kind of start off by asking you to kind of outline your experiences of measuring impact and well-being, and yeah, where your current practice is at the minute. Wendy, do you want to start us off?
So learning, I think it depends on the funder. So if there's a funder that wants an evaluation and it talks about well-being, then I can measure that because they'll perhaps be offered their tools. And there are different approaches. So right now I have Arts Council funding for Mess Room Creates, and with that Arts Council funding it is not necessarily on an health and well-being stream. So I'm asking myself right now which method to use. So there's loads of anecdotal evidence that I'm collecting, and what people are talking about, and you can see the well-being impact. But actually, then how to record it, that's still the conversation that's going on. So the report doesn't go in until October. So we're collecting data, but yeah, so it's mixed. It's mixed.
Great. Nina?
So I would say about 10 years ago, we had some funding to do a project for dance and mental health, and that was really my first experience of trying to measure how people felt. And we developed a wellbeing star, and we worked with a number of schools. We've just repeated the project in North Kent, but it kind of led me to start to think about that in my own practice as a choreographer. And I suppose where I am at the moment is I'm in the middle of doing my PhD, looking at dance performance and how audiences react to that, and I'm trying to unpick what that means, and for it not to be subjective about the art, but to be about actually what happens to people when they see dance. And I think over the years there's been a lot of research into dance for participants and how that raises people's wellness. But I believe that it's not just participating in movement that makes me happy, but watching it makes me happy too. And that's what I'd really like to kind of understand.
That's really interesting.
Well, I mean, I think a lot of you, I've given my presentation a few times on the work that we've been doing, but in brief, one of the things that we're really passionate about is that Nucleus works from 0 to 4s up to, we're even done end-of-life care stuff with Wisdom and others. So we work across people's life with a whole range of different arts and approaches and activities, and mostly through the incredible artists like Nick, who's in the audience, who does an awful lot with us, and I know Sophie's done stuff with us in the back. Have you done workshops with us, Sophie? Not yet. Not yet. But we have a whole load of artists working with a whole load of people with a whole range of backgrounds. So we wanted to create something that could apply across the spectrum. So, and we also wanted it to be led by our practitioners, because there's no point creating some incredibly complicated system that no one understands. So we developed, took a long time, but we developed a matrix that helps plan the evaluation in the planning of the activity. So you can look at mental health, well-being, physical health and skills, and you can look along at different subcategories, and it gives you all the different evaluations that we like from the literature, from the scientific literature. And then my team can then pick the appropriate ones for what they want to measure in that group and help them plan the group. But we also measure the well-being on the day through smiley jars. So you go in and you put a smiley in a jar, and it's, you know, happy, sad, medium. And then at the end, and we can compare the access. I mean, we don't do this on everything yet. This is the plan at one day. And we also have diary sheets. So every activity has a diary sheet to capture all the things like, you know, if it looks like it's bad that day, well, why is it bad? What is the incidental data? So is it Bob's dogs died and everyone's feeling a bit sad for Bob, so everybody feels a bit down on that session? It's not necessarily they hate jelly printing. It's just that that particular session's bad. So we've been doing a lot of work on that, so that we can really apply that across and have the same approach, whether we're working with 0 to 4s in swimming pools full of custard, or we're working with older people learning, you know, the fine details of life drawing. We should have a standard evaluation approach across that.
Brilliant, brilliant. And I feel like I should share at this point. I feel like we've done a lot at Icon sort of over the years, measuring different amounts of well-being, and we do a lot of work with young people, particularly, where I think there is a significant impact on some well-being and other things like confidence and creativity and communication skills, all those lovely things that we all impact on, don't we? But when Susanna approached us for this panel, I said, actually, I don't really feel like I want to sit there as a sort of expert on it, because I feel like all the different ways that I've tried measuring are all really tricky, and some of them don't work, I don't think, and some of them do work but have such big sort of pitfalls that you kind of go, well, I don't know that I do feel confident saying we really have that impact, even though, you know, you've seen Johnny come in and take part and walk off smiling and bouncing and telling his parents about it. You know, you sort of you feel like you know it in a sort of heart way, but actually measuring that and really demonstrating impact is quite tricky. So I'm kind of here at the moment. We don't measure well-being particularly at Icon, because I don't feel like I've nailed the technique. So just putting my cards on the table. So I wanted to ask a little bit about the challenges and the positives and challenges. But should we start with challenges? Is that all right? Go for the deep end first, and then we can come back and look at the good things. What are the challenges or bad moments where you've looked at data and been like, oh, that's not even data. Nobody's filled in the form.
Challenge for me.
Yeah.
So I'm mostly working with blind and partially sighted adults and some SEN. So when it's going back to 2005, so health and wellbeing then comes in, or wellbeing came into my vocabulary in about 2007 through the heart, from some work I did with Nucleus then when I had the studio there. So that measuring, yes, really was just hearing from people. This is good. I haven't met anyone outside of medical environment for about 6 months. Too scared to leave the house because I've lost my sight, etc. It's like we can't end the sessions. We'll just carry on. So volunteering, and here we are. We've got 3 groups. But when you then sit down and do like the official WEMWebs or something like this, you have to read. So you can't just hand it over to somebody. So you've got perhaps some other, I can be very impartial now because I've learnt this. But if I ask perhaps another volunteer to ask the questions, there can be, oh yeah, but remember, there's no prompting of the reminding. But also, we're then not equipped when there are triggering questions. What do we do then? So I started an MASC with Helen Chatterjee in September 21. Didn't finish it because I snapped my wrist off, but you can see it's there now. So in the 6 weeks that I managed to do, it's like loads of light bulb moments of what more information I need, but then do I have to do an MA to train myself, to then train the other practitioners who are volunteers working with me? Like I can't do all of those things. So that is a huge challenge. And also, when you work with someone over and over and over again, what do you want me to say, Wendy? Okay, that doesn't work either.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're the challenges.
Oh, very good, very good. Nina, how about you?
Well, I did a pilot project in 2017, and I teamed up with some cognitive neuroscientists from Beam Lab, which is based at the University of Manchester. And they were brilliant, and they said, let's test all of these things. So we had ankle, knee, wrist sensors that sensed movement, involuntary movement. We had people wearing heart rate monitors on their wrists, and some people had head cams to see where they were looking. And the problem with that is that you get a lot of data, an awful lot of stuff that you don't need to know, and actually you're not sure that it's like it's trying to find a needle in a haystack. So that was one major problem. And the other thing is that whenever people come along to a performance, they all come from a different point of view, they have a different history, they have different things that are going on in their lives, and how do you start to kind of understand where your baseline is? So actually, exactly what you were saying, it's really difficult to try and measure anything. And I'm finding now that, and also you don't want people to say things that are just their experiences. Sometimes you actually want to find kind of medical hard proof in some way, and what does that mean? So it's really difficult to find the right method to question, and I'm very slowly coming back around to the very initial idea of doing a wellbeing star, where people can say where they feel at the beginning and where they feel at the end, and actually that might just be the most important thing, that we can say what we feel.
Yeah, I think you've covered most of the main bits. I mean, the thing is, no one approach is going to work for every group. So we work with groups that are almost non-verbal, in the case of 0 to 4s, definitely non-verbal. But actually there we're measuring the parents' well-being.
Sorry to interrupt, got David.
Hi.
And so it's about pitching the right evaluation tools as well with the right groups, but there's things like it's self-reported data. So like Wendy said, they want to please you because they've had a lovely session and they're happy, so they want, they want to tell you the nice things, but also they don't want to tell you bad things either, and that's often quite tricky, that they will, it might not have been great for them, but they're vulnerable people in our case quite often, so they don't want to say something bad because they're worried about upsetting you or what the circumstances are. So, I mean, what I think would be the dream is if there was some kind of environmental data or things that we could measure, and it'd be different for each approach, but it could changes of noise or differences of movement or something like that be used to get some kind of measure, and it'd be really exciting to work with other people to see if we can figure that out, and some scientists.
Yeah, brilliant. And I guess for me, I suppose the biggest, we started really thinking about it after that WhenWebs project, which we actually worked with Wendy on, and it was a very, in fact that's our second one I think where we've used WhenWebs. Yeah. And does everybody know what WhenWebs is? It's WhenWebs is a Warwick Edinburgh. Oh, I've got a 6-year-old. I was about to go what? WEMWBS, and it's the Warwick Edinburgh. Warwick Edinburgh Wellbeing and something survey. Anyway, but for a while it was a sort of a cutting edge technique and it's used in the NHS. So it became a sort of like, if you can show a sort of impact, I would say from about 2012 to 2015, it was sort of quite hot stuff, wasn't it? It was sort of, and people would set this thing up. But we just got such terrible responses from our participants who would say, this is what I fill in when I go to the doctors. I hated filling it in then, and I don't want to fill it in now when I'm here for fun. And it just became impossible to kind of ask people to do it because that was what you were asking them to do.
And some of the questions are very triggering.
Yeah,
absolutely. There's a lot of questions about your mental health.
Yeah.
Yes. And have you, does WhenWebs on? Have you considered suicide and things like that?
Yeah, and things like, do you feel loved?
Do you feel loved? I mean, what an awful question to ask someone who's vulnerable and lonely and might have lost their partner.
Yeah.
So it's about picking the right one, and
it's tricky.
WhenWebs is clever, but
and it is also tricky because it does give lovely statistical data. Yes. So you get like these piles of things. You can make pie graphs, and like funders love a pie graph. You can show the impact, but you sort of know it's based on this horrible thing where you've been like, do you feel loved? Oh, not so much. So positives. What are your best moments where you've been like, I've really nailed this evaluation, well-being this wellbeing technique of evaluating?
Christopher and I worked on a project with Sunpier House. That was Arts Council funded myself, and for that we had a PhD student, Cassia Senishen from Uni of Kent, and she, with her amazing research brain, she did the evaluation for us, and that was just very successful, and it's online, and we were a step away from it because we were then questioned as well. We had an input into it, and I felt that was there wasn't any bias to us as practitioners, and that was a successful capturing. Delivered. The budget could pay for someone else to do it. And just recently, anecdotally, someone in the peer arts group that run at the Mess Room said that Mess Room is her Prozac. All right, that's good. And she went, no, truly it is. I no longer take Prozac because of coming here and how that ripples out into the rest of my week. And I said, I need to capture that somehow, but beyond so-and-so said this. And I need to have that on t-shirts to help us get funding.
Can you make it into a pie chart? That's what you need.
Yes,
Can I ask what, when you were talking about the independent evaluator that you worked with, what techniques did she use? Sort of specifically?
Her entire research background, so she could reference statistics, other, Teresa was, Daniel were talking about other researchers, so that's why I thought I needed to go and do an MA as an artist to be a researcher, which I don't think I do. Just her entire background. But in her PhD, she then stopped because she felt she had more to offer as a practitioner. So it interrupted her studies. She's doing amazing things in accessibility and inclusivity. So
interesting. And do you remember what was it? A question of was it evaluation forms? Was it interview questions? Was it diagrams?
The way she approached it. So she spoke to everybody, but she was removed. She was in the sessions, but she wasn't rolling her sleeves up and getting involved. So she was slightly removed, and she had pre and post interviews that were away from us. So there wasn't any. Is Wendy listening? I think it was that method, and she then had the time to process all of that and then create pie charts as well as a beautifully written report. So I learned more about our project through her, like the impact. Because we are so in it, and we know we're doing good things for people, but you're there at the coalface, and you can't shout about it because you're delivering it and doing it, and yay for funding, I say.
As we all do. Nina, how about you? Best experience?
Well, just listening to you talking, I'm remembering a time when Robin Goldsmith from Medway Council's arts team actually came and evaluated one of our dance and literacy projects. And it is sometimes that person that doesn't necessarily have the expertise in your art form when they see it from a slightly different perspective and can tell you things about yourself that you didn't realise, which was really profound at the time. And in the same way with my pilot project, Jude, who's a professor from Beam Lab, came and looked at my work, and she said, actually, we've been doing all of these different things, and let's just look at the heart rate monitors, and let's just ask the dancers to wear one as well. And then she said, can we ask the audience to follow a particular dancer? And from all of this masses of data, we found that actually the person that was watching a particular dancer, their heart rate synced and they rose and fell at the same time.
Wow.
And obviously somebody's jumping around and the other person's sitting down. So I'd like to look at that more. But that was because a cognitive neuroscientist said, let's just look at that thing. Whereas we were looking at 5 things. And then you find your needle.
Wow, that's really interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, so who knows where that will go.
Oh, that's incredible. When was that?
And that was in 2018, and then of course I had twins and a pandemic hit, so I'm coming back. I'm just back into my PhD now.
Great.
So looking at how to analyse the work.
Brilliant. And how about you, David?
My favourite ones are the incredible anecdotes that you want to tell, and I think that's what really captures it, because it's so tricky to capture stuff. So I'll give you an example, and again, because Nick's in the room, I'm going to talk about your digital teen art group. So these kids, mostly girls, not all, but mostly girls, are the girls, very creative, but they're quite introverted. They would sit at the back of the class at school, hair down. Now, we run something called Fun Palace, which is a science and art festival, and if anyone wants to get involved, please. And it's in October. And Fun Palace is brilliant because it's science, it's art, and we went to the teen art groups, digital and regular teen, and it was the first one post-COVID, and we said to them, what do you want to do? And the digital girls, I think, were pretty much unanimously going, we want a green screen. We want to do a green screen because we love working with Nick, we like making backgrounds, we want to do a green screen. So we borrowed from Nick the kit for the green screen, which I think we still got, and the digital teen kids designed all these incredible backgrounds. And the regular teen kids, regular sounds awful, the non-digital teen kids, made all these incredible costumes and bits of cosplay kit and all this amazing stuff. And you think, that's enough. But it wasn't. They loved their art so much, they wanted to present it. So they were there in this big space in the Pentagon. We had 6,000 plus people through the door, and they were dragging these are girls who would not talk to you, if you talk to them and you don't know them, they're like, they were dragging strangers they'd never met in, getting them dressed up, taking photos of them, telling them about their project, and they absolutely loved it. They were so psyched afterwards. We couldn't get them to go home. We couldn't get them to take breaks. They literally, weren't we?
I got told to go away.
You got told to go away because they were having so much fun. Yeah, they wanted to do it themselves, and they didn't last year as well, and I suspect they're probably going to do the same thing this year. So that confidence for these kids who would never talk to anyone, but they know that they can create art that people love, and they can do stuff that they love, and they can present it. That's a skill that they're not going to get anywhere else other than through a creative workshop. And I imagine it's the same with actors and everything else. It's that skill of standing up. Now, how we capture that other than anecdotal data is really, really tricky. But sometimes in this area, I think anecdote is good. And we've got hundreds of them. I imagine you've all got hundreds of them the same. We had very quickly, because I'm hogging it, we had a group of particularly vulnerable women who, some of them hadn't left the house for 3 years. And they joined our group, and it was a time-limited group because of the funding. And we said at the end of the year, you are going to have your own art exhibition. They were like, oh God. Now, within a few months, some of these women who had not left the house for 3 years and had no friends were booking holidays with the other ladies in the group. They did their art exhibition. They were proud to be artists. Their families all came down to see it. It was amazing. And they've actually continued the group themselves even after the funding's run out. And it's just those kind of things you want to capture. And how much have we saved on, how many fewer doctor's appointments are they going to because they're talking to someone else? How many fewer drugs are they taking because they don't feel depressed? They've got a friend they can ring up. And it's that kind of stuff that we really need to capture and shout about because it makes such a difference.
Wow, yeah. And it's interesting that you just, the example you gave didn't feel like a formal evaluation.
No.
It felt like watching and then kind of anecdote,
Yes.
kind of reporting.
Yeah, we've got all the formal stuff too.
Yeah. That's great. So I guess something I'm interested in is why is it important? And I know there's several quick and easy answers to that, which I'm sure you'll come back on. I'm not going to suggest the ones that immediately jump into my head, but why? I'm going to start with you, David. Why do you evaluate? Why is it important?
Well, it's a long old story, but we've got social prescribing. Everybody knows social prescribing, don't we? So social prescribing.
Quick show of hands. Anybody who? Yes, we all know.
So social prescribing is brilliant. Yeah. Social prescribing is exactly what we're all talking here about, where people don't necessarily need medication. What they need is community, and they need a focus, and they need something in their lives because that's been fractured, and they need that therapy through art, and it's amazing. And the NHS knows this. They want some ridiculous number of millions of people to go through social prescribing each year. All the data we've heard this morning about APPG groups and WHO reports on Arts for Health and all this kind of stuff, and it's all there. All the evidence is there of the importance of Arts for Health. Yet when it comes to funding us, it's a really, really tricky thing. So there isn't the funding for us. There's funding for link workers, and there's funding for connections and all this great stuff. And my view is twofold. One, it's easy to fund link workers and connection websites and courses to get people to do social prescribing because that's easy to understand. And the second thing is that anyone can do Arts for Health and say they're an Arts for Health practitioner, but there's a range and there's a range of outputs. So there are incredibly talented people. I imagine everybody in this room knows exactly what they're doing. They you know, we all can work out evaluation tools. We know we get really good outputs. And then you get the more soft groups on the other side of the spectrum, which do amazing work, but maybe they don't have safeguarding policies and insurance and mental health first aid and you know, all the kind of stuff that is a proper, real, impactful stuff that we can do. They have their place and they're brilliant. But the funders can't tell the difference between your Knit and Natter group, which is hugely valuable, not dismissing Knit and Natter groups, and then at the other end, say Wendy's group, where Wendy is an expert in people with sight loss and understanding how to get the best out of them, and they can't tell the difference. And the problem is we're all fractured between 100,000 different practices and approaches and so on. There's no standardization between us. So we can't then go to them and say, actually, hold on, you'll fund an art therapist at this large rate, not enough, but an art therapist, because you understand that, but you don't understand what we do. And I think by working together on evaluation, my other passion is our internal communication, we can put those standards together and we can go, hold on, the set rate for working for Arts for Health is X amount. You want 100 people in, we charge £1,000 per person. I'm making those numbers up. But you know, there's £100,000 for 100 people to do a session, and then we get funded properly for what we do. And then we can work with the academics and so on to really build that up. But actually we need to be a profession, which we are, but we're a million professions that it's easy to divide. If we can all come together with a set group of standards, we can then go, hold on, this is what the industry is saying. And I think we can start that in Medway because we're doing so well bringing the arts together. Sorry, that was a TED talk there.
No, that was great. That was great. We're going to record you. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. For me, I think that the initial reason to evaluate what we do is about money. It's about getting more money and to prove to those that have the money, that give out the money, that we're worthy of that money. So that's one aspect. But it's also for me about building audience numbers, sharing what we do with more people. I talk about this all the time. My parents were shopkeepers. And my parents talked about passing trade and about, you know, my dad was a greengrocer in Chatham High Street, and if he put bananas outside, people would come in the shop and buy other things. And when I've made site-specific work, invariably more people have come along to see the work because they were coming to see the fireworks in the festival, or they were coming to listen to a band, and actually they happened on contemporary dance and they thought that they didn't like contemporary dance, that it was weird stuff, but actually it was quite good. So that's another reason. And then there's a third reason, because I work in education as well. So I'm a lecturer at Canterbury Christ Church University, and we've seen a massive decline in young people deciding to take art subjects at degree level. And that is because there's a decline in young people taking art subjects at school, and there's a decline, you know, and it goes back to government policy. And I think it's about having that power to lobby, to say actually this is really vital and we need it in all aspects of our community, and we need to be creative, and these are the reasons why. I'll get down off my soapbox now.
No, it's all right. Soapboxes. We're all about soapboxes.
Yeah.
Wendy.
Yeah, I'll put my soapbox on your soapbox and your soapbox. It's important to share what we're doing with the funders, so we can ripple out. And I have this passion that I want to share and improve and serve, and I would like to then have other practitioners work alongside me to do the same thing, improve on that, but also do it in this similar way, the person-centred, and there's no can't or don't in the sessions. It's I want to knit with yogurt, and it's what flavour.
Yeah.
So one might need to train someone or help someone understand that in a session. So if you can evidence the impact you're having, that's why it's important.
Yeah. Absolutely. And David, can I come back to something you were talking about when you were talking about sort of establishing a cross-sector framework, which is very exciting. But I kind of, what are the barriers to that?
So I think the biggest barrier is that at the moment, evaluation and communication and kind of legitimacy in Arts for Health seems to be owned by the NHS academics. I say that's someone with a PhD. You're doing a PhD. You're doing MA. We're all academic, but it's owned by them, and the language is all owned by them. So if you look at an evaluation by an incredible evaluation by a researcher, and they'll look at a men with say men from South Asian background with COPD in East London of a low economic background, and they'll do an incredible evaluation. They will show you how it worked perfectly and all the impacts on those people. And then you go to them, brilliant, how do I use that for my group of young girls with, in Medway, blah, blah, blah. Well, you can't. It's specific to this. You need us to come in, build this for you, blah, blah, blah. Then they publish that data, and they publish it in the Journal for Arts Health or whatever, and then I will pick it up with someone with a background in academia, and I'll go, I don't know what they're saying here. And then I'll pass it to my team and they'll go, well, we've got no chance of understanding what's going on there. And the thing is, we need to own this. This is our profession. They are coming in and helping our profession, but we are the practitioners. I would say we, not me, you guys. But we need to own this. So let's have our own language. Let's keep it simple. Let's keep words out. I like numbers. If we can have codes for everything, let's keep codes as much as we can so that, it doesn't matter whether we're doing the session in English or Swahili or Icelandic. People around the world can see what we've done, and let's find the basics. And that's one of the pieces of work that we've been working on. Is if we could distill all the sessions down in Nucleus, what do we need to know about each session so that someone else can copy it? And not just because it's successful, but also maybe because it's rubbish. I mean, how much money do we waste doing sessions that are really, really bad, but we all think it's a good idea? They don't do that in medicine anymore because they've got a language, so they can communicate it and they can find out what someone else has done, and they write a paper that they understand in their agreed language, and someone will repeat it, and then they'll add their knowledge, and we get a clinical cycle. And that's why we don't scrape people's heads with flints anymore, and we instead use robots that can operate from the other side of the world, because they're always developing each other's practice because they know how to talk to each other. But we all have commonalities in the way that we work, and Nucleus hasn't got it right, by the way. We're not arrogant. We're just like, this is what we think. So what I'd love to do is get you all together and show you what we've done, and you rip it apart, and we rebuild it in a way that the 30 people in this room think works. And then we get another 100 people in and go, right, this 30 came up with this. What do you think? And I would love to do that and actually create the language that works for Medway and Kent. And I think the NHS are kind of interested in that as well. So
that's interesting. That's interesting. I genuinely agree with the feeling that I think when a lot of people in the arts and in creativity, when we measure well-being, it's kind of in this sort of borrowed language from the NHS, and we kind of try and then show it on graphs, and as we've said, there's all these issues with these scores and scales. And I also feel that sometimes the NHS and the sort of the providers and the CG, I know they're not CG whatever they are holders anymore, but the funds, it doesn't feel like actually, I think about 10 years ago it felt like if we just prove it in these terms, the money will come. And that isn't true. I don't think that is true. And I don't think the interventions and the impacts that we are measuring are the same ones that the NHS would ever fund. And I think actually as a sector, it does us as a disservice to keep trying to chase that.
I could give you an example of that.
Go on.
I went into ICB. I just remember it's Frozen Wasp and then retranslate. So I went to the ICB, which is the NHS group. And I gave them a talk on our presentation. I thought, this sounds really good when you're measuring individual impacts. Actually, what we're interested in is how much money can you save the NHS? And that's what they want. I mean, that's the bottom line for them. So we've actually been working with the NHS on coming up what information they would need so that they can go back and look at someone's health data and say, well, actually, they're using the GP less now than they were before, and maybe give a measure. So, but we want the individual data. We want to know the impact on the people. So we need to work together on that so that we can capture what the NHS needs so they can get that impact. We get our impact almost as health practitioners. And then also we can capture the information on developing the workshops and activities and approaches so that they are better for us as an industry as well. I think there's a lot of data that we need to
absolutely. And do you think, sorry, I'm just going to go back to David because I feel like this is we're in a specialist place for David. But do you think that, because when you look at the sort of the science and the research that the NHS uses for things that are actually properly funded, and if it gets nice recommendation and then you can prescribe it and it's like, now that is what we're looking for, But actually, when you look at the size of the data that they need for those studies to go, actually, yes, that we will fund this because we can see there's an intervention that is medically impactful. Do you think that's realistic to look at the arts world working at that scale together? Is that something we can actually realistically do?
There's a few bits in there actually. So my background is genetics, and there are rare genetic diseases where there's like 3 or 4 people in the world will affect it, and they still do medical science on those and develop treatments and approaches. And we're talking larger numbers than 3 or 4 people in the world. So there is scope for doing things on a small scale, but also there's a huge amount of commonality in the way that we do things. So it might not even be the actual activity that's the important bit, but actually the approach or the communication or the way that certain groups need to be supported. So it could be that for someone who's non-verbal, for example, make sure it's very easy for them to, everything's pictured and they can follow what's being done and they're being led and guided. That's probably not right, but there's commonalities in there. And we almost kind of need to take the jelly, I'm picking on jelly printing, the jelly printing out and actually say, an activity with this group that's creative activity, and maybe then we're up to the tens of thousands of people doing stuff every day. So I think both really.
That could be really interesting, couldn't it? Nina, Wendy, do you have any thoughts on?
Yeah, it just started to make me think about the idea of flow. So flow is a scientific thing that. When you're in flow, you're not thinking about anything else about the thing that you're doing. You're not even thinking about the thing that you're doing. But when you realise you're in flow, you're out of flow. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's why I was late here. Because I was over there with the AV, VR stuff on, and I was in the moment. I was so excited. And then I took off my headphones and somebody said, "You're supposed to be over there." It's 1 o'clock already. And that can be from any art form.
Yeah. That's really good.
Yeah. And any activity.
Absolutely. And at that moment, we're not thinking about anything else. So the monkey brain has been silenced, which is a wonderful thing for stress, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's meditative.
Exactly.
How about you, Wendy? Any other thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's the approach. It could be doing anything, and then it's just how you approach it, how you've set it up. You've all these considerations going on. But yes, it could be jelly printing. It could be cooking. It's just like creating that set of circumstances, and that you've all got this. I think it's a very gentle way around, but being able to react and have an intuition about, like, not forcing anyone to do anything if they don't want to do it. And there's real subtle approaches, and we're not medically trained, and we're not art therapists. So, but we make this playground for people to come along to, that they may feel some therapeutic benefit from it, and that's great. And
yeah, brilliant. I wonder, just sort of opening it up to the floor a little bit. Is that your hand going up? Oh, okay, great. And David too, brilliant. Because I know there's so many people here. I think everybody who's an artist does look at well-being in some way or shape or form, however formal or informal the way you look at it. Fiona, I'll start with you first one.
I very, very rarely think backwards. I don't really. I enjoy history, but I prefer starting forwards and going backwards. But it feels to me like I hear this in these conversations, and I hear it in conversations around sustainability as well. We're trying to get to somewhere, but actually we're trying to get back to somewhere. And I wonder where that point was at which that world that existed, and there were all sorts of other deprivations and things. I understand that we've come a long way, but in terms of that life balance, I suppose, where a hobby was called a hobby and not everyday creativity, where imagination was imagination, where being part of the gardening club was just being part of the gardening club, going to the pub was just... Do you see what I mean? Yeah. We're striving for something that perhaps a generation ago quite holistically existed. Nobody's life was, better or perfect. It may have been worse, but that balance
and that we're sort of
was from where I'm sitting now stronger.
That's interesting.
And is it just the internet that has caused that?
be very simplistic, but do you see what I mean? We're
Yeah.
striving constantly
It's
to
been
get to
huge.
somewhere that felt quite natural at some point.
But there used to be huge. There's been huge social changes, hasn't there?
Yeah.
I grew up in Plymouth, so my mum lives in Plymouth. Now, 100 years ago, I'd live in Plymouth probably. I should, because it's a naval town, so I'd probably still be in Chatham. But the point is, people lived in communities. They were part of a community. They knew their neighbours. They were, they had local families. So all of that network was there. And I think a big part of what our groups do, certainly my groups, I say my groups, Nick's groups and Delilah's groups, is replace that community. As much as the creativity, it's going to a place, you know who's going to be there, you've got friends, you feel safe. Not a safe space, but it's a safe place to be. So I think a huge part of that is knowing where you are in society and having connections. And it's that loneliness. And I know Scott at the back could give you no end of stats on, isn't it loneliness is as bad as smoking or something along those lines for your health? So, it's all those kind of things. I would say it was a big part of it. You're right.
Yeah, it's really, really true. David, were you going to?
Yeah, I was late, but I'm totally interested in evaluation. I evaluate my life every day, very much. I'm really interested in, it's sort of like a similar sort of thing the previous lady was just saying, is I think we're always striving for that outcome, because that's what we've got to have for Arts Council funding and all these different things, right? Where what we try and do as an organisation, we try and take away that outcome as the pressure of that outcome. So, for me, I don't mind if someone comes into the room and just sits there and does nothing. Right? I prefer him doing that than being out doing what they, whatever their lives are like, whatever chaos we're going through. And so, I think when looking at evaluation, we have to think about the process. And I think it has to be the process, not the outcome. And for me, because I think that's more important. I think the outcome is just like a picture on the wall. You know what I mean? It's the same with what you were saying about when I first came in about the movement when evaluating. We do that. We don't do forms because forms are boring, aren't they? Nobody really likes them. And we did this one in Japan where it was from a street count, and they wanted a creativity sort of like end game to it. I don't know. But everyone was given pieces of wall for every person they counted, and then it got created into this massive great yarn, and it was absolutely beautiful. But when you actually think about each of that piece of yarn was the person sleeping rough in Japan, and it was huge. It sort of like makes your heart sink.
Actually, the power of that message is much more powerful on the person looking at it and understanding what that means, isn't it?
Because like you can see stats and figures and numbers. In the homeless community, it's just ridiculous, isn't it? Like 300,000 this and 200,000 that. It doesn't really sink in. But when you physically see it, feel it, smell it, that's when it hits you.
Great. Is there anyone else? Nick?
Yeah, sorry, just going back a little bit to what David was saying about the anecdotal kind of data is that, so for example, the digital teen art, that was obviously originally set up to be a digital teen art group. So it's to teach them how to do art on iPads and stuff. But essentially it's not that anymore, it's completely changed. So it's actually become a very safe space, and it's actually about a social group of kids that a lot of them got bullied, a lot of them have real self-confidence issues, and this group, they kind of bring out the best in each other. So for example, again, to use that anecdotal data, like I was down the Pentagon a few months back and I saw a group of them like walking around together, which they never would have had the confidence to do. So they've now found that kind of safety in numbers. There's also one kid was really terrified of getting on a bus, so two of them decided to just randomly get on a bus with her, and just a couple of times just to get her used to it. And it's that kind of those kind of results that I don't know how you present that data. Like, so for example, going into places and say that we need funding because there's like these real world results that are happening all around us, but how do I put that in a way that it's data, it's in a pie chart? Because I'm not technical, I don't understand any of that stuff. I just know what I see, and what I see is far beyond the art. It's actually it's changing lives, and that's right.
And
how do you present that?
Yeah, it's examples, isn't it? Sort of case studies and stories that are stronger and longer, but actually take more time and space, don't they, to report that stuff.
It's kind of that human.
Yeah,
to it rather
exactly.
Than this kind of robot data kind of element. Is that, but I would struggle in how to translate that. Right?
Yeah.
There's almost a deal to be done, isn't there? If social prescribing is what you're wanting to forefront and what you're wanting to embrace and bring into the centre of the public health equation, then creative evaluation has to be part of the handshake in a way, because actually the smiley faces in jars mean far more to everybody, not just people who put the smiles in the jars. It's almost brokering a deal on what you're going to get from us as human level evaluation, because if the matrix are always the same, different thing, but UK Shared Prosperity Fund, everybody went, excuse my language, it was 26 fucking pages.
Yes.
Arts Council portal, rather throw myself off a building than try and go through that, not to, diminish anybody's kind of feelings in that way, but perhaps it is about brokering the deal of what the examples of what the kind of evaluation is that the sector can offer that it already does, as opposed to trying to put itself through a sausage machine again.
Indeed. Was there a hand at the back? Yeah.
So my Penny's work, if you like, is that people overcomplicate evaluation and measuring well-being in search of perfection. There is no such thing as a perfect tool. And that's not just in measuring arts and well-being. I'm the horrible person that organises all parents of children to get letters saying your child is overweight or obese or whatever. And if people say, well, that's BMI measurement, that's rubbish, that's not very good. It's the lesser of the evils. I don't say that to parents because they're in a rage. But the same for ejection fractions, measuring New York Heart Association of whether you've got heart failure or not. Someone decided that 71% classified as heart failure and some decided that 70.9 doesn't. So all tools are useful, but they're all flawed. I want to give a plug to a very simplistic tool, the ONS4 tool. So you talked about Warwick Edinburgh Wellbeing Score, very half decent tool. But the ONS tool, for your average adult, if there is such a thing, so it's not ideal for children. We've done it on our local health and wellbeing survey data that David showed before. It's used on Fingertips, which is a national measure of wellbeing and anxiety and work scale. And it's 4 questions on a scale of 4 things. So you could be creative whilst doing that. So if you've got somebody that is, can't read, but you gave them 4 tokens to fit in 4 jars, you are using a valid and reliable tool. You could give them a big marker pen and say, tick on this one, this smiley face. You're using a valid and reliable tool. The person might not know they're using it in that way. So for an average person with an average ability state, they could use that. And then the benefit of that tool then as well is, if you're reaching a cohort of people who are particularly anxious or particularly feeling unworthwhile or particularly unhappy, that's credit to you, because we hear a lot about hard to reach groups that the NHS can't reach. We know that voluntary sector creative organisations can do that. So first of all, we can go, I'm reaching people you can't, and you're not. This is a target group for you. And then if you do see a change, even better. You're saying, I'll move this person from level 1 to level 2. That's doubling. Very simplistic. You can spin it as much as you like. The gap in it at the moment is nobody, and I'm hoping University College London or someone much cleverer than I will eventually say, for this amount of change, this amount of cost savings to the NHS, or this amount of years life saved. But don't worry about doing that. You're an artist, you're a public health professional, or a gym instructor, and we need to get to the point where we can claim that. So using those simple tools in creative ways, I think can tick a lot of boxes. And last plug, just don't forget to grab demographic details. If you are reaching people with certain ethnicities or certain different, ask the basic details. We're all used to it. Now, how much details if I sign up for a Facebook account? So it's a bit offensive to ask somebody what their sexuality is or what gender they recognise as. But do grab that, because you're probably reaching groups of people that the NHS and the system isn't.
That's really interesting to hear. Was it ONS4, did you say?
ONS4, so it stands for Office of National Statistics 4. It's a very simple,
Great.
or like a scale question.
That's really useful. I'd not heard of that.
Some really nice baseline data.
Great. Any more for any more? Oh, one at the back, yeah.
Echoing that, my real message to you is think try and avoid the binary. It's too complicated, we'll do this. It's too easy, we're not looking at the right thing. You are going to be in a position that fundamentally you are reaching people that the NHS needs to reach. So the only thing I would challenge thus far is the proposition that, well, actually you're doing work that the NHS isn't going to fund. They are going to fund it, but they'll probably fund it in 15 years when somebody's having a stroke.
Yeah. Or
their medicines compliance is screwed. It's when it's too late. That is the difficulty and indeed the strength of the preventative argument. Tools like ONS4, tools like the UCL Creative Health participation wheel. Have you guys seen that? No. Oh God, it's amazing. It's a rainbow wheel you print off and give to participants. It's got numbers all around it. It's got a standardised measure, and you just say how you're feeling on that. It's a well-being score.
The UCL Creative Wheel?
Yeah, I'll send details to you, David, today. There are tons of resources out there, including, you're going to like this, return on investment and economic evaluations for different public health inputs. There's most of that has to be said is around things like mental health and well-being research. So, for example, every suicide you prevent, and we know that we can prevent them, and we know the rates are going down, you're saving £1.69 million for the system per death.
Oof.
So when that's very difficult to have that argument with the ICB because they go, you're kidding. So what could you do to say, well, the background is the evidence that says prevention will do these things for you. This is how we slot in. You don't dilute your brand, your distinctiveness, the character of what your offer is, but think about a plural approach to how you're capturing the benefits of what you're doing. The physical, the mental health, the well-being issues. When you're evaluating your work, I'd love to see the detail from dance. We know in very, very basic levels, Irish public health system has shown and proven with really, really strong evidence base, dance has a significant impact on muscle strength, flexibility, and cognitive awareness. They're not sure of the last one way it works, but it does. It seems to be that neural connectivity. The heart rate monitoring and the mirroring of an audience and a dancer on stage, nobody really understands how we do it, apart from we're all human. So that's probably something in there. In that mix, if you come away from today, think, I'm the creative, I have this power, I can do that. Now, who around me can help me demonstrate that? Because there's an awful lot of people in the room, an awful lot of people in the system who are really aiming to help you.
Great, very helpful, thank you. Any more for any more? It's almost 2 o'clock, so unless there's a tiny last hand sneaking up, then that probably is time. Okay, yeah?
My name's Christopher, and I work with deaf people and also use British Sign Language and work with British Sign Language. In terms of evaluations, it's a bit of a complicated situation, and there's 2 different languages we're thinking, English and British Sign Language. English, you've got that reading, the hearing part of it. Sign language is a visual language. But how is that going to be transferred into an English-based evaluation system? An example being, sign language is 3D. You've got expression, the enthusiasm, the feeling that comes from it. Trying to ask somebody to film that, to pull it in that way, and then to use that in evaluation, rather than turning it into an English source, translating it. I guess sometimes we try with filming it in a documentary start to end of their journey, and you can see, the difference in character from being a bit calmer to extremely enthusiastic at the end. It's just trying to explain from a written form. It doesn't work when it comes to the deaf community. It doesn't match what you see. Lost in translation, so it's a question of how that works, and based on British Sign Language being a visual language.
That's really interesting. Thank you. Great. Well, thank you everybody for contributing, and thank you to our panellists. It's been a really interesting session, and I feel like I've learnt quite a lot, so I'm going to go and make some notes pronto. And yeah, thank you very much.
So, different hat on there. So we're coming up to our third round table. We're going to split that into 2 round tables this time. Susanna to tell me what the order was. Oh, hello. So, is it Susanna down?
Owen is 4. Owen is 4. Never. That's
pushing myself into your space.
Would you rather use my laptop because my memory goes sometimes, so I need the laptop in front of me.
Would you like to move this
Yeah, would that be okay? That would be so much easier.
It's on wheels, so I can. I'll let you come in. Yeah, I know it's hard.
Please just us 3 for the first one.
We're going to have to hold off. Thank you. Yes, let's do it. Thank you.
Us for the first one, and then they split the whole panel into 2.
So much. I'm sorry about all the tech.
Howie and Megan in the second one.
Next time we do have your answers. Yeah. Absolutely. What, 20 minutes? And I'll give you a 5-minute stand up and go for it.
It's fine. I'm timing everyone anyway.
You'll be perfect, but I will.
No, I think it's just, yeah.
Also, it's supposed to be the panelists, 2 panelists. So it's been in here, but
yeah, my mind's just written. It's cool.
That was very vague of me, I'm sorry.
So much on everyone's saying that. We had mine, the studios, and then I was down with the doing the festival. It's different to script, so I can just ask if we're okay with that. All of our shows. Yeah, delays, everyone's schedules, everything. All the punters have more time and it's more.
Sorry, excuse me. So fatigued today. My laptop Have you actually prepared?
I have, yeah, just in case. Otherwise I will yeah. It's easier today.
So, we're just about to start. Grab the seats.
Yeah, oh great. I'll make sure I say
working for Elizabeth.
Yeah, she's all right with that.
Thanks, Deb.
Or not. Yes, anyway, there'll be a moment of swapping over.
I've got to dash off, but no, don't worry. I'll do a hello wave and then we can have a proper meeting. I'll organise it with the others.
Sorry to interrupt conversations. Sorry.
It's fine, I'm not
No, of course not.
Wonderful. Okay. Hi everyone. So we are on to our next round table discussion, which is the benefits of performing and visual arts. So I'm Hannah Whitaker, I'm an artist, and we've broken up this panel into two sections because there's so many people to try and fit in, and we couldn't all fit up the front to start with. So for our first half, you have myself, we have Beth James from Square Peg Arts, and we have Suzanne Ball from Attitude is Everything. I was quite sort of intimidated when I spoke to Susanna first of all, and she said that this panel was on the benefits of performing in visual arts, because I said surely that's the whole conference. It's a vast topic, and one that actually we all know very well and has kind of seeped into every talk and every panel discussion we've had today in the last 2 days. But I think the point more of this panel is actually allowing our artists and practitioners to kind of share more of their own case studies, their own projects. So rather than kind of throwing questions at you, we've given everyone 5 minutes, which is a very limited amount of time, to talk about your practices and the benefits that you've particularly seen. And then we are going to try and make a little bit of time for Q&A. And I've been told that I am a good timekeeper, which is why I am chair. So David is also going to be backing me up. But yeah, so I'm going to try and keep to 5 minutes each. And I haven't actually asked, but Suzanne, would you like to go first? Because you seem the most prepared. Or would you like Beth to warm up for you?
Well observed. Well, it only looks like I'm prepared because I have really bad brain fog. So that's why I've got my computer in front of me. But I don't mind going first.
If you don't mind, then I think we'll let you hit us off, and I'll give you a wave when you're coming to the end of your time.
Sure. So first of all, I actually want to introduce my new colleague that's joined us at Attitudes Everything, who's B. And B is our new Inclusive Communities Manager. And over the next couple of years, Attitude is Everything is going to be working in Medway to try and co-design a kind of framework of improving access together, or what we call our charter, our live events access charter, in improving access. So I just wanted to make sure that I introduced B first. So Attitude is Everything isn't a Medway organisation, we're a national organisation that works across the UK and internationally. And what we do is we connect disabled people with music and live event industries to improve access together. And our vision is to see music and live event industries valuing disabled people as audience members, performers, professionals and volunteers. And we're one of the new Arts Council IPSOs, which is the Investment Principal Support Organisations. So we don't directly deliver programmes, sometimes we do some delivery, but we mainly support the sector to become inclusive and accessible. So that's really what we do. But we do have some impact statistics, and we're working on creating more of them and looking at our social return on investment. But really, at the heart of what we do, our impact is on disabled people, and we're driven by disabled people's lived experiences. So any data or evidence we collect is kind of like starts with the point of what do we want to say about what disabled people are experiencing in music and live events. So we kind of work backwards, and that's the way we do it. And our team is also predominantly boarding staff members as well, disabled people. So, so in terms of the impact we've had, we've been going for like 23 years, and I'm the founder, so I've been there like the whole time. So, and it was only meant to be a one-year pilot program. So we've enabled 200,000 disabled people nationwide to access culture in accessible venues and festivals. And I think one of the things you need to look at is the fact that this goes beyond people just having a good time. It changes their lives, which is what the last panel was talking about. And the headline that we use is being at an accessible event gives me a sense of solidarity and todetherness. I feel like I'm living rather than existing, and what we're about is creating a community. So we've also got 1,000 disabled people that are signed up there looking at music venues and festivals across the UK. And we've developed a volunteer programme that's also about stewarding at festivals as well. That's seen 75% of participants reporting a sense of community. Volunteering has brought in, our volunteering programme has brought them together. But more than this, and this is the stat that I always think about, 74% of them said that it was the first time they've ever felt useful in their lives. And these aren't young people. The people that volunteer with us are 18 to 40 is the average kind of age range. And I think that's the one that always gets the funders. We don't collect the evidence just for the funders. We collect the evidence because we want to prove what the community feels. But that's the one that surprised me. And I thought, as a disabled person, not that I know everything, but I thought I understood my community quite well. And for 74% of those people to say, it's the first time I felt useful, I was like, what is going on in Britain? That is really shocking. In terms of disabled artists, we've got the Next Stage initiative. We launched it at the Great Escape Festival, and 96% of the artists said they wanted disabled artists to be more visible, and they wanted to be more supported to speak out, but also the whole community together of artists speaks out. So one of our artists, MZ, says, I would like to see more prominent voices encouraging and showing artists that it is possible to have a successful career whilst putting your health and well-being first. Because we all know in certain industries, especially music, especially live events, you do compromise on your health and well-being because of the way it goes and the way it is. So our artists said that when the pandemic came along, like we were just coming out of it, venues were going to reopen, that over 50% of them said they wanted to perform live more than before March 2020, but at the same time 43% of them expressed that attitudes and perceptions about disabled people they felt had regressed. So I'll just move on kind of quickly because I know the time is going quickly. So in terms of disabled professionals, we also work with disabled professionals to bring down the barriers in music and live event industry workplaces, changing workplace culture. So 79% of disabled people who are in the music industry feel their careers have been impacted by avoidable barriers. And 69% of disabled people in the music industry have not disclosed their impairment because they believe they're putting their health and safety at risk at first. So they're the kind of impacts, they're the kinds of things that we're working with, the kind of things that we're trying to challenge, the things we're trying to change. So as well as showing the positive benefits, we're also showing the reality of what people face. And you can only show the reality of what people face in order to move on.
Well, thank you, Suzanne.
Okay.
Wonderful. Beth, over to you for your 5 minutes of spotlight.
My completely unprepared 5 minutes. That was really interesting, Suzanne, thank you. I'm Beth James, I'm CEO and Artistic Director of Square Pegs Arts, which I co-founded in 2005. We run a programme of opportunities and activities across Kent and Medway, working with learning disabled, neurodivergent and autistic children, young people and adults. We have a number of different programmes of work. Our kind of core community programme, which is our drama groups. That's where we started, and we run drama groups for all ages across Kent and Medway, and they are all around supporting learning disabled and neurodivergent people to develop social relationships through social communication, skill development, transferable skills, confidence, self-esteem, all those things that you guys all know about. But we also have really high production values when we do make work with our drama groups, but they are our kind of community programme, and are focused on the process and the impact of belonging, a sense of belonging, and providing accessible, inclusive spaces that people are able to come to where they're celebrated for being themselves. So that's our drama groups. We also have a music programme where we run, we have a choir, we have songwriting projects, we do holiday projects like band camps, things like that. And we're also currently doing a one-off county-wide project where we're working with groups of, well, we're pulling together groups of learning disabled and neurodivergent young people in each of the 13 districts of Kent and Medway, partnering them with recording studios in each area and writing an original song for each area, which we're bringing together and launching this autumn as the Kent album, as it's at the moment called. We need a bit more of an inspiring title for that. But we've got a group of young ambassadors who are also learning disabled, who are leading on that launch event, and will, I'm sure, come up with a more catchy name for it than we have. But that's really exciting. It's been massive. We're working with about 70 partner organisations and about 200 young people around the county who've worked with new people as well, and 13 recording studios as well. So that's been an amazing project. We also we run accessible film screenings and a kind of social film club around that at the Gulbenkian Cinema in Canterbury. We run, we have a theatre company, so we make work with our theatre company, learning disabled, neurodivergent, kind of emerging artists who are interested in developing their theatre making and performance skills. So we give them training and make work with them, which we then share on a professional platform. We also have a drama therapy programme which is kind of internal, so we are able to offer free drama therapy to anyone who accesses our projects, who our team identify need more specialist therapeutic support. We're looking to develop that programme as well. We also work with partners, so we run performing arts groups at other settings, schools. We are hopefully developing a new CPD programme for schools, music specific, pending funding, to support music education specifically with SEND children and young people across Kent and Medway. We also lead on a relatively new disability and inclusive arts network for Kent and Medway, which we launched last year, and that came through recognising a need to kind of galvanise the sector and provide more support for disabled artists and inclusive arts organisations and disabled-led arts organisations across Kent and Medway. So we are still kind of in the process of establishing what that exactly looks like. But we co-delivered a conference around inclusive and accessible arts earlier this year, and we're looking at how we can support the sector more through that, and we're going to be working with Susanna and Attitudes and Everything on how we can move that forward as well. So that's the basis of what we deliver. What was the question? So the impact. So yeah, I mean, I guess you know, echoing a lot of what Susanna said actually, you know, we know that disabled people struggle to both access the arts from a participation point of view, from a professional artist paid work point of view, and as audiences as well. So we're also really passionate about how can we make all of those things more accessible. So how can we create a world where people can get involved in high quality arts experiences, whether that's as a performer, as a hobby, as a audience member, because everybody should have the right to enjoy and work and be involved in arts. So that's what we are doing, and working together with other organisations I think is the best way to do that, and support each other, and tackle the big issues.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's your time. Wonderful, thanks, Jake.
I didn't need to prepare.
You didn't need to prepare, that was just all rolled off the tongue. And now I'm going to really struggle to follow it. So yes, I'm Hannah Whitaker. I'm a freelance artist working on lots of various community projects. I'm also a creative practitioner, facilitator, working with Wendy Dawes at the Mess Room, where I have learnt a lot, mainly understanding a bit more about the framework of what I've actually been doing for many years, but not realising what it was, especially in terms of social prescribing and sort of public health benefits, because it's all so natural to us, because we've many of us have grown up doing creative things and understanding already just how beneficial it is, and just wanting to share that. So I very quickly wanted to touch upon two projects that I've been working on. One of them they mentioned before, it was one of the HOPE projects funded by KCC. So I have been working with a small group of participants who all have lived experience of suicide or self-harm, and we are currently creating trees, which are made out of their footprints and their arm prints or hand prints. And we have been through a series of workshops thinking about, for each footprint, significant steps in their life that have brought them to where they are today. And they've been creating tiny bits of artwork to kind of represent each of those steps. And then for each handprint, they've been thinking about hopes and dreams for the future and creating artworks for those. And so each person has built this tree, and it has actually turned into something that I was not expecting at all. Partially because the artwork has been so beautiful, but even more so the workshops and the community that's been built, from meeting together and having that time. I really loved what someone was saying about the brave space rather than a safe space. We've not necessarily sat down and asked people, what are the steps that have brought you to where you are? Tell us about this trauma, tell us about how you've survived. But we've just naturally in conversation sort of started talking about our lives and how should we try and express this in an artistic way, in a verbal way. And I am timing myself, I've just checked. And I think actually, David, you touched upon this a second ago, and it's really, when I first started thinking about the project, it was like, we're going to make this beautiful artwork, it's going to be shown at the Turner, that's going to give them a sense of pride. Actually, some of the participants aren't going to finish, and there are things that have stopped them finishing their artwork. I'd love to be able to show the world it, but actually, it's not about that. And I've said to them, it's like, the artwork was a side project. I'm not going to push you to finish it. If it comes, it comes. If it doesn't, you've already made so much progress just from starting to kind of work through this and meet together. And I haven't talked about any of the things I was planning to talk about, but one of the main things that has seemed to come up from a lot of the projects that we've been doing has been that we do like this project, it has this final outcome, and so many of them are sort of then left being like, what's next? I want to carry on. And it's been really encouraging today to hear from quite a few people where a pilot project has then taken on a life of its own, or it's then been continued by the participants, and actually we're able to kind of step back and let it flow. I completely gone off what I was going to talk about, and so I think I'm just going to leave it there, because I think everyone's going to say some great stuff, and we'll try and have some room for questions instead. So we'll have 3 more artists come and speak in a moment, but beforehand, does anyone have any questions for Suzanne or Beth or myself? Yes, David.
I'm so inspired by all of you up there. I just think you're absolutely amazing for what you do. Being a disabled artist myself, and knowing the barriers that I faced over the years, so having advocates like yourself out there literally fighting every day is just amazing. And it's Beth, isn't it?
Yeah,
like everything you were saying, I was like, literally like you were in my head. So yeah, it was amazing. I'm so inspired by you.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you.
Any last questions or comments? No? Okay. In that case, we'll do the changeover. You can breathe easy. Wonderful. Okay, so if I can invite wonderful David Toby down, and Aoi Nakamura and Megan Saunders to come and join me.
And just to add, at the end of this talk, Robin would also like to have a couple of words with everyone. So.
Sounds like we're in trouble.
Yeah, we're all in trouble.
Okay, do we have enough
space?
seats?
Thank you very much. Are you okay? Space.
So I am timing everyone, but not letting it buzz in your faces, because that feels very unfair. Wonderful. Okay, so exactly the same questions. The benefits of performing and visual arts, kind of based on your own experience and some of the projects that you are doing. Aoi, would you like to begin?
Yeah, of course.
Wonderful.
Yes. Hello, my name is Aoi. I think I know quite most of you, and thank you for coming to AE Lab. Myself and Esteban, for me, my other co-artistic director, so myself is co-artistic director of AE and AE Lab. We both have been dancing since early age and trained as ballet dancers, then professionally dancing in contemporary dance companies, immersive theater companies, and film for last 16 years. And we've worked with the companies like Jasmine Bardem Company for a long time, or Punch Drunk to just name few. We started to create our own project back in 2013, and we didn't want to repeat ourselves on stage, what we were dancing, so audience in sitting on the auditorium, and then you see what we are doing or practice or perfect kind of finished artwork. So we started to explore different ways and eventually came across virtual reality. And ever since, we have been then exploring the use of new technologies to reimagine audience experience, to bring the audience at the center of our show. So to break the boundaries in between the performers and the audience. And since then, our work has been touring quite successfully, 15 countries, over 60 venues, but we didn't have much opportunity to share what we were doing with the local community. There were only venues like Gulbenkian or the Quarter House to then showcase. And if you are not picked up, you wouldn't be able to show. So we worked on our ways to connect with the local audience, and we create a lot of workshops around our creation as well, from different age groups to disabled or whoever is from any point and levels. And so last year we had an amazing opportunity to have our own studio as we became associate artists of ICCI University of Kent. So we are based at there, and we launched our lab called AE Lab. We moved into one of the building in historic Dockyard. And this AE Lab is producing innovative productions and delivers community and artist engagement programs related to technology and culture. Our aim is to make new technologies accessible and learn how to create with it by sharing our knowledge gained by creating our own productions or bringing inspiring artists and technologies in the form of creative workshops. We believe exchanging knowledge is one of the most important things nowadays. You can buy a tablet, but you cannot buy a knowledge just like that. And sharing in person and from the experts is very, very important, I think. And it is not about having the latest equipment, it's about having the idea, drive and will to make things happen. And we want the young people to know that if you are passionate about something, then you can achieve anything they wish. So like we did, we really wanted to become dancers, and we became dancers at the end of the day, but we worked really, really hard. And so yeah, our work is immersive, so using virtual reality or augmented reality. So we always have the contact with the audience, we give the headset, we receive back the headset, and we always receive direct feedbacks. I was thinking, what is the benefit for the performing arts? So I was kind of reflecting all my kind of, until now, how I became, and I think I would share about is one of it is tape, which was made by an architect designer called Newman for Youth, and it was shown at the historic Dockyard, Slip number 3. And now it's been the material has been repurposed by the Nucleus Arts and the Mess Room, and by Wendy and Kerry Owens and lots of community groups recreating different artworks, which is amazing. And I've been trying to get the feedback from different peoples, and it was, we were standing there chatting with the audience, and they really like made this work people proud of where they live, and not only having a good time, but it brought pride to them, the audience, which was really touching for us. And some people said that they laughed so much that they have not laughed like that for a long time, or yeah, it really art is bringing happiness to the audience. And we had 94% positive experience, and immersive experiences are quite engaging because you really immerse into it, and it's really directly that you can touch the artwork, and that's what we really like as well. And the visitor team from the Dockyard has also said they were communicating more with the audience as it was immersive, so they had to explain to people and audiences, so it was nice. So it was really connecting people to people through art. And for example, our workshop or artist development activities that we do at the lab, we make people really confident, and some people really went on to the proceeding career as creative practitioners they didn't think about when they came to the workshop. And each one can create their own work during our workshop, so they become more creative or learn ways to express themselves or understand how the creation process of starting and finishing, because becoming a professional artist, you need to finish work and be able to present it. You must have this final work. Creative process is really important, and we struggle ourselves as well. We R&D a lot, research and development a lot, and it's really hard to finish the project that tour around. And so we try to share what we have went through with the other people. And so yeah, wrap up. Sorry. Yeah, just to share my own experience as a dancer, I found my passion, so it gave me the reason to live. Really like building confidence and also improve my self-expression. I'm Japanese, I would not talk out loud. Why I became like this today is because I became a performer, the dancer, and yeah, I think the summary, art connects people, inspire people's life, and create hopes in one's life. That was kind of my thought, thinking about the benefit of performing arts and visual arts. I'm sure it's very different to you guys.
Brilliant, thank you.
Over to you, Megan.
Hi everyone, my name is Meg. I'm Head of Creative Learning at Yasmin Vardaman Company. So Yasmin Vardaman Company is a dance theatre company. We're based in Ashford in Kent, and it's under the artistic direction of Yasmin Vardaman, who's an Israeli choreographer that has been in the UK and the company's been going for 25 years. We've been based in Ashford since 2012 and have recently moved into a purpose-built dance space. So we're really, really lucky to have 3 studios and a cafe and a production space and to be able to house all of the activity that's developed over 25 years under one roof. Abby and Esteban were both dancers in the company for many years, and so there's a really nice connection there as well. So I'll try and give you a little bit of an intro into what kind of has happened over 25 years. But there's a few different elements to the Yasmin Vardaman Company. The central element is, of course, the professional company. So Yasmin creates work that tours nationally, it tours internationally. She recently got her MBE and is an associate artist at Sadler's Wells. So we're really lucky to have a kind of, an internationally recognised artist and company working in Ashford and to work alongside with. We also then have JV2, which is the junior company. So that's a professional development company, postgraduate level, which is helping to bridge the gap between student and professional. Because actually that can be quite, I'll talk in a moment about kind of drop-off points within artistic practice and creative industries. We have an associate schools programme, so we work really closely with 6 local schools. We're just reassigning some new schools. And Yasmin is a named practitioner on the A-level and BTEC dance specifications. So we do a lot of curriculum-based stuff in schools and further education. We have a classes programme from 5 upwards, which we are looking to expand as well. And we do a lot of bespoke kind of outreach programmes as well. So that could be from a brilliant programme called Valuing Voices, which is working across 6 SEND schools in Kent, working with teachers to think about how they can embed movement and dance and creative practice into their teaching practice. So instead of that model where we kind of parachute in as artists and everyone has a lovely time and then we say see you later and none of that gets embedded, we'd go in one week, we'd co-plan the sessions, we'd deliver a session with the teacher, we'd go away, help them plan the next lesson, they'd deliver it themselves, we'd come back in the week after, debrief about how it went. So it was about building confidence for the teachers in schools. Actually the legacy of that kind of way of working gets embedded into the classroom on a day-to-day basis rather than that kind of parachuting in and out model. And yes, there's lots of other kind of things. And so, lots of activity. We've got this lovely new building, and what's so exciting about the job that I get to do is we can really start to think now about the cross-pollination between all of that activity. Actually, how the school kids that come in can go and see the professional dancers, can work with the JV2s who are also being inspired by the professional dancers, can go to our archive room and leaf through 25 years worth of programmes and flyers and information. So I think that's part of the kind of thing that I want to take away as well, is this sense of the benefits of sharing knowledge and practice at different moments of creative journeys, because I think none of us can deny the benefits and the impacts of the arts. But I guess in my own experience I've seen quite a lot of moments of drop-off, moments of these brilliant programmes, these brilliant moments and events, and everyone has a wonderful time and all the evaluations say how fantastic it was, and then it's kind of a moment of bereftness when it all finishes. So I guess I'm excited to be here today with loads of these lovely projects and thinking about how we can signpost to one another and connect some of these, people in our communities to all the kind of offers that are out there. So there's something kind of exciting in that. And then the benefits of performance. Well, I'll talk a bit about dance, because that's the kind of central to what we do, even though we are a dance theatre company. And I recently read, there's a report that's just come out from the Sport and Recreation Alliance, and they used a term that I thought was really useful, which was recognition deficit. And what they were talking about was about how in dance and movement, we have one foot in physical exercise, in sport, in movement, in kind of tackling obesity, in terms of falls and older people, and all that kind of really, all those kind of really sporty physical things. And we've got the other foot in creative expression, in art, in all the love stuff that we also know about how important that is as well. So I think that's our superpower. It's also our weakness, because it makes it hard to talk about and explain what it is we do and where it's important and who it's important to. So I thought that was a really useful term I'll share with you. And so, of course, physical and mental health, well-being, individual development, social and community development, civic pride, all of these things can be embedded into the work. And I think one of the things that I really enjoy working with the Yasmin Vardaman Company is Yasmin's work, and you can help you with this as well a little bit if you want. It's very much about personal stories. The way she works in the studios isn't a sense of, here's some movements, copy me. It's very much about bringing collaborators into the process, artistic expression, sharing new languages of expression. I love in dance there's a lot of neurodiversity, different ways of expressing, different ways of using different languages, physical languages as well. So I think there's something really exciting and powerful in the art form that we work in, and there's a kind of a luxury alongside the challenges of having to articulate that in a clear way. I don't know how much time I've got left.
Yeah, that was perfect. Only 5 seconds over. Wonderful. Okay, and David. I have been told to keep you on time.
Yeah, I'll take
You
know me so well.
So off you go.
I'm going to go a bit off key here. I'm going to start with the benefit first of all. My name's David Tovey. I'm an artist, I guess. I have lived experience of homelessness, mental health, addiction, alcoholism, suicide, you name it, I've got it, or had it. And so I've lived with trauma for many years, and disabilities and stuff. This is what sort of like led me into being an artist, right? Because I was a chef beforehand, and when I had my first illness of having a stroke at the age of 36, that whole year fell apart from cardiac arrest and addiction problem. Yeah, anyway, it's a long story. It's not long enough time. That I needed something tangible to do because I couldn't cook anymore. So I was like going, right, what do I do? Well, I draw, I paint. And so I started going into that, and I never went into it thinking it would become a career, right? I ended up then obviously becoming homeless, living on the streets for many years, and then using the arts to get myself off the streets, right? Because we seem to think like, it's all about housing. It has nothing to do with housing. Homelessness has nothing to do with housing, right? It's about all those other little things that are buggering up in your head, but so you need these little support structures and mechanisms to help you, right? I used art, photography, filmmaking, talking I think is an art form, especially mine. And so I ended up meeting this Brazilian artist who had created this little festival in Brazil, and it's sort of like, wow, okay, that's interesting. I was still homeless at the time, and I thought, I'll tell you what, I'll start a homeless arts festival. So I did, and that was in 2016. It's now the largest homeless arts festival in the world, which I'm really proud of. We've only ever been funded once, and that was this year. The rest of the time it came out of beg, steal, borrow, and we've actually changed the whole format of it now, that it's now a make space festival. So all the artwork that gets exhibited at the end is what's created during the 2 weeks runs. We get given the Old Diorama Art Centre in London for 2 weeks for free, and then we just exhibit, and it's amazing, right? That's one of my hats, right? Then obviously I have my own personal art practice. I tend to do biographical work because I'm living it, so I might as well, do that type of work. And I went from being on the streets to then having my work seen at Tate Modern, Tate Liverpool, Leeds, New York, Melbourne. It's just been nuts, and sheer luck, right? And that's all it is. Oh, and stubbornness. I think stubbornness is not saying no. And that then led me into creating an opera, which was called Man on Bench Fairy Tale, which I did in 2018, I think it was, up in Manchester. And it sort of covers my story of my last suicide attempt when I was living on the streets. And it's brutal, right? It is brutal. And it's got live vehicles in there from ambulances, buses, and it was nuts, right? It nearly killed me, because the money was just insane. From that, I then had a guy come up to me and said, I want you to work with me. And this was Matt Peacock, who originally started Streetwise Opera. And if you don't know Streetwise Opera, they're a homeless opera company, amazing. And he left that, and he wanted to start this new charity called With One Voice at a Time. It's now changed the name, and it's called Arts and Homelessness International. Please write it down. And he wanted it with 50% lived experience, 50% non, right? So, and that's not just in staff, but in board as well. I came on as creative producer originally, and now I'm co-director of the charity. So I get to come and do stuff like this and call it work, you know. But we cover a lot of different things, and I'm going to quickly run through it really quickly. You like what it stands for? Advocacy, research and training, art, obviously. So we do this through different things, for training cultural spaces to open up access, like what Beth was talking about, like, you know, fighting for their community to have access, not just to come and view it, but come and make it, come and show it, like, you know, and have that space. Why do we do that? Because it's a bloody human right. Arts is a human right, Article 27.A, I think it is. You know, and it's about protecting our community, right? And I work with one of the most vulnerable communities in society, ones that are predominantly walked past and ignored, or violated, etc. So it's about picking them up, and through our research and the evidence that we've had created, and we work internationally, by the way, so we work in every country. It's, yeah, crazy. Anyway, and the research that we've done actually proves there's 4 main things that art does for our community. It builds resilience, it builds agency, it builds confidence and knowledge and skills. Okay, that's 5, but I'll put it. And we've done this through different research of cultural spaces and the community and stuff like this. We've now we're now a sector support, IPSO, I think it is, Arts Council support. I struggle being part of the Arts Council myself, because I can't even get into Granville myself. So I don't know if anyone else has ever had that problem. Probably have. But I like it because by being an IPSO, we now have the ability to now try and create change for our community to be able to access funding as well, and that's one of the biggest things. And I just want to finish off. If I can pick myself up off the streets from where I was, right, through the arts, well, that's the evaluation, isn't it? Like, you know, what more do you need to know? Like, if you can go from being completely broken, trying to kill yourself, to then being a chief exec and showcasing your work around the world, come on. It's not luck, that's art. Done, there.
Wonderful. So officially it's break time, but if there are any burning questions or comments, then I'm sure no one will begrudge you. Or not. Maybe not. Okay, I'll hand over to David.
Or hand over to Robin, actually.
Oh, okay, sorry, hand over to Robin.
Hi there, I'll keep it very brief because I don't really like speaking. Yeah, it was just really to say a few thank yous. Thank you for coming. Those of you that don't know, I'm Robin. I'm from the council's culture team in Medway. I just wanted to say a thank you to the Dockyard and the Uni of Kent for having us here. I wanted to thank all the partners that have worked together on this. So that's Warnborough College, Uni of Kent, Nucleus and the lovely David. But most importantly, I wanted to thank my colleague Susanna Hodder, who is the Cultural Development Assistant for Medway Council, who's worked so hard, not just on the content for today's session, but for supporting the last 3 days as well. So I just wanted to give them I bought you some flowers, but these ones are good because they don't die.
Lovely. Brilliant.
Oh, thanks, Robin. Oh, we're all emo now. So we've got a quick break. We're starting back at 3 o'clock for the last session with the Arts Council and Lottery. Yes, go off. We grab some drink.
Can I say one thing quickly? We're giving a load of free training on the 28th and the 31st down in Medway. To anybody who's interested, you're all welcome to come along to it. I don't know where it's going to be yet, but it'll be 28th to 31st.
How do we find out
You
about
can
that?
contact me via my email, david@artshomelessint.com.
Sorry, can you say that again?
artshomelessint.com.
What's the training on?
It'd be cultural spaces and co-creation, different training like that, working with our community, and if you want open access, etc. That didn't make sense, did it?
And the VR work of Jasmine and our augmented reality and VR work is still on at the A Lab. We are next to the Nelson Brewery and Wagon Cafe. So yeah, pass by if you wanna still come have time.
Turn right at the helicopter, past the beer barrels.
Only in the dockyard can you say that.
That's the point. Like, I used to think, go such then take it.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. It was so many of us, so we were squished in.
That's great.
You can all probably have half an hour each.
I love stuff like this. I think I've spoken to you before, actually. I think I have. Right.
I've been told that. I've definitely met people. Where are you based?
London and Coventry.
Oh, yeah.
But we're not based in Coventry. We had to like relocate our office there to get funding. It's ridiculous, isn't it?
We work with the Coventry University.
That's amazing. Coventry University, brilliant, like, you know. I'm setting up a peer network with universities at the moment who are working in, like, or interested in homelessness. So, yeah, I think we've got something like 18 universities in but some of them are giving scholarships for free.
Amazing.
Yeah, my sister lives in that. Yeah, and when you said it, I went, nice. And I don't know where,
It's really tough, but funny, there's like we're in a leisure centre basically, which is very comfortable with our work, and then we got picked up for the Spider and good luck with that. You know that's that weird and it was cut, the whole thing was
so my niece lives next door to it.
So then there's quite a lot of people in Ashford that like now comes to the new building and like, oh, you guys are in the shop. Which again is a kind of a weird thing, but
that's amazing.
Kind of raised
But shops have they have the habit doing that, like because Coventry, like we were doing work up there. So we started working there 3 years before the City of Culture, like because we were asked to like sort of like embed in, and then we're working directly with council there. Council are now employing homeless people. It's like for us, we work do this is what we're going to do with Medway. Hopefully, we do it for Leicester Theatre as well.
Okay.
So I didn't get a chance to talk about it. My fault. But yeah, so we use Leicester Theatre to change policy. So we basically bring all in spaces, and we bring council out their office. We bring.
So like forum theatre, but with policy makers.
Yeah, totally. Right, so we actually bring in council policy makers and like the homeless teams and stuff like that, strategy teams, and then we bring the homeless community all into a space together, a neutral space, and then they like argue and say, right, find out what's bugging each side like, and then create a plan from it, right? And then we invite the general public and all this come in, and then they come in, and then they all vote on it, and like, yeah, and it's really big policy change out of it.
That's amazing.
We've got a woman from Theatre of the Press in New York, Katie Rubin, check out the lady, right? She is a freelancer, she works for us on it, and I met her first of all in Montreal in 2017, and I was blown away by it. Wow. She got New York City to change policy around homelessness. Like, just through theatre. I love seeing stuff like that because, like, for me, especially knowing that, like, for me, I was at uni when I got there. I became homeless because I went there to do art and stuff. And then suddenly I was like on the streets. I went, but it's not help for students. No help at all. Some students who become homeless because they say, oh, you've got student loans, right? And when you got, or even like students are not allowed to play places. Suddenly you're like, and I haven't got like family support to then go, oh, I'll give you money to pay for that. I'm just going to move this chair. That's
it's great to meet you. It's great to see you.
Oh, must be exhausting trying to take all that in and then translate it.
So yeah, we do a lot of training. So we do from co-creation, we do project, I call it like trying to build a homeless art project.
Mine's the basics.
Like a guy who's like going through this loads of free resource on our website as well. You can just download it all.
No?
And yeah,
that's quite good. That's Saturday. Next Saturday, I'm going to come.
I wanted to call it Pulse. Yeah, I thought it like more memorable.
Yeah,
but
I'm taking it's my daughter's birthday tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. But
also 15.
I was like, when they went,
and we bought her tickets for things. She doesn't want anything, so we bought tickets for Stranger Things. Stranger Things.
I think it'd be a nice selection.
Got tickets to Frozen musical
from things that happened and then things like the homelessness and stuff. And I got to write a whole
it's supposed to be amazing.
in this country.
Although she's 15,
and struggling with it. There's only 4.5 million people living in it.
It's just incredible.
And
she was of the age that when Frozen came out, she was like the perfect age. Perfect age. And yes, to know all the words. And we're going to take it to see as well, the band. Yes, it's over the next few months. It's on Monday. We're going to see Frozen on Saturday. That's the first one, and I'm really excited.
Exactly, and I think in a way, yeah, I agree actually, I totally agree. Because it's about collaborating, isn't it? Like, you know, I think sometimes like creative sector, like, no. Well, actually, use it for the talks. Like, you know what I mean? Because otherwise, Elon Musk, who I don't particularly like, he actually said something quite interesting.
I mean, this conference, I don't know, did I ever tell you where it came from?
A little while back, maybe, when we spoke last
year. Yeah, so it basically, Warnborough College had been doing this for years, but they never got any. It was in Canterbury, and Canterbury are interested in Chaucer and Cathedral, and that's pretty much all they care about. So they weren't interested. So I got involved. Julian came to see us in one of our big networking meetings that Nucleus runs, and spoke about it. And I was like, well, I'll come and talk at the conference. And it was so amazing to meet artists from around the world. We're very British today.
Yeah, we are.
But that's because it's their 50th anniversary, Warnborough. So all the international artists have gone to that today, which is a shame. Because yesterday, I'll show you a photo. It's not the best photo. I was in a workshop with.
But do you know what I mean? It's just like
It's not the best photo, but there's more people around there. Oops. I'll get that in a second. Sorry. There were 10 different countries represented in that one workshop in Medway. So there's more people here. There's a Russian lady here, and there's a Nigerian lady here. But we have Malaysia, Taiwan, Japan, Albania, all over. And it's just brilliant. And just to be sat there with artists from the world, all creative, all chatting, learning. So
as soon as you get on creative health, everybody has that real intention behind inclusivity, respect for all, consideration for all need. It's just well worth it. And what I'm really impressed by is how much of the arts sector are in the room when they're not paid to be here. And that really worries me when people are having to commit time. You know, a whole day commitment is massive when you're in a situation where you just want to get cracking and make art. So to have that representation, I think I could help you more in years to come of wider health sector engagement and the integrated care boards, but also library service provisions, libraries connected, prison libraries and that side of stuff, like all of that engagement that's a bit beyond the art core sector that we're trying to enable for ourselves.
We're doing a lot more with libraries ourselves because libraries comes under Paul Cowell's remit. So with Nucleus, we've got that perennial problem that every arts organisation is going to say we haven't got any money because we don't have any money and costs have gone up. I mean, our energy bill went up £100,000 in the last year. And I have no idea how we're going to cover that. Sorry, that wasn't a pitch. The Arts Council. It's one of those things, isn't it? You must. It feels like all the time.
I always listen, personal, professional,
from a personal point of view, you know, we're all being squeezed, and that's what I was saying to the chap earlier on is that we're losing small arts organisations all over. And if we want to get the arts of health in there, we need to rescue these arts organisations. But
me out. Just a second.
This is the talk.
Yes, that's the talk, but I also am going to read off my notes.
Of course.
So if I can log in. But that's fine.
Have you gone to the... Oh, it's your laptop here. I was going to say, if it's the Wi-Fi, I can help them out. But yes, so we are looking at how we can do more across Medway, and the obvious place is the libraries. So we are hoping to get some funding through Child Friendly Medway to start doing more of our... we do a creative messy play for 0 to 4s.
Yeah.
Now, the arts is there for the kids, but actually it's also there for the parents. So we've got 2 cohorts of parents that lost those core years of engaging, learning how to be parents, learning to making friends, and so it's really, really important to do that. So we're hoping to do that in the libraries. Is the important thing.
There's definitely national aspects we could help with, but I also think there's just a bit of a local exchange as well.
Yes.
I've got a big conversation with the council.
Oh, brilliant. It's brilliant.
I'm in awe.
Yeah.
Equally, his knowledge is so limited. It's like he's got one view, and I was trying to broaden, so we'll keep going with that. We've got history of council as well.
Okay.
And I just wonder if there's a consideration that we include a visit to you. Guys does capital, but we'll talk with, we'll talk.
Thank you for all your help with the capital.
It's a bloody nightmare for Laura.
Honestly, we have got the problem that we can't get materials in. The solar panel company is struggling to get solar panels in, and this is without the whole issue. We had the whole issue with the developers, so we had to completely change the plans to make it. It's all good. It's all going to be even better than before.
I think we should just get you a project on at some point and make that easier, because then Laura will be quite relieved, but it's just quite light touch paperwork.
I think that's...
We've almost gone for the worst
For our first one, we've gone for the hardest one. Actually, we had Chatham Carnival this weekend, and Chatham Carnival is another thing that we organised. We had 50 partners, arts organisations, community groups, schools, everything. We had 24,000 people come along, and we did it for 10 grand. And that basically covered... It was a lot of work. It basically covered the staging, security, first aid, and the council road closures. So they put in about £6,000 of it.
This is what I push back with, that there's got to be that level of investment, that you're not grappling around for bits and bobs, and that it's a whole concerted.
In all honesty, they put that cash in, but also there was things like the town centre manager helped us with the site paperwork, and we had Robin and the team helping us out. And, but it was what was beautiful about it was a huge community effort, and we did things like tape. We had tape here. Did you see the Esteban one? So we didn't want that to go to waste, so we've turned that into a sea monster puppet that we take down High Street, and things like that. It's just and that was our artists, and then our artists went out to schools to help make it, and then we got the dance group mums so the mums normally watch the girls, but they all want to do something. So we're like, well, come and dance. You come and take our puppet, and it's just so lovely.
There's something around this that could be project wise.
Yes, that's what I was wondering.
To have a chat at some point. I am over in Gillingham, 31st of July, but I could do Chatham on the way.
Let me know if you let me know dates you're around. You can have a look. We'll do lunch. I'm away, for the middle of August. Sorry.
Do you have a dark period for the exhibition?
No, we've got the summer exhibition. So our summer exhibition has got 115 independent artists in the summer, so it's non-stop.
I'm just in awe, David, and it's so nice to see you in the role, feet under the table, just flying. It's really lovely and refreshing. And
I have an amazing team, and that's the...
You really do, but equally, I think you can't discount what the effort that you've made is informed. It's you across everything.
No, look at this. Artists from 40 countries, it's amazing. And it's just, But again, it's all partnership. So the way Nucleus works is we say, we want to make a carnival. We've got no money. Who wants to come and play? And then people come and play, and we make it work. And it was amazing. 24,000 people were there on Saturday. I mean, 20,000 of them or so would have been there shopping anyway. But that's the thing.
That's the thing.
Chinese New Year next. So you're sorry, it's the gentleman from
on the labelling you should spell it L-U-R-E.
Take us on your pub. We've got the space till 5 o'clock. Exactly. So if you go on for as long as you want, really. There's nothing more important than the Arts Council for grantees. We just need to talk to someone in power about granting, but that's a whole. So I used to be in academia, and we had to use GES, and I thought GES was the hardest possible grant system. But I've learnt.
Doesn't always happen.
Oh, I don't know.
It's like so. Well, do you want to go first? We've got an hour, so how long do you want?
Nobody ever believes you when you say this.
And do we do questions close together at the end? Wonderful. So I'll swap the slides. I've got the Sorry, I'm David, by the way. I'm Nick with Science. So I need to chat to you at some point because we've got a few volunteers. So you just get that all the time. So don't say where I work from. People ask me why. I can take that off.
You only turn it on and off, David.
Sorry, what's that?
The aircon, the cold.
Oh.
Put it down to 19 rather than turning it off, okay?
Okay.
It's a vicar in Kent, and we did something in Churchwell and Film Church, and his name is Rabbi. The second name is Tony. Rabbi Owen. So I said to him, you should be, I thought, you should have been a pastor. And he looked at me and said, before. I thought I was so clever.
Yeah, that's it. And then I think maybe if you click apply or...
Oh, apply to all, yeah.
Yeah.
Has it applied? Looks like it, yeah.
Lovely, thank you. So I don't know how it seems to do that. It's such a pain. Thank you.
It's weird, isn't it? Right, I'll get everyone's attention. Right. Hello, everybody! Oh, I like doing that. Sense of power. Thank you so much for coming for our third session, or final session, I should say. It's actually talk 3. I'm really pleased to invite Rebecca Hussain from the National Lottery Heritage Fund, and we will also have a talk from Dulcie Alexander from the Arts Council. So, really grateful for you to come to us today. Rebecca, do you want me to hit slides, or are you?
Yeah, thank you.
I'll tap the buttons as you want.
Great.
Yep. So what we'll do is we'll have both talks, and then we'll have all the questions at the end, if that's okay for everyone. Thank you.
So hi everyone, my name's Rebecca Hussain, and I'm an engagement manager in the London and South team of the National Lottery Heritage Fund. Kent is full of rich and important heritage, so I'm here to hopefully inspire you to think about heritage as a driver for your creative activities. Next slide, please. So, oh yeah, sorry. So who are we and what do we do? We are the largest funder for the UK's heritage, Our vision is for heritage to be valued, cared for and sustained for everyone, now and in the future. Next slide. We do have a new strategy launching. It's Heritage 2033. It's a 10-year strategy. I will tell you a little bit more about it in the next slide, but it's outlining our priorities for heritage for the next 10 years. Next slide, please. The funding that we distribute comes from National Lottery players. All projects we fund need to involve people actively in heritage. And going back to that Heritage 2033 programme, here are the 4 principles that are going to guide the next 10 years of investment. So they are saving heritage, protecting the environment, inclusion, access and participation, and organisational sustainability. So those are going to be our 4 guiding investment principles going forward. Next slide, please. So often the first question that we ask people who are interested in our funding is what heritage they are going to focus on. But what is heritage? Next bit, thank you. So this is from our website. So from historic buildings, our industrial legacy and the natural environment, to collections, traditions, stories and more, heritage can be anything from the past that you value and want to pass on to future generations. Next click please, thank you. So this is just to demonstrate that. This is a photo from a project all about the Windrush generation, and it was a project involving exchanging memories and photographs, an intergenerational project. So that's a good example of what we mean by heritage. Next slide please. So I wanted to give you some examples of heritage from the Kent area and describe some of the projects that we've funded. The first example is what we call built heritage, and so the building in the picture is Knoll House. It's a Grade 1 listed building, and we funded its restoration and conservation. Alongside the capital work, we funded a very thorough learning and engagement programme. We can't fund capital works without that element of engaging people with heritage. So that took the form in this case of volunteers cataloguing the collection and being taught conservation skills that you can see just on the side there. So that is key. We do not do capital works without that engagement element. Next slide please. So community heritage is a great starting point to engage people with their local area, buildings or other creative or participatory work you want to do. They could explore the history of your local area, such as the project on the left there. So that's All Our Stories. It captured people's memories of mauling through heritage workshops and oral history sessions. Local archives and museums are also a great focal point for projects that focus on local history, stories and people. Community heritage can also include what we call intangible cultural heritage. This can mean cultural traditions, dance, performance traditions, food cultures, story and faith. And this example here is Shiva Nova's project, A World in a Tent, celebrating cultural traditions of the Nepalese and Roma communities living in Kent. Next slide please. So this is the Guardians of the Deep project. It's a natural heritage project delivered by Kent Wildlife Trust, and it involved local communities in conservation work across the Kent coast. The Guardians refer to extensive volunteer recruitment and a participation programme that was delivered as part of this. So you can see some volunteers on the left there doing beach clean, and other activities that they did included wildlife sightings and monitoring pollution incidents. Next slide please. So we also fund industrial heritage. So you can see here this example. This was a project called Bricks, Brickmen and Barges by Westmoreland Trust, and explored how the brickfields and barges of North Kent played a key role in the growth of Victorian London. And so participants in the project learnt new skills like traditional brick making. Kent's got a really huge industrial heritage, as we've already seen today. Next slide, please. So we fund many museums, libraries and archives to improve the condition and management of their collections, and most importantly to make them accessible, engaging and interesting to people. So for example, we've funded collections work at Kent History and Library Centre that some of you may know. If you are interested in doing heritage projects, I would really emphasise it's really important to get a heritage partner if you're not a heritage organisation yourself. So something like Kent History and Library Centre would be really a really good potential heritage partner for your project. Next slide, please. So heritage can be a great entry point to creative activity and programming, particularly for people who would not normally consider themselves to be part of a creative community, but may be inspired through a wide range of heritage to participate. Here's a project that you may have come across. This is Chatham Intra High Street Heritage Action Zone in Medway. So this project was funded by Historic England to build pride back into the High Street, including building restoration, heritage engagement and a lively cultural programme that explored and celebrated people's connections and stories of the place. As part of our funding, a cultural consortium has been created that is delivering a wide range of activities and events that are inspired by the buildings and living heritage of this special place. Next slide, please. So here's just a couple of examples of the type of activity that's taking place. So pop-up festivals and concerts like this rap concert in a synagogue, and costumed walking tours like the one here, and open days and family fun days. Next slide, please. Essentially we want to support more heritage in Kent. If you've got an idea for a heritage project, I'd love to hear from you. So I've got my email address just there. Thank you so much for your time this afternoon, and that's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. That's really, really interesting. And I think probably everyone in this room is involved in light nights or has or something like that along the lines. So, Dulcie.
Hi everybody, nice to see you. I'm really lucky in that I know at least half the room, so I'm so sorry if you're sick of my face for the last however long. I'm lucky enough to come from about 3 different perspectives today. I come from a personal perspective with culture and health and the consideration of lived experience in practice and what early intervention means around mental health and the development of creativity. I come with a personal, that's for personal, I come with a professional perspective in that I'm representing Arts Council England today, and I'm their engagement and audiences manager, and I'm the lead for this area, Medway. I have been lucky enough to be for the last 10 years, but I am equally joined today by Claire Horton, who also now works on Medway with me around the priority here. So I'll introduce her, she'll zip in at some point, but you may have come across her as well. But we come as a team, a double act, and we have a team of 5 working across Kent and prioritising the conversations with yourself. So this isn't the only time you can talk with me or see me. I'm over at least once, twice a month, every 6 weeks, out and about speaking with people around what they want to achieve. I also come with a third hat in that I've been lucky enough to be seconded over the last 2 years to the newly formed National Academy for Social Prescribing. And that was formed out of the NHS, and the intention for 4,000 link workers nationally, social prescribers as was referenced this morning, to look at how culture and art and sport and heritage and all that consideration can enhance and inform people's lives and their well-being.
with no other purpose than making people feel happy, content, fulfilled, all the things that we connect through humanity. So I bring that with me as well, and I'm going to present across those three elements today so that you can see the journey of creative health and the funding and the development agency work Arts Council does. I've been doing one-to-one sessions all day with artists and practitioners and creatives, talking around what they want to achieve and how they want to perform. Incredible work happening in Medway across the board, so thank you so much for that. I am back September, and I will share that with David at the end of the session, but this isn't your only chance. So if you come away from these slides and go, what the hell was that? I've got no bloody idea. I'm your gal, and I can talk to you at any moment. So this is a lovely image. This is University of Manchester. We funded taking museum objects and artworks into hospitals and to enliven that area. But there was a beautiful exchange programme with Manchester Museum, Manchester Home, and those on wards that were completely bed-bound. And then, of course, COVID impacted. We took in art packs, we took in sculpture, we took in all sorts of creativity, and we trained the staff to deliver that work. So that's the context there. So I'm going to talk you through the Creative Health Plan today, which is national. I'm going to talk you through our open funding programme, National Lottery Project Grants, and you can apply for a creative activity that may have a wellbeing and wellbeing and health focus. But we also act as a development agency with national policy makers and national partners to get health and well-being creatively delivered and enabled for the benefit of others. I must just flag before we move on, the brilliant Rebecca did half my job for me in that she had Shiva Nova presented today. And of course Shiva Nova are doing such exceptional work and have become part of our national portfolio. So what we have in Medway, we've gone from 2 national portfolio organisations to 6 in the last year, and that increase of investment into this area over the last 2 years has been 8.2 million. And that's really sizable for Arts Council to demonstrate to you with their readies, this is why Medway is a priority for us at the moment. And that part of this work is how we can work across funders to look and develop that work. Okay, so the next slide. What do we mean about creative health? Because it can be so massive, broad and sprawling. I was lucky enough to be part of the team to write this plan, so I gauge what it needs, but we had to respond to NHS and public health expectation, but keep the creative practitioners at the heart of delivery. So we look at prevention. We're wanting to look across every type of artistic practice, across the cultural sector, to promote good habits such as dance for well-being, such as Loop Dance going out and doing their children and young people's work, the accreditation work, that consideration around Creative Medway, and every practitioner looking at how they work and how that may benefit others in a well-being and holistic approach. We want to look at promoting healthy habits, behaviours and social connection, and that we value creativity together, like the mess room, where you could just sit and have a chat and a cup of tea and a friendly face, as much as sculptural, artistic design, whatever that may be that people take part in. We then look at acute care. When we talk about acute care, we're talking about all hospital settings, hospices and clinical treatment spaces. And as much as formal routes, it's also GP surgeries and COVID clinical hubs, this sort of thing. Whilst it's fewer in number, we want to look at the range of organisations and programmes that are designed for, by and with patients in care settings. We want to work closely with NHS delivery and dovetail where it's relevant. We will never fund core NHS work, of course that's their job. We will never fund art therapy or any prescribed practice in that way around therapeutic means. We are not the experts in this field, but we are in terms of creativity and what that may bring. We look at hospital care and residential care. We look at, for example, in East Sussex, I don't know if you saw the presentation earlier with the brilliant Teresa, putting art at the heart of the development of a hospital build and how art in public realm and public space within clinical settings can be informed. The treatment and recovery aspect is really vast, and we're talking about that range across specialist practitioners and organisations and how people are working in partnership around targeted intervention. And we want to know about safeguarding. We want to know about how artists are supported in their practice to safeguard their mental health and their creativity, and what that may bring if you are working in circumstances with those at risk of suicide, those at risk of harm in a physical and a mental sense. We're talking a lot around referral pathways and how we can put creativity in referral pathways. I have this with my own son. He had an operation when he was 9, 11 and 12 on his inner ear. All I had from the clinician was a line, a squiggle and a circle. That's what I'm going to operate on, and we're going to put him under 3 times. And I had to agree to that. So what we are doing is training those on medical courses with their artistic skills to be better at producing the design of the operation or the design of the treatment care package, so that somebody can understand what they're agreeing to. There's a lot of complexity in what I'm talking about, and we can unpick this as we go along. Planned intervention. That whole consideration where you may have a real essence of your creativity that does dovetail into somebody else's well-being and better care. Is it that we train occupational therapists in poetry and writing skills to be better informed to speak about how their client may work with them? Do we want to look at how clinicians respond to the landscape they're working within to then inform creativity on the walls of the design of hospitals that we all engage with? That's this side of work. So that's our creative health and wellbeing plan. We have 3 strands to it, and this is the next slide, thank you. So the 3 strands are partnerships, working with health and social care sectors to be strategic, place around embedding place-based approaches, and practitioners around the focus of the development of creative practitioners to feel embedded in a system and to feel on a level playing field. Instead of being viewed as a service provider, how are we working in partnership to inform the delivery of the systems, the infrastructures and the design? And there's an incredible director for the South East for mental health service provision that's really impassioned around these behaviours and considerations, and it's how we can work with people like Scott Elliott this morning and with David to really look at what that means. This image is the incredible St Margaret's House in London. I worked with them in 2021, and they are a pop-up shop for men in sheds and for artistic practice and community art spaces. They'd never worked with a social prescribing link worker ever. That was April 2021. By May 2022, they'd engaged with 16 social prescribers, whole new systems approach to working with them, and they had 409 referees into this offer. This was the exchange of multicultural dance exchange. They did wood carving and painting, and they explored the direction of the patient's journey of how they wanted to be artistically engaged with. They did clay, they did paperwork, they decorated the front of the shop windows with beautiful designs. It was phenomenal. How that was funded was through Arts Council working in partnership with 7 other national policy organisations to develop holistic, whole community approach to social prescribing. It covered housing, money, Sport England, Historic England, Natural England, Arts Council, and the Money and Advice Service around pensions and this sort of thing. That fund was 1.8 million, it leveraged in 3.3 million, and there's 37 projects that happen nationally that trialled new models and approaches to cultural social prescription. This is a whole body of work and a whole report that I can share with you, but what it does is show you the immediacy of response when you just say to a link worker, we're here, we'd love to work with you, this is what we do. So there's that whole consideration as to what momentum could be enabled for Medway, and we can chat about that as it progresses. Arts Council's stance at the moment is that we have an arts and cultural lead funded in the National Academy of Social Prescribing to look at a national approach to arts and culture. That's Dr. Tola Dabiri. She's phenomenal, so if you want to chat with her, let me know. But that's where we're progressing at the moment. They are also funding at the Academy the Power of Music, which is working with music and dementia. And they're looking at how sport and dance and physical activity can dynamically enable. So that's the work and that's the model, and it's something that you may want to become commission ready for. And of course the National Academy has a regional lead for the South East that you can work with, and that's Esther Watts, to look at progressing what this means to you at a regional level. Next slide please. This is another case study that I wanted to show you across Arts Council funding and creative health. So in 2018, we published as a nation the All-Parliamentary Group for Creativity and Culture and Arts and Health presented a report. And that report said, we're not doing enough in the creative health sphere, we need to progress and we need to develop. Arts Council at that point invested 4 million into creative health. By 2022, we invested 16 million, and we also funded, of course, in partnership, the Thriving Communities Fund. So we are growing in this sphere, and we are recognising the work further. So this is HERA, and HERA stands for, let me just check to make sure I'm not doing them injustice, Healing, Expressive and Recovery Arts. HERA is based out of the Brighton Health and Wellbeing Centre, and they became a foundation in their own right because they had people coming through the doors saying that they were lonely and isolated. We didn't need to give them a tablet. There was no need to do anything further, but they did want to do something further. And the GPs there said, how can we further support? What would you like to be doing? They have done incredible development in that time. They've put sculpture and clay dance workshops. I've danced with them from the 1920s through to the 2020s, and we've danced next to people who were there for various health reasons, but nobody knew. You didn't have to turn up and declare, I'm here on my prescription. It was that you were there to join in and have fun with others. They have rooted their dance work into their offer. They've also progressed sustainable working practice to the point where COVID hit. Instead of saying we'll just stop everything, they actually took IT engineers into every older person's home to be able to still access the offer online. So all of that working around a system to ensure it's for that person-centred care is exactly what they did. So we funded them for 2 project grants over the last 5 years to progress that work. Originally 30,000 and then a 92,000 bid. We then funded them through the Thriving Communities Fund that I referenced to progress that work. They've now become a national portfolio organisation and they have 3 years worth of funding for this work. They have also become part of the local integrated care system, the chair for the Voluntary Sector Alliance. Now, if I've just lost half of the room because you don't know what the integrated care system is, you're not the only one, and I was lost on that vine as well in terms of what that means. So the NHS last July 22 went from a structure of systems and organisational development and changed it. We now have 42 integrated care systems. They have a board, alliances like the Community Voluntary and Faith Sector Alliance that you can join to then inform policy and funding for priority areas that they work within. So we at Arts Council are encouraging the whole of the cultural sector to represent within that new infrastructure to make sure that we're there in shaping provision and progression. I've included the link and I'll share that with you if you want to see further work. They are also research-based with the University of Brighton and further researchers, so I can send you that too if that's of interest to you. But I just wanted to show you that navigation that they've been on to achieve progression ultimately in this sphere. Next slide please, sorry David.
That's all right.
I'm now going to change tack. We've just chatted about the health and wellbeing plan, what Arts Council are doing in the broader sense. We have just funded through the National Centre for Creative Health 7 creative health associates nationally to work at a regional level to educate and inform the NHS and wider partners around what the creative health offer and drive is. You've just got someone in June for this area. I can't tell you who it is, I'm so sorry. But I can tell you where they're based. They're based in the Integrated Care Board in Sussex, but they cover from the bottom of Essex across to Hampshire. And they will be the one catch-all to get your service provisions into and understanding that system. And they're funded for 18 months. I can give you that detail too, David, and we can share it. The next tack I'm going to go on to is the Arts Council. I've just spoken about all of our work as a development agency around creative health and wellbeing. There is more that we can discuss as we take questions, so do ask anything. But I now want to focus on National Lottery project grants. This is our core funding, and it's open on an ongoing basis. It's an open fund, and you can apply for up to £30,000 or £30,000 to £100,000. We do also have Developing Your Creative Practice for anybody that has no public outcomes to their work. And if you're just solely looking at your development as an artist, that's the fund for you, not the project grant route. Project grants is open to anyone. There's a bit of a misconception that it's just for the arts sector to fund themselves. We fund anyone and everyone and anything, whether you're a community centre, a village hall, whether you're a health clinic, whether you're a service provider, a health trust, or dovetailing with things like medical schools, Wellcome Trust, all of that consideration. So I just want to flag, Medway have really been successful previously with project grants in certain areas. The ones I want to flag are Icon Theatre, we worked out for Brooke, Luke Dance is in the room, Mess Room's in the room, Arts and Homelessness International, and a whole plethora of various different organisations and individuals. The next slide is going to give you a bit of detail about what we cover. Don't worry, I won't go on forever. So this beautiful gentleman was involved in a lot of Eid celebrations, and we funded the creative expression there. He's a singer and a dancer and a composer. So yes, we support certain disciplines. If you click, it might list them. Oh, da-da! So we fund combined arts, including festivals and carnivals, dance, libraries, literature museums, theatre and visual arts. When we talk about combined arts, we can mean many things. And when we're in a health setting, it might be a combination of art form. And we also look at describing festivals and carnivals and types of celebration in certain ways. We would prefer for you to speak to us in your language and the way you describe your art practice. Don't feel you've got to fit anything for Arts Council. When we're a public body, we're there to listen and support what you do. So we want to hear your voice coming through applications. We also support new technologies in arts museums and libraries. And of course, we've funded through culture development funding the docking station development around digital arts in Medway. Next slide, please. So what does the project grant support? It can be anything. It can be, has to of course be in England, but you can of course be going into Europe and beyond for a percentage of your project. We fund between £1 to over £100,000, but today I just want to focus on the 30k aspect. And we fund individuals and organisations and companies and non-professional groups and a variety of various different things. And we look at projects that are directly creating and delivering creative and cultural activity. That's the difference between us as funders, is that there's an aspect where we support what you do, how you do it, and the approach to creation. In terms of heritage funding, it's around giving voice to that prior site or knowledge or building. We fund what's to come, what you might design, what you might create, where you might go. That's the differentiation. And of course we want to look at longer term positive impact, so how you demonstrate that. And that's come up so much today around how we measure the impact of our provisions to demonstrate back to services how that can function. And again, if you want a conversation about that, I can bore you about various different models of approach. I'm now going to talk you through some, I've only got 3, don't worry, funding examples, which is Wishing Well. So dear old Wishing Well have had a long track record with Arts Council, but I wanted to present a current bid. So dear old Wishing Well, they go on to hospital wards with instruments and perform with dementia patients, and they train the staff to support in music making on the ward around reminiscence. They have been funded historically through Children in Need, but we've also funded 20,000 and, you know, the figure, 20,994. It was actually a second submission to Arts Council. That isn't due to the nature of the application being bad, it's due to competition for funds. We're only at a 40% success rate currently. So that consideration that you may come in with a perfectly viable, enthusiastic project and we just can't stretch the funding. So that I wanted to flag. It was a second attempt of approach. And they look at delivering on intensive care with older patients and staff and support. They also are transforming the clinical spaces into sound installations, and they're doing that across 2 hospitals. So they were one hospital priority, and they've just got into the Royal Sussex as well as Haywards Heath. Now this work's really bespoke, really specialist and targeted over a year to 18 months delivery. It's really an opportunity to be able to gain some core engaged practice. We're looking at depth of engagement here rather than numbers. It might be that you're working with the same patient over 18 months to get 5 songs considered. That doesn't matter to us. It's the process and the commitment that you're enabling and the step change that's equally as valid as a high number of footfall going through a gallery space. The next slide I just want to flag is High Tide Festival. This was funded in 2021, Naked Frank Theatre, and they presented at the festival. This was 37,000 in 2021. They'd previously had funding to work on a mental health unit in Dartford. Again, very specialist, very bespoke, around a theatre performance support for those with particular moderate to high mental health need. They'd never put their work before out in a sphere like High Tide Festival and wanted to explore how it may land. So they landed on 4 months of themes arts and theatre events, and it was working with those who were hard to reach and who were ex-offenders. And it was looking at male stories and putting across that consideration around the experience that they had gone through. There's no access around participation and outdoor and theatre activities for them in any other form, but what this did was get their voice heard and seen in a different sphere. That's exactly where we sit in this funding realm, is you might be having a product that fully services a certain clientele, but as soon as you shift it to somebody else that may be in particular need and get their response and then their artistic expression, that then has that knock-on beautiful ripple effect as to how the cultural sector will progress and thrive, we hope. The next slide is my final example, and I think I've left little stars around the funding, and I can tell you what that is. So if you just click through, it should just pop up. So we are Making Your Mark. Making Your Mark was Sussex Partnership Foundation Trust. We actually funded them £65,000 worth of investment, and they also got cultural recovery funding of £35,000 across the pandemic. Cultural recovery funding was there to support any community and cultural organisation in need during the pandemic, and we funded far beyond our usual remit and catchment. And it was through government funding, and there's a whole list out there if you want to explore who's got it in this place. But this example, it was the Heads On charity and a recovery college. Does everybody know what a recovery college is? So the recovery college is if you've been through something severe and long-term in the health system that impacts your physical and mental health, mainly mental, it offers a package of support. So you can go and learn about ADHD, or you can learn about psychosis, or you can learn about depression and anxiety, You can also go and learn creative journaling for wellbeing practice. You can go canoeing with them. You can do various different courses and support skills. You could become part of the offer for recovery colleges that they commission you in to deliver a programme of support. And I have the list of recovery colleges across the southeast. We have the integrated care boards across the southeast. That consideration of how you're working and who you're promoting your work to is what's so intriguing around creative health. So they did Making Your Mark, all on hospital inpatient wards, and they had an exhibition in Brighton and beyond at the hospital, and they also had a symposium with researchers and with artists where they were literally using cutlery, sieves, anything within the unit that would be beneficial and non-harmful to those taking part, but to explore and design how people wanted to express themselves, what truly is primal in people, and what marks people wanted to make. And some of them were really delicately considered, others really bold and ambitious, some were just walls decorated and covered in that expression. The variety and the element of consideration of listening in artistic provision was just phenomenal in this project, and there's the link if you ever want to explore it. But this is really where artists and researchers and the system collaboratively work together to enable something that's further sustaining now. They've actually produced a book of the artworks as well, and it's touring further as well. So the last slide, I'm sorry I've waffled on a bit, but I was given more time.
You were, yeah.
In that projects advice. This is Claire and I, and we're always up for conversation, but equally you can go through project grants on the website or our inquiries team, and they are gems. But if you want to talk specifically about a certain art form, we have relationship managers with that specialism. So I'm engagement and audiences, I'm broad, cross art form, but I do represent dance nationally for Arts Council and creative health and some other bits and bobs. But you do have relationship managers that are purely dance, visual arts, music, and we can pull in those expertise. What I didn't mention is touring. You may have something that's really valuable that you're creating that could tour across venues, across health settings and within spheres. Absolutely let us know. A prime example in this area, who's amazing, is Circo Rumbaba. They've got a 50-foot whale that they just pitch up in children's playgrounds and perform around, and it's just phenomenal. But they have taken that into spaces where people were invited because of their health need, but they got to take part even keel with every other audience member and just enjoy. And I think that's the beauty of this work and how you can get involved, is that people can come to you and don't need to disclose what's going on, don't need to give you the back history of their medical record to be able to gain some value from what you're doing. I can at another point come back and present around some of the models and approaches around evidencing practice, but of course that's a little bit of a different fit than what I do for Arts Council, but we can always have a chat over a coffee and I'll let you know. Anybody that has any questions, I am coming back. So we do run webinars at Arts Council around project grants, but I'm actually back in the area with Claire September over at Archers Local to look at how you apply for project grants. I think it's the 21st or 28th of September. I'd need to check and let you know. But there's an Eventbrite link and it's gone out through the arts team. But that's particularly to speak with those that may want to work in grassroots community settings, venues, and individual practitioners that want to develop their work. We do have a priority at the minute at Arts Council in this area because Medway has been our priority for the last 10 years, but a commitment for this year too. But also a commitment to first-time applicants and those who just don't see us for them. Because of course, since Let's Create, Arts Council strategy in 2020, we've shifted up a gear in who we're talking to and how we're working and why we're working with people to open up broader conversations like the creative health aspect. So absolutely, if you want to talk about social justice, criminal justice, considerations around all sorts of community need that you are working within, we can absolutely talk about that. We don't just talk with people about art. So that's us. I hope that's helpful. if there's any questions, I'm sure we're happy to answer.
Does anyone have any questions? Sorry, firstly, thank you. That was amazing. Thank you both. Any questions from people? They're all very tired after a long day. David.
So, hello, I'm David, Arts Services International in the room. I have a question actually, it's around accessibility. You're talking about new forms of like accepting you want it, our language and everything. When are the Arts Council going to allow video applications?
Yeah. We're at the point where so we launched a system in late 2021 for the new Grantium form. So when you make an application to Arts Council, it's through an online portal and you fill in the form and you submit it. It's a bloody nightmare in terms of navigation, but equally we are restrained within what we can do. So changes are coming at the end of the summer. There's going to be a new form for under 30s applications with simplified questions and support. We are not ever going to accept video applications in the next year at least. All of this feedback, and mine, has been fed back, but there is a consideration as to what this means in the longer term. What we're also evolving at the moment is access support development. And what we do provide is £150 per applicant to make an application, to have an access support worker or anybody, it can be a family member. I've done it with a guy who English is a second language and they
this is one of my pet hates with the Arts Council. Like, you know, don't get me wrong, obviously I'm IPSO now as a company, but I spoke to the girl who's doing the accessibility, I can't remember her name now.
Kathy,
Yeah. And the thing for me is accessibility means I should be able to apply.
Exactly.
Not pay someone else to actually do it.
Yes.
And I think this is the understanding where I think Arts Council struggle to understand that. And I've spoken to even your chair, Nicola Stroder, about this as well. So it's
and it
frustrating.
isn't that we're not listening, it's just that we're slow to respond, and I think that's hopefully where relationship managers help. And that consideration of, so what we didn't talk about is that consideration of building access support into your project, and that ultimately we fund all of that work. But of course we can only do that once you've made the application, so we're in a bit of a catch-22. In terms of accessibility though, it's really lovely because we've got new relationships with the NHS around what they are doing and how they're working, and that can also inform our practice as well. But we're not going to change immediately, unfortunately.
Are you going to link with the creative review that's coming out through Lord Howarth as well?
Yes, we're linked into the creative review. We've also we fund the Culture, Health and Wellbeing Alliance and the National Centre for Creative Health, and they are publishing in autumn a quality framework for this area of work. So you're going to have some guidance and some support to be able to develop work in this area. We don't as yet know the quality of that. I haven't seen it progressed in real form, but it's that whole consideration that that's in the pipeline, as well as that support around the associates. So absolutely, with Arts Council, just make sure that you definitely have that first conversation. Yes, it can be absolutely nightmarish, and I equally have been on that side of the fence of making applications to funders. We are unfortunately at a point where our success rate is something we have to grapple with as well, and we do provide feedback, and the feedback is in terms of a written form, in terms of response. So that whole consideration of the process and the system, what we try and bring as relationship managers is that human side to a process that is a computer-generated system. I think there's a long way to go around what this can become, but as to when that's going to materialise, we'll have the first steps autumn.
I'm a trustee for Unlimited as well, which is obviously a disability funder, and they've been showing for years that it can be done, and it can be that simple to have video, audio applications, a live, because I think that we do a live face-to-face now as well as part of the application. If they can do it, why can't Arts Council? This is what I don't understand.
Well,
You can answer that one.
You can have my personal opinion. Another moment.
And I'd just like to add there, actually, Grantium is a pain in the ass. We all know Grantium is a pain in the ass.
I can't even get
And even when you're trying to report, but actually, we've been having problems recently, and Darcy's been amazing. You just went and sorted it for us, and then money appeared. It was brilliant. So, money we were expecting.
Don't put that pressure on my
But what I will say, I mean, I would, from experience, say if you have problems, contact your relationship manager, because you do go out of your way to try and help us out and sort it out for us, which we really appreciate. So.
Can I just ask, do you accept video applications yourself?
We don't, and I was just I would have given a very similar answer to yourself if that question was directed at me. Our counterpart for relationship managers is engagement managers, so it would be about coming through us and working out a way rather than the system is the system. It is being and in line with our new 10 years strategy. The application process is being overhauled at the moment, but it's a very slow process. So that's part of what we're here for as engagement managers is to support with that.
Just hello. I just wanted to ask about the once your application goes in to Grantium, process after, and whether there are discipline specialists that actually look at your application and whether it's done in the area or whether it goes.
It's done in area, but it comes in off your postcode. So if you're applying to do national work that falls outside the southeast, you'd still come to southeast panel because of your postcode. Yes, we've got a route that it goes through in terms of assessment and eligibility. Gets chucked back to you if there's an issue. Then it progresses through. All relationship managers, senior relationship managers can feed into that process. But we get down to a panel, and decision making is made on a panel. That decision's made, and then you get a letter through as to how that's been enabled. But ultimately, we sit across all specialisms and art form to feed into that. But we also have diversity, inclusivity and relevance, and we have, like myself, engagement and audiences specialisms and sector support knowledge that also feeds into that. So it's a bit more complex in terms of just art, drama, dance. There's that complexity within it and specialisms around that. So Claire Horton, who joins me today, her specialism is carnival arts and promenade processions, particularly with diverse communities in Brixton and Hackney and that sort of thing. So ultimately we bring a dimension of everything, and also there's that consideration that we rely on what you tell us as well, because we're getting innovations in practice that we've not known, or art forms that you are developing and scoping. So we go on what you've written around your developments and to embrace that as well. So yeah, we come across things on panel that we're not aware of as yet because it's still forming in the sector. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thanks.
There is a different process if you come in over 50k. If you come in 30 to 100k, the process is an appraisal, and that's written by relationship managers and senior relationship managers, and it's assessed on a written basis, and you get that as part of your feedback.
Yes.
Yeah.
Any more questions? We're nearly at the end. I was just going to ask a very quick question around the developing your creative practice grants, because I've got 50 resident artists and I want them all to apply. Obviously they're not all going to. But is there anything they should be doing in terms of prep or
so
whether they can get
project
support?
grants is all public facing outcomes. That's what the project grant route is. What developing your creative practice was we saw the need for any artist to be able to develop independent of public outcome. So where you can trial and test and fail and get excited and learn and evolve, that's exactly what developing your creative practice is for. We don't fund formal education like MAs or study, but it might be that you are looking at a period of time for mentorship, for compassionate consideration around training practice, for exploration. So an example would be a jeweller and you work in silversmithing and you want to go into ceramic sculpture and installation work that then informs your creative practice. That's exactly what developing your creative practice is for. It's looking at what step change you want to make in your own art form, what you want to explore for yourself that will give you a different standing in the cultural sector. We want to see you paid, we want to see you progressing, and that's exactly what this fund is for. We do fund writers to write, authors, illustrators. We do fund book creations through that fund. Likewise, we've funded a basket weaver that went and studied a certain type of weave that was going out of understanding and brought that practice over to the UK. It's that complexity of what it means to you and what you want to get out of it. I must flag the success rate. Project grants is 40%. Developing your creative practice is only 27% success rate, and it's a different route. It opens for a period of time and then closes. We've only just opened the 17th round yesterday evening. We didn't even know that there were going to be any further rounds beyond the first one, so to get to 17th is amazing. But what we need, of course, is everybody to demonstrate what change they want to make, to demonstrate the value and need for the fund. And luckily, the sector's absolutely doing that for us, and we're looking to make a further case and look to increase that commitment. But how that translates is, of course, we feed in as an arm's length body to the DCMS. We're funded, if I didn't clarify, we're funded by grant in aid from the government, but also lottery funding as well, the same, in terms of lottery players' money going directly out. The developing your creative practice strand is not lottery funding because it doesn't have that public outcome aspect.
Brilliant. Any more questions? Nope. Can we have another round of applause for Rebecca and Josie? Thank you so much. So we're kind of at the end of the conference now. I've got something down here that says networking and speed dating. I think that's out there. Just a quick thank you to everybody who's been here at all across the events. Hugely to Julian and Nina, who would normally be here doing this bit. But as I said, it's Warnborough's 50th today, so they're all off having a big party. And up until today, of course, we were filled with tons of international artists, weren't we? Those of you who've been here for days 1 and 2, and it was absolutely incredible. So thank you so much for finding time to come here. We're going to try our best to bring this back here next year. Fingers crossed, everybody put pressure on the university. And hopefully we can just keep encouraging more and more people here. I found it amazing, and I spent 2 days in the workshop, so I was making soap and all sorts of incredible, and doing motion workshops and all sorts of brilliant stuff. Thank you so much for coming, and I hope you stick around a little bit to do some networking, and we will see you around soon. Quick advert, Nucleus Arts. We're here if you ever need to do anything arty. Just come and see us. Hopefully everybody knows we just say, pretty much if we can, we say yes. And if not, if we're doing something, we say come and play with us. So, and I know that's how Medway works, isn't it? For all the Medway groups, I know everybody here in Medway is always open. Quick advert for Creative Medway. Sorry, Fiona, that was awful. I'm supposed to put hashtag Creative Medway on everything, aren't I? So this is also what Creative Medway is all about. So Creative Medway exists as a community to support artists. So there is an event tomorrow. Is that just a... That's just a... but there will be another compact meeting very shortly. The voting for the positions or the vice chair roles and the chair role is live very shortly, if not now. So sign up to Creative Medway, get the newsletter, see who's standing, see all the amazing stuff that's going on, and support that because that's there for you. It's also funded by the Arts Council in part. Thank you very much. I think that's it. Anyone else want to say anything before we finish? Nope. Perfect. Go and speed date, apparently. And we'll see you all around soon. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I do. Can you send me? Lovely, thank you. Oh, if I've got mine, have you got one more of those? Because I can use my details. Yeah. I'll just grab a pen.
Darcy. Hello, I'm Aoi from A-Lab and nice to meet you. How are you?
catch up with you. Fabulous. I was talking to your guy and he was brilliant. So we're doing Science and Art Festival in October. Do you want to come apply?
Yeah. No, definitely.
It won an Arts Council award, a Family Friendly Arts Award last year, the best arts.
Great. If we can, what I'm hoping to do is get one of our kids team.
Thank you. Could I take a photo and then I've got your details as well?
Well, if I can get that organised for the summer, which I'm hoping to do, so I'm hoping to get it sort of for
Brilliant, thank you very much.
I used to work with your counterpart, Graham and another guy. Oh, what's his name? And they were brilliant. We used to do joint surgeries at points where we'd go out together. Okay. We dovetailed in terms of commitments. But always looked to do. Yeah, definitely. I'll chat with the manager about it. We used to do it twice a year. Right. We want to pick that back up again. Yeah, great. All right. Are you only responsible for that? No, I'm London and South. So I'm here. I've got to Lincolnshire, across to Hampshire. So we I'm more sort of London focused because of the strategy change.
Kids who are already doing digital
shifting. I can't say very much at the moment.
All the people who if there's ever a link, I'll talk to you in person. If there's ever we can work together,
Can I send you a link?
Sorry, I'm trying to catch actually. We've had a crazy idea, and it's kind of fits all three, and I don't know if it's something where it would fit. I suspect it might be Arts Council. Medway doesn't have a municipal gallery. We need one. We're going to be a city. I'm from Plymouth. Plymouth's got a box. It's beautiful. It's incredible. I don't want to build one. What I want to build is a virtual one. So we can talk to, and I forgot his name, chap from UCL, who he was at the apprenticeships day yesterday, and he did the VR for their poster session. And we were wondering if we could create a virtual online gallery in association with the Medway Museum, which has got the digital collection, because they've digitised their collection.
So we are also going to create a digital space on Docking Station.
Yes.
So I was wondering if I was going to come and say hello. So we're going to have this. We're going to create the whole building as a virtual space.
I saw a presentation.
Yes. Which presentation? I can't remember. I'm doing one almost every day.
Trying to think who's it.
So we're hoping to do the same thing, but create like various different things with it. So it's the artist.
My main question is, if it's digital, how are you getting digital savvy the community to access?
So we have a digital team group. I want them involved in producing. So what I would like to do is I would like the traditional heritage collection that Medway Arts has. I would love to use it to showcase the contemporary artists as well. So as I said, I've got 50 artists. Not all of them it would suit, but some of them it would. So they could have the Nick Ashton gallery in this massive digital art gallery from Medway, and we could get loads of incredible local artists, the heritage arts, and really show off Medway and have it as a space we can explore. So whether that would fit in with what you're already doing a little bit, or as an extension, maybe use your mapping of the building to be the building for the. Of course. I'd love to buy you lunch sometime, Darcy, when you're around.
Are you? Yeah, I've never. Okay. So what's Johnny's
So Medway over the years has collected an awful lot of art. A lot of it's local artists, some are quite well known. So there's a famous, I've forgotten her name, she's one of our 5 women. There's a famous war artist from Medway, Evelyn come to me. So I know they've got a lot of her work. They've got lots of pieces that have been donated to them of various value. None of it's, I don't think they've got any Turners or anything like that. But it is lots and lots of paintings and collections of Medway. But also Medway has got my favourite person in the world, who is a lady called Anne Pratt. I don't know if you've come across Anne Pratt, there's not a lot of people who have. She should be globally famous, and she was in her time. She was a lower middle class woman who self-taught herself art and botany, and she became one of the most famous botany illustrators of the Victorian period. She got the royal warrant from Queen Victoria, a royal pension from Queen Victoria. She was also a bit of a feminist. She didn't get married until she was 60. She lived off her own money. She was pretty awesome, and I think every kid in Medway should learn about it. She's science, she's art, and she's doing it herself. When she died, her reputation was trashed because she was a self-taught, lower middle class feminist woman. So they didn't really like that in Victoria's period. Sorry, thank you. So I think they've got all of her work as well. The archives have got all her books, and the idea that you could go in and digitally pick up an Anne Pratt book and see the artwork, or we could take the artwork out and have it, would be incredible. So there's all this heritage, but of course we've got Dickens as well, is local, and Richard Dadds. I don't know if you know Richard Dadds. He was very famous for that Victorian fairies and fantasy and magical art. He was the one who went insane and killed his father, but he was suffering from mental health illness. So you know, I think there might be some of his work. And so there's a real mix that they've got. And I work with lots of contemporary artists. So I just love the idea of having a gallery of all Medway in one space that people can access through their Oculus, or what's now Meta, isn't it? There's Oculus for my little one. VR headset. Or even just online on the computer and move around and find it. Because we haven't got the big gallery that any other city of our size would have. Which would be amazing.
There's so many stories that you just
So I'll start talking to some people, and linking what you're already doing, so not to add to it, but maybe Ed and some others, and see if we can put together a bit and get in touch. Yes, I've got your details, so yeah. And I'm kind of involved in the HAS as well, so I'll get your details through initially as well.
Everyone comments on that.
First round of chance applications for the capital project. So I'm working
Yeah.
Oh no.
Contact. So yeah, I'm sort of working with her. But so how did you
I go out and inspire people to apply and put in free applications. So I get that early training.
Feels like our dice. Okay, so we're sort of past that stage. We'll pass that stage. Yeah, we're just it really is. I mean, the first one was big. So we're still got a lot to do. But we've got lots of ideas. We've got a new engagement and heritage officer next week, actually. So March,
Yeah, I will check with Susanna, but I think that's okay.
I just wondered, is it worth, where we've got ideas as a class?
Of course. No problem at all. I'll ask Susanna, and we'll get that done. Thank you. Was it okay?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
It's a strange place to put a door in a lecture theatre. I mean, why? Yeah, there's that one. Yeah. next time we'll unlock that.
I think we'll get there. Anyway, well, nice to meet you.
Yeah, unlock it next time. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Fingers crossed. Okay.
Thank you so much.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I know, but people just don't
In the UK, it's 60, right?
So I've got
No,
actually,
67.
it's not.
So it was measuring creation, isn't it?
So it's about your age.
The people age older, they need to capture the story of their experience. Whose generation the children
So your husband is really funny.
all my life, and other people, and so on. Discuss more about how we can preserve the issue that so many of them. No one wants to know about the more they know about the issue, then they know how to do it. What we do, the car communicate or they don't know what to do. We have to do it, we can try it, we can do this. But, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be a really interesting heritage project. And like you say, heritage rich because it would be collecting people's memories and experiences that are older as well. So, are you part of an organisation?
I just wanted to say sorry, I'm